बदकिस्मती के साथ कल के किसी दिन पर हमें जो है वो दो टीम्स ऐसी दिखाई दी जिन्होंने दो विनर विनर सेकंड इनिंग्स निकाले, और एक
उम्मीद
टीम
है कि
जो
सब
स्टार्ट में आपको
खैरियत
दिखाई
से
दे रहा था टीम
होंगे।
ई अरीना का, कि जिस तरह से वो डोमिनेट कर
आज
रहे हैं, जिस
हमारा
तरह से उन्होंने 39 पॉइंट्स निकाले फर्स्ट मैच में,
सेकंड डे है
मोस्ट लाइकली शायद उनका जो है वो आपको
इसको
हैश
इंग्लिश में
1 दिखाई
का,
ट्रांसलेट
देगा।
करें
चले
जो
इसको
कि
इसको भी करते हैं और
EWC का
फिलहाल जो
बनता
है
है
फिलहाल जो है एक्चुअली हमारे पास ओवरऑल
फोर्थ
स्टैंडिंग्स है वो
डे।
भी आ चुकी है ऑन द स्क्रीन। सो इसी से हम आपको थोड़ा सा और बता देते हैं कि इसके हम बात कर रहे थे। सो टीम वाइटैलिटी 108
मैं
पॉइंट्स
एक
इनके पास अभी
सेकंड
तक के लिए
जरा
मौजूद है
वीडियो फिर
ऑन द
से
हैश वन।
करूंगा।
ये वो टीम जिन्होंने दो विनर विनर सेकंड इनिंग्स निकाले, और टीम नॉन्गशिम रेड फोर्स जो कि बिल्कुल नीचे मौजूद है, इन्होंने भी दो विनर विनर सेकंड इनिंग्स निकाले। और दोनों की इंटरेस्टिंग जो चीज़ है वो ये है कि दिन का जब आगाज हुआ था इन दोनों ही ने विनर विनर सेकंड इनिंग्स नहीं निकाले थे, ना मैच 1 में ना ही मैच 2 के अंदर, बल्कि टीम नॉन्गशिम रेड फोर्स
जी
उन्होंने मैच
जसपर
3 को
साहब,
विन किया, मैच 4 को विन किया। टीम वाइटैलिटी उन्होंने
आवाज आ
मैच
रही है
5
ना?
को विन किया, मैच 6 को विन
जी
किया, और
जी
इवेंचुअली
आवाज
दिन
आ
का
रही
जो
है भाई।
खिताब
सब
है
ठीक है।
वो
मैं
हैश
एक
1
दफा
पे की
इधर
तरफ से
अपनी
किया गया।
तरफ से
टीम ई
चेक
अरीना
कर लूं कि
39 पॉइंट्स, मैच 1, और उसके बाद
मेरे
अगले आने वाले
उसमें
5 मैचों
आवाज
में
आ
सिर्फ
रही है या
19
नहीं?
पॉइंट्स निकाले इस टीम ने। और ये आई थिंक बिल्कुल, जहां पहले मैच का में
एक
शौक एक
मिनट।
लगा था कि 39 पॉइंट्स कैसे निकाले हैं, उससे ज्यादा बड़ा शौक ये था कि अगले 5 में इन्होंने 19 पॉइंट्स कैसे निकाले हैं। बिकॉज बिल्कुल जो है एक डिफरेंट आपको जो है वो यहाँ पर टीम ई अरीना दिखाई दी हमारे बाकी रेंगल या फिर मिरामार के मैप्स में। लेकिन अगर डाउनवर्ड साइड पे जाएं तो यहाँ पर टीम वुल्व्स आई थिंक दिन का इख्तिताम उन्होंने डिसेंट किया, जिस तरह से मिरामार के मैचेस की हमने कल के दिन पर भी बात की थी। मिरामार ही ने टीम को सपोर्ट किया, और इवेंचुअली जो आखिरी 2 मैचेस हैं उनको एड अप करवा के अब थोड़ा सा अपना जो डिफरेंस है थोड़ा सा
अच्छा जसपर, एक थोड़ा ब्लंडर सा हो गया, लेकिन चल कोई नहीं, क्या हो सकता है।
बिल्कुल आपने तो उसका
क्या?
मैं चैट जीपीटी से लोगो वगैरह बनाता हूँ ना, वो उसमें आ गया, स्ट्रीम में आ गया।
तो इसमें क्या है भाई?
है ना?
रुक जा, मैं एक बात बता।
सारी दुनिया ये बना दी है।
आजकल आजकल सब इसी से बनाते हैं भाई।
ठीक हो गया। अच्छा, ये
आजकल जो एआई अगर यूज नहीं करता तो भाई वो तो किसी काम में कामयाब नहीं है।
बिल्कुल नहीं है। अच्छा जसपर, तू एक और काम कर सकता है। तू अपना ये जो हमारी कॉल है ना, इसको किसी तरह मिनिमाइज करके गेम पूरी खोल सकता है।
नहीं, मेरे पास दोनों चल रही है, मुझे वो कोई मसला नहीं, मैं
हाँ,
दोनों में
तू
से किसी एक को
एक्सपर्ट है
मिनिमाइज
इसका,
करा रहा हूँ।
तू एक्सपर्ट है, तुझे समझाने की ज़्यादा ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ेगी।
हाँ
अच्छा जी, ग्रुप बी डे 2 डे 4 हो गया ना ये। अच्छा, एफएम रेडियो भी बैठा हुआ है। मैं ज़रा थोड़ी शेयरिंग कर लूँ जिस पर कि बॉयज़ आ जाएं ज़रा। अच्छा, कल और परसों मुझे स्ट्राइक लग गई जिस पर,
किस चीज के?
यार पबजी वालों ने कोई म्यूजिक लगाए हुए थे, ठीक है, 3-4 गाने लगाए हैं
हाँ
उन्होंने किसी और का, तो वो जो है ना पकड़ा गया है कि भाई ये स्ट्राइक लगी है। वो कह रहे हैं कि ये वीडियो तेरी मोनेटाइज नहीं होगी और तेरे चैनल पे भी कोई इम्पेक्ट नहीं पड़ेगा इसका, लेकिन इससे आप,
वो तो लाइव पे था इस वजह से।
हाँ लाइव पे था, और उनका लाइव मैं चला रहा हूँ ना, ये तो ई स्पोर्ट्स का,
हाँ हाँ।
तो बस वो कह रहे हैं कि भाईजान
इसका एक सिस्टम देखता हूँ मैं, तो ये वो देख के मैं बताऊंगा
वो म्यूजिक चल
कि
गया था।
तू क्या, जब कोई साउंड वगैरह प्ले होता है ना तो वो उसका म्यूट कर सकता है उसको।
हाँ, ये ओबीएस में मेरे पास है, वो सेटिंग है मेरे पास,
हम्म।
लेकिन बस वो हो गया ना बीच में, मुझे इतना आइडिया नहीं था। मैंने कहा यार पबजी कैसे किसी और का चला सकती है।
नहीं नहीं, देख पबजी कोलैबोरेशन में और पबजी राइट्स वगैरह परचेज करती है।
हाँ, उनका होता है, अब
तो
हम तुझे पता है फिर।
हाँ
ऑब्वियसली रोल उनका डिफरेंट है, उनकी जिम्मेदारी डिफरेंट है टीम के लिए, तो जाहिर है हर दफा वो जो है फ्रैग्स में आपको नहीं दिखाई देंगे। लेकिन डे 2 पर इनफैक्ट उन्होंने भी फर्स्ट डे 6 एलिमिनेशन और डे 2 पर उन्होंने 15 एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स निकाले थे। तो ये समझ ले कि टीम ही ऐसी है। लेकिन उसके मुकाबले में टीम वाइटैलिटी, उनके भी हमने प्लेयर्स को देखा कि कल के दिन पर ही जो टॉप 5 आपको एमवीपीज दिखाई दिए उसमें इस टीम के चारों खिलाड़ी मौजूद थे।
चारों प्लेयर्स थे, बिल्कुल आपने दुरुस्त कहा पोर्टल। एंड विटालिटी ने तो किसी को कुछ समझा ही नहीं कल के दिन। बाकी सारे आई वुड से वर्ल्ड कप खेल
अच्छा,
रहे थे,
अभी
लेकिन
तेरी
विटालिटी
स्ट्रीम की आवाज बंद
पीएमएसएल
है।
खेल रही थी, और विटालिटी ने वैसे ही खेला जैसे पीएमएसएल के अंदर खेलता है कोई। एंड लेट्स
ओके।
सी, अब वो तो अनचैलेंज्ड है, खैर ज़्यादा फर्क वहाँ पर नहीं पड़ता। लेकिन हाँ,
ओके,
हाँ
आ
हाँ,
रही है मेरी?
जसपर जसपर, हाँ मैं उसको वॉइस कर रहा था यार। मेरी स्ट्रीम की आवाज़
हो
अब
जाए जब वो
देख।
ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के अंदर जाए, और ऐसा
अच्छा
नहीं
नहीं
आ
नहीं
है,
है,
रही।
क्योंकि
अब
ये नहीं है
आएगी
कि
अब
हवा में
आएगी।
मेरे
बातें ही
सामने
कर
खुद
रहा हूँ। इससे पहले
एक
बहुत
सेकेंड,
नहीं जा रही,
थोड़ा
मेरे
सा
सामने
डिले
खुला
होगा,
हुआ।
थोड़ा
दफ़ा
सा
ऐसा हो
डिले
चुका है
होगा यहाँ
कि
पर।
ग्रुप स्टेज के डोमिनेटर टीम, उनको ऐसे लगता है कि इसी तरह से वो खेलते रहेंगे तो वो ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में जाकर इवेंट भी जीत जाएंगे,
चक्कर।
लेकिन ऐसा नहीं होता। इससे पहले
हाँ
हमने
तेरी
निरमा
आवाज आ
भगत सिंह
गई,
को चोक
ठीक है।
करते देखा, हमने फ्लैश को बहुत दफ़ा चोक करते देखा है, और फ्लैश का भी ऐसे ही रहता है कि ग्रुप स्टेजेस के अंदर डोमिनेट कर कर क्वालिफिकेशन यकीनी बनाते हैं ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में, लेकिन ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में फिर
असल
आप
में
जब
मैंने
लीडर
इनको
बोर्ड
थोड़ा
को
कम
उल्टा
किया हुआ है
करें
ना,
तो फिर आपको
इनके
फ्लैश नज़र
वॉल्यूम को।
आती है।
ये
लेकिन
बीच
फिर
में म्यूजिक
लेट्स सी
चला
कि
देते हैं,
विटालिटी के
लेकिन
साथ ऐसा
अभी
क्या
जैसे
होगा या
गेम
नहीं। दे
गेम स्टार्ट
आर
होगी ना
इंडीड वेरी
जसपर,
गुड, लाइक अगर आप उनकी
तो
स्ट्रैटेजीज को
उसमें
देखें फाइट्स
नहीं
के अंदर
होगी।
जाकर, तो वो
मेरे
भी
थोड़े से
बेशक बहुत
बाल
अच्छी
सूख
हैं।
जाए फिर कैप पहनूंगा
एक
यार।
गेम प्लान दिखाई देता है उनकी हर एक फाइट के अंदर, वो साइनर्जी दिखाई देती है हर एक फाइट के
क्या हो गया?
अंदर, जिस तरह से वो खेलते हैं।
ये
सो लेट्स
बस
सी
इनका
यही
बहुत
चीज़
बड़ा
अगर
मसला है
कंटिन्यू
यार।
करें, लेकिन ये सोच करके ग्रैंड फाइनल्स एक बिल्कुल मुख्तलिफ
बड़े बड़े उसमें हो जाता है जसपर ये क्या नाम है, ग्लिच वगैरह। तो हमारा क्या है यार, हमारा तो इतना बड़ा सेटअप ही नहीं है अभी।
चैलेंज लेकर आएगा विटालिटी के
क्यों
लिए,
जी?
और सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज वहां पर पाकिस्तान का नाम टीम
सही
फोर्थ
है
लाइव्स का
भैया,
तो है
हो
ही है।
जाएगा।
इंशाल्लाह ट्रॉफी
बस
हमारी ही
ठीक
है,
है,
कहीं
साथ
नहीं
साथ
जाएगी। दुआ
गपशप
जरूर आप लोगों ने
लगाएंगे,
करनी है।
खाना
बट
शाना
खैर,
खाना
आज
हुआ,
के दिन
खाना
का
शाना
आगाज करेंगे
मंडो।
थोड़ी देर में ख़वातीन और
तो
हज़रात। दिस इज पबजी मोबाइल ई स्पोर्ट्स वर्ल्ड कप एट ई स्पोर्ट्स
बहुत इनका
वर्ल्ड कप
मसला हो रहा है
पेरिस।
भाई।
अपनी अपनी प्रिडिक्शन चैट में बताइए, क्या लगता है कौन सी टीम आगाज करने वाली है, क्योंकि
बहुत रुक रही है जसपर।
स्ट्रीम।
नहीं, इनका यूट्यूब बहुत रुक रहा है,
हाँ
जो कि अच्छी बात नहीं है। जसपर मेरे माइक में बैकग्राउंड शोर तो नहीं आ रहा, जैसे कोई चीज ठोक रहा हो या इस
नहीं
तरह
नहीं
का? वो
नहीं नहीं।
नीचे यार वो टाइलें लगा रहे हैं ना यार। ये एक सेकंड में यार इसको थोड़ा सा रिफ्रेश करूं। हालांकि इंटरनेट सब
वाली
कुछ
है,
मेरा
क्योंकि
बड़ा
रोंडो
बेस्ट है, लेकिन इनका मसला है। आज गोरा लगाएं?
कौन सा गोरा?
वैसे उर्दू कमेंट्री करता हूँ ना मैं, ये वाली, ये गोरों की लगाता हूँ यार।
इंग्लिश
ये क्या
कमेंट्री लगा
बोलते
यार,
हैं,
इंग्लिश का मजा आता है।
ये देख जरा, ये अब म्यूजिक जो है ना, ये म्यूजिक मैंने बंद कर दिया है इनका। ये म्यूजिक बहुत वो करता है। एक सेकंड, मैं यहाँ से इनका म्यूजिक थोड़ा कम कर देता हूँ, वहाँ से मैं म्यूजिक इनका थोड़ा बढ़ा देता हूँ। ठीक है, अब उम्मीद है कि हाँ,
It's always the same. You can just
हल्का फुल्का।
standing can change in just a few good or bad games.
That's right. So whether you are at
एक
home or right
सेकेंड,
here in the Port de Versailles, in the heart of Paris, it is time to see who will rise above the rest and continue their journey in the PMWC. Starting with EWC Esports.
ये देख, ये म्यूजिक जो इनका है ना, अच्छा जसपर तू ना, जो वो मेरी लाइव नहीं देखेगा तू, ठीक है? तू मेन देखेगा। बेशक गोरा लगा ले तू। इनका इंग्लिश में भी कमेंट्री होती है, अरेबिक में मुख्तलिफ होती है, ठीक है? तो उसमें यह है कि एग्जैक्ट तू और मैं सेम पेज पे होंगे। गॉड लाइक। यार जो जो आ रहे हैं वो काइंडली एक एक लाइक देते जाएं। और आज हमने जो है ना 50 लाइक्स पूरे करने हैं यार। आज हमारे साथ एक बहुत अजीम हस्ती हैं, मिस्टर जैस्पर। वाई जी। जसपर यार ये देख, मेरा इस तरह मैंने वो रिंग सी लगाई हुई है, तो ये ज्यादा बुरा तो नहीं लग रहा बालों में? चेक कर जरा। ना जा, रुक जा, मैं यहीं से ही देखता हूँ। मैं एक सेकंड साथ में, यार मैं कब से बोल रहा हूँ, मैंने म्यूट किया हुआ है खुद को। मैं ज़रा फेसबुक वगैरह पे शेयर कर दूँ, क्योंकि जो मेरे दोस्त हैं वो तो शेयरिंग नहीं करते, मुझे खुद ही करनी पड़ेगी शेयरिंग फिर। यार जिस पर पहले मैं शेयर करता था ना, तो वो ना प्रॉपर फेसबुक पे उसका वो नज़र आ जाता था, लोगो। अब लोगो नहीं नज़र आ रहा। थंबनेल, यस यस यस, फेसबुक पे जब मैं शेयर करता था वो थंबनेल आ जाता था सामने।
वो सेटिंग्स अपनी एक दफा चेक कर, हो सकता है सेटिंग ऑफ हुई हो उसमें ना, वो आता है लिंक का प्रीव्यू का ऑप्शन आता है, जिस तरह व्हाट्सएप पे होता है, क्योंकि मेटा की सर्विसेज सारी एक ही ऐसी हैं।
अच्छा।
तो उसकी सेटिंग्स में जा, वहाँ पे पोस्ट के और कोई ऑप्शन होगा या एक्टिविटी वाला या इस तरह का, उसके अंदर जाके देख, ये प्रेफरेंसेस का ऑप्शन मिलेगा।
अच्छा, ये जिस पर वो स्टोरी लगाना व्हाट्सएप पे।
मैं वो शेयर कर रहा था कजन्स के साथ।
हाँ, बस उन्हें बोला आ जाओ जी। बाकी तो व्हाट्सएप तुझे शो होगा ना? ठीक है, बाकी
मोबाइल में मेरे बड़ी ऑप्टिमाइजेशन है, टेंशन ना ले।
तू लैपटॉप यूज किया करना जिस पर, बड़ा मजा आएगा तुझे।
यार मैं जिस तरह लैपटॉप पे मल्टीटास्किंग होती है ना,
हाँ हाँ।
ठीक है, मैं मोबाइल पे कर सकता हूँ। मैं मोबाइल पे एट अ टाइम 3 डिफरेंट ऐप्स ओपन कर सकता हूँ
अच्छा,
एट अ
मैं
टाइम।
असल में आदी नहीं हूँ ना। और
तो वो मुझे इशू नहीं आता।
ठीक है, आज देखते हैं कौन जीतता है। हम लोग होरा ई स्पोर्ट्स को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, और यार जो नए आ रहे हैं काइंडली एक लाइक करें। आज हमारा 50 का टारगेट है, हमने 50 जो है ना कंप्लीट करने हैं इंशाल्लाह। 50 लाइक्स। इनके लिए डे 2 है, मेरे लिए डे 4 है। Thank you so much for coming, guys. Please like, share, and subscribe the channel. थोड़ी देर में मैं साउंड ऑन करूंगा, जरा म्यूजिक वगैरह साइड पे हो जाए ना।
Let's go! There we
Let's
go.
अब मेरे
Get
ख्याल
fired
से
up in the
आवाज आ रही
building. Live from EWC 26 for PMWC as we get into our opening game.
And it's none other than
Just पर तूने
Rondo.
main
All I
stream
know is
खोली
that
हुई है
now,
ना?
I just want to see stadium
Yep.
finishes every single day going forward. But I don't think we're going to see that here. I don't even know if we'll ever
अच्छा,
see
जिस पर
a
ये देख रहे हैं मेन
39-point
स्क्रीन
game
पे
ever,
विटैलिटी
right?
है, ठीक है,
Who knows?
विटैलिटी है,
That was
विटैलिटी
history.
है।
That was
ये
history.
best
But let's
खेल
see
रही है।
what's going to happen
Best.
here now. Teams are starting to pop
और हम
out.
सपोर्ट
Yeah,
कर रहे हैं
international
Horaa
team.
did their homework,
हाँ,
because in
हम
Group A we saw some
सपोर्ट
squads
कर रहे हैं
find those
होरा
recall players,
esports
take some
ठीक है,
teams
जो कि
out
नेपाली
early,
टीम
right? So I wonder if we're
तेरे,
going to see that
वो
here. I
दोस्तों
wonder
के
what's on the
पड़ोसी हैं।
mindset of Team Vitality today, because they're a lock, right? They're going to the
और,
grand finals. Today could be a great day.
Old
But-
friends, huh?
हैं?
Make some tweaks, some adjustments.
Some-
even take
some of the
risks,
old
right?
friends.
Like, hey, this is our
old
weakness.
friends.
Let's work on it
तो
here and now,
वाइटैलिटी
so
जो है ना,
that
ये
way
पहले
we're
BTR
ready,
होती
so
थी,
we can get
इनमें
that big
तूने देखा होगा लक्सी
$1.7 million
जक्सी ये
prize
लोग
pool in the
सारे
finals.
खेलते थे।
For some of our sides that struggled
अच्छा जी।
yesterday, can they come alive even
चलो
more?
जी,
We're
match
straight
start
into
हो
it
गया।
with a classic battle. Neox starts us off as the shots are coming through. Swinging the blade immediately there, mate.
Obscure
चाकू चल
knife
रहे हैं
and some
भाई।
players here. Alpha 7 a team. Everybody's got their eyes on the day, and we got the Wolves who were able in the final
So
games
it's a Rondo
yesterday
map.
to push themselves out
हाँ,
of that
रोंडो
bottom
रोंडो हम
three.
खेलते नहीं है।
Now
जस्ट
they're
पर
facing
रिकॉल्स
some
चेक
titans
कर,
in this lobby. You got
रोंडो में
ETSH,
कितने
that's
ज्यादा
a
हैं।
squad that needs to put something in here. Now you got EA as well. Fights happening all over the place, and they got to happen here pretty quickly because this is a very Southern Circle effect. Barely getting those shots through that little tiny angle, but oh, that one was a good one. Effect making it happen here with the
जसपर थोड़ा सा बोल,
1v2.
थोड़ा
That's
सा
how
बोल।
you do it.
Okay, so guys, we are just about to start the things. It's already been started, and let's see how the game plays goes on.
TT happy to take those duels.
And it's
quite
something that
comfortably.
we have been
3 elite
waiting
points to
for.
start us off.
And
Obviously,
let's
Rondo's
just
Rondo, so
see
don't worry, there'll be a
who
lot
wins
more action
today.
yet to come.
Our
Oh,
wishes
yeah.
and the support is
Non-stop action.
with
बहुत perfect
the
आ
team
रही है,
that
बहुत
we're
perfect
supporting.
आ रही
They're
है,
on to
ठीक है।
ETSH. That's actually a
बहुत
very
perfect।
important
मैं यही
fight here
check कर रहा था
'cause
कि
wow, there we go.
तेरी
Fahita
आवाज
turning
क्यों नहीं आ
up the heat, making us proud. You can see down in the bottom left, Alpha 7 crowd always so hyped, excited for their team here. They're not too far away from that top 5. Game right here could definitely put them in a good spot. Meanwhile, you got Nasser. He's got that S12K in hand. He is ready for it. Oh, he's in the wide open, though. He's got to be careful. Never mind. Rehan said, let's go find another angle.
Oh, swing out quick as well. That's a nice
इस
connection
पर चेक
on the
कर रहा है फिर
doorway.
शॉट गने कैसे
Off
चलाते हैं
ankle
इधर।
play for Fahita,
बचे।
seeing if he can do too much more from this. They're going to try and bait him in, close the door and keep him guessing. Rest of the squad going down in the meanwhile, though. Oh, Jukes! The bouncing headshot. Hello.
That's what I'm talking about. Jumping
Final
का
in
मजा
at
आएगा
the top
जसपर।
ropes, able to
14th अगस्त
hit
को है,
that
तू तो
shot and
बाजे
save his
बजा रहा होगा,
squad.
मैंने
So
ही अकेले ही
721
फिर live
GS should
stream
be able to
कर
get
लिया।
a full
I don't like
reset
those
here.
bajas kind of stuff.
ETSH quick on that recall. Their recall player not messing around here. But we're going to see these teams really get set up and good to go. Yangon Galacticos only have that single player up, taking a little bit of time here to get that recall in.
The Yangon crew quite far out, all the way over towards Horaa.
Oh,
Can't really get to the recall either, bro.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering. I was like, where is he? And it looks like that's actually something we should actually take a look at, because Romeo is going to be heading towards TT
होरा
Project
के 3
Neos
बंदे गए हुए हैं
to try
जस्पर
and get
साहब.
his recall in for his team.
अच्छा,
And
जस्पर जो
that would be
गोडल
a
है ना,
devastating loss for
ये
Yangon
Indian
Galacticos to
team
go
है.
out right here, considering that they are right there on that cutoff in 6th place.
एक
Right,
Indian
right.
They
team
didn't
ये
have
है
the best run of
और एक
things
OG है
yesterday
जो
in some of
ग्रुप
the
ए में
matches,
थी
so
जो
if
कि
this is the way they
क्वालिफाई
start
कर
things
चुकी
off,
है.
it could be very
एक से
uncomfortable.
जो 5 तक के हैं
We'll
ना,
give you the context
ये
to that
डायरेक्ट
one. If it
फाइनल्स में
happens, in the
क्वालिफाई
meantime, it's still a
करेंगे.
rotation for
और
Romeo. Like Jake
ये
said,
जो
though, Neos
6
is
से
in position
लेकर
to try to
13
defend
तक हैं,
against that
इन्हें एक
recall.
सेकंड
Could
चांस
be
मिलेगा.
awkward.
ओए
We'll
बेटे,
stick with the fight we got here, though. Vitality.
क्या
The
एक्सेल किया.
Kings yesterday. But can they keep it up right now? Clash versus Dopeness, back and forth blows. Axel going down as well. He was a key piece of the puzzle. Already removed. Oh, this is not what you want, Jukes.
एक मिनट
KG
जस्पर
running
मुझे
right out
कॉल
the
आ
open
रही
there
है,
and
ठीक
getting
है.
that shot. Very, very nice on the side of
Okay.
Dopeness. And that is how you get it done. Now, it does look that, like, Yangon Galacticos Romeo was avoiding that fight. He saw TT Project there. He ends up going most likely all the way down to Long Ho, and he should be able to get that res for his squad in just a couple of minutes. But this circle is on the south side here. We got Nongshim Red Force all the way in the north. Things are finally starting to settle down a little bit. Actually, never mind. It's the Wolves versus Alpha 7.
Hello.
And Elementrix getting caught out with that nade. Obscure holding this angle, waiting for someone to
Welcome,
cross. Here
Mohib.
comes Godlike.
Godlike got that nice nade off the top side from
Alaikum
Adamino.
salam.
Up close and personal, they're taking the fight to Alpha 7 as well. Battling both of these squads simultaneously. It'll be a great start for Godlike. Jukes get some early energy into today's game.
Wow, throwing that nade up the stairs, catching him off. Necessary's holding those angles. He's doing those tight peaks in a 1v2 situation. It's Godlike, too strong to defeat, and they are looking to be the kings of Neox Factory.
Oh, S-Power's fired up as well,
होरा
dude, from one fight to the
रिकॉल हो गया
next.
वापस.
He's like, what's that over there?
Side, dude.
और
What's over there behind that
vitality
tree?
भी रिकॉल हो
Huh?
गया.
Throwing them nades. Does he have the arm to get him? That looks
रोंडो
good.
का ये
Nice,
मजे
a
हर
little
जगह
short.
पे रिकॉल है, पता है?
Runs out in the open, man. Godlike Esports not playing today.
The flick on that, bro. S-Power's fired up today.
Yes, he is. Already getting some good solid points. That's 6 on the side of Godlike. That puts them in a good solid position in 5th place. And this is the thing, if Godlike win this
यार
game,
ये रीनो को देख यार
what is that going to look
ये
like
रीना
for these
बहुत-
leaderboards? That's going to be a
देखना, पहले मैच में
massive
39
gap between
points.
5th and 6th place.
Adjust
That's the thing,
camera.
the
और
artificial
ये
barrier right
सातवां
now.
मैच है
It's very fine margin, so
Where?
many
To the
point
left or to the
vacuums
right?
on towards the top spots. If Godlike can start it out and really give themselves the best case scenario to bolster their points, could change the flow
होटल
of
वाले
things.
लेटे हुए हैं
That's Romeo. From Yangon Galacticos obviously went down very early.
यार मजा
Had to
उसका
go for the
टेस्टार
rotate around
ये
and get his
ग्रेनेड
team
से
back.
मारते हैं ना खुद को.
There we go. That's
Godel
what I'm
वाले
talking
भी
about. You
मार
got to
देते
make
हैं.
sure you
Oh.
hit that
Grenades
recall
से.
tower real quick. S2G got to hit them plays, though. Rihan getting that thirst. Yes, indeed. And you can see Masco got that heel off and shuts him down. That is how you do it there. So 7-2-1, making it happen. But you know what else? You guys can make it happen in game with the lucky spin that's coming out, guys. Make sure you guys get in there, hit that draw, and you can get some of those insane PMWC tournament sets. Meanwhile, 7-2-1 GS gets a nice knock there onto S-Power. Godlike really looking to shut this fight down. It's a 1v2 situation. He gets one.
There we
Gets
go.
the thirst. Can he get the second?
Beautiful scene so far. Damage back done onto S-Power, but can the squad still save it? Ooh, quick shot, Jukes. Got to throw the clip in.
Oh boy.
He thought he was slick enough to mantle, but he gets the shot off.
That had to be an accident right there. I mean, I'm sure he had his jump and climb split buttons, Sometimes we have some people combine it, but if you get just a
Yeah,
little too
Londe ne
close,
1v4
you
maar
get that
diya.
animation jumping up, and you know he was just like, oh, it's over.
So exposed, no chance to fight, bro.
हो गया,
it's
तू
so
लेट
tough.
देख रहा है.
So tough, but you know what?
ये
That
ऊपर
is
चढ़ जाता है
great on the
गलती से.
side of Godlike. So they take full advantage of it. Now we're seeing the zone pop dead center here as TT Project gonna go ahead and get this ready. He's carrying his teammate there. There you go. He's moving off the hill. Effect. Knocking down Horaa here.
Direct
And
finish मारा है, पता
Jiggle
है
does
Horaa
have an
को.
angle, but they should be able to get to safety.
हाँ
Oh, no
हाँ.
fear, never mind. Yeah, no fear on the other end. He's going to go ahead and get his revenge for his teammate there and take out 2 on the
1v2
side
है
of TT
Horaa
Project.
का इधर
Yeah,
1v2
this
है. एक
is
मेरे
far
ख्याल से
more
recall
awkward
पे
now.
जा रहा है.
Trapped back just on the
Oh,
right
that's a good
side towards the coastline.
हाँ, तू
Efis
main
cooking the
stream
nade,
लगा.
wants to dash that towards No Fear. Too shallow,
Oh,
few
no,
more
that's
left in the
loading,
infantry
man.
though. They can try and hold him back for at least a few more seconds. But they're the ones that are at panic stations. Horaa waiting for the opportunity to strike.
Uh-oh.
Efis so low off the engage. Effect though, reels them in. He's looking for the flush on it as well.
Oh
Are they
no, but he
niche?
jumps
Oh,
down
boy.
into the water. That actually could be a workout for him. Let's see if he's going to climb that hill. And it looks like he's
This is
trying to
awesome.
find the angle. He does. Here we go. Now they have 2 different angles they can actually fight this from.
ये भी
Efis
नीचे
just says,
गया.
now I'm jumping down with my teammate. 2v1 situation, but can't hit the shots. And now No Fear is at the advantage. Never mind. What is happening? Shots back and forth, but No Fear finally shuts him down.
A nail-biting fight on that one. They can at least recover. Still have 3 of their players alive for Horaa as well. Build off the back of this. And that's 8 Elim points they've racked up, leading the lobby right now.
ठीक है ठीक है.
That's the worst case scenario for this lobby because that's really like the only slot that's available there for the finals considering how well these other teams did. And Godlike are looking to close the door
मुझे ना
here
एक
nice and
कैमरा
early
चाहिए,
saying, you know
पता
what, if you want to try to get into the
लाज़मी है.
finals, you're going to need to win at least a couple games because we got such a point lead. And that is how you started there. 8 eliminations,
यार
full
जो आ रहा है
squad
kindly
up. It's
please
looking
like
good for the side of
and
Godlike.
share
Oh,
just
Romeo.
for the motivation.
Sky, run for your
Horaa
life.
गया,
Drive
almost
away.
गया, almost.
And it looks like he is going to barely escape that one.
Romeo, where for art thou, Romeo? On the bridge, getting
Recall
Elims,
पे
but
जा
that's
रहा
where
है.
he
ये कब
is.
तक recall होता है यार इसका?
He was looking right at the
मुझे
sky
लगता है
there,
recall
and
नहीं है,
that
बस
is
खत्म हो
Horaa.
गया.
Now we're going to look at No Fear, get thirsted. Young Galacticos going to actually get into this next game as the circle shifts up to the north side now.
यार मैप थोड़ा सा
In
ये
the blue. This
दिखाए
is
ना
still
तो
stage
थोड़ा
3. They
सा
can eat a little bit of this circle
idea
for now,
होता
but
है.
it's
हाँ.
time to finally find out
Recalls
where the
है
next
ना
spot's
यार.
going to be.
It's a bit more uncomfortable for Horaa then, as they do get away with only that duo, and this could potentially be an even more uncomfortable entry back over towards the zone, as they've got to bypass Alpha 7.
यार ये बहुत मस्त है.
Vision
ये
onto
तेरा
him.
मसला
Raver
नहीं
jumps out
है.
the vehicle. Good shot from
मोहित, ये
range,
तेरा मसला
consistent
नहीं
with the
है.
orb to tap
ये
down
overall
another one.
मस्त है.
And only Jiggle gets out. 9 Elims might be where they reach and end this one.
Man, this whole tournament has been so chaotic. You want to avoid the survival stage at all costs. Yeah, it's 6 teams out of 16 moving on from that stage. Still, though, I mean, you do not want to be put in that situation. I'm talking to you, Alpha 7. Meanwhile, Team Vitality getting into it with 7-2-1 GS. They do end up having one player not.
यार जो नए आ रहे हैं kindly please एक like करते
So
जाएं.
strong yesterday. Gonna go out early here. They didn't get 4 eliminations, but like I said, they can do whatever the heck they want today.
Yeah, this is a quiet one for them. They've already done the hard part. Fair play, though, mate. On the other side of the spectrum, right? Yes, Vitality, our top dogs, they're out. But look who's climbing up from the depths. This is now 11 eliminations they've picked up, getting over the safety of the threshold so far, Jukes.
Oh.
Maintain this, you could save your tournament.
Absolutely. I mean, that is a perfect start on the side of 7-2-1 GS. And considering that it's in Rondo, right? The chance to really make up for a bad day one, and they're doing it, right? I mean, double-digit eliminations. Now it's all about just getting into that end game. So I want to see them get themselves in a good, solid position and just focus up. Because ETSH, Hustler's Crew, All right, Dopeness have not done anything so far.
No, they really haven't, and Dopeness as well. You know, you're down to just the solo. Couple elims, sure, but it's been quiet outside of that. That was the third-party fight that opened things up to allow them to collapse onto it. The replay here is when Dopeness lost a lot of their members up against Vitality. I'm curious, Dukes, as well. I think mechanically yesterday we saw Alpha 7 look very good in terms of how they were approaching the game, but they never had any luck on their side.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I was saying. You know, I was looking at their numbers for the past 2 international tournaments. They were getting tons of eliminations and like 0 placement points. Very, very low on that end. And so I want to see them get into finally some late games and show what they can do.
Yeah.
It's just been so
loading,
difficult lately, especially when you
so
have a few teams just do something so insane.
यार मुहेब ये तेरा
It's wild to see what happened yesterday. But today's a new day. Another team that I want
नहीं,
to
मेरी
see
तो
make something
वॉच
happen
चल रही
is
थी फिर भी
Tianba,
ठीक
right?
हो
I
गया
expected a lot from this squad. And now they are still very far down the leaderboard. You can see them
मेरा तो
pushing
चल भी
in
नहीं
that
रहा
circle
था
on the
ना
south side.
बिल्कुल
Let's see if
नहीं
they
मेरे
make it
बीच
up
में
here in
बड़ा
Rondo.
रोला कर रही थी यार। ओए वाइटैलिटी पूरी खत्म होगी, मैंने देखा
For Alpha
नहीं।
7.
ये देख लोडिंग। क्या है यार? ये क्या है?
By the rest of the crew.
बहुत मसला है यार।
It was a bumpy
आज
early
इनकी
game for
स्ट्रीम का
Yangon,
बहुत
but after that
मसला है।
हाँ
चल ही नहीं रही। इनकी तरफ से इशू है।
मेरा तो ठीक हो गया
मेरा नहीं चल रहा ना यार।
Shift and the fights happen in such a perfect way where you're able to sneak your way into zone. You
जैसे
gotta
ही
take
बोले
advantage
ठीक
of
हो गया
it.
रुक गया
No better place to happen,
मसला है
honestly,
इनकी तरफ से
in
बहुत।
Rondo, right? The game where you can end up with 39
Live ही नहीं हो
points.
रहा।
it's all about those big finishes. Curious if there's a chance we get a bit of an extension into each other there with
ये देख
Dopeness
मसला
right
कर
on top of
रहा है
Smile.
बहुत मसला है, बहुत
He's
मसला
the
है
one
इनका।
player that's fragmented off from the 1-3 split. They've currently cloud further out
मैं
doing a bit of
देखूं जरा
scouting as
FM
well.
का चल रहा है या नहीं।
This is the establishing shot for Tianba and Godlike.
उनका
Godlike
भी
is far
रुका
more
है
set up with cover to work with off the back of the warehouses. Tianba not so lucky.
मुहेब कल
Yeah,
रात
looks like
को
they're
तू
gonna
नहीं
hold
था।
this little valley right here.
10-11 की
and
वॉचिंग
hold
हम
it
मेरी
good for
अपनी
now.
गेम पे
Not a
पक्की आ रही
terrible
थी,
spot
पता
in
है?
this next zone, not the best either. But
आएगी
this is Tianba after all. Still pretty wild to see them down in 12th place.
खाली
24
स्ट्रीम
points,
देखिए
very
इसको भी
uncharacteristic and,
Yeah.
and
व्यूज
unexpected, at
देखिए
least from a lot of people.
मैंने जो सिंह
Yeah,
शार भेजा
QZZ, a
डबल है अच्छा
superstar that
Double
can
नहीं।
really,
डबल
really
है
ring things out.
ट्रिपल है।
But all it takes is for a lot of these teams, just one good situation where their back's against the wall and let their gun skill shine.
16-6
And I mean, I would not be shocked if Tianba, who has 0 points right now, they could end up with 20 very easily here.
यार इससे तो मेरी गेम फास्ट ही चल रही है ये इंडियन
72-1 GS as well. Still looking to see if they can squeeze any more points out of this one. Dopeness taking the hits onto Alpha 7. A bit of a back and forth already. Ravo looking to close the gap as he drives by. Good control. Switching seats and hitting shots as he puts them down. And quite quickly, manhandles Dopeness. They do lose Korea though, so it will be a free-man squad for the A7 crew.
Yeah, you can see the crowd showing off them Rebo jerseys. The man, the myth, the legend is here, and he is putting in some work. This is what we need to
यार
see
उनका तो नहीं
from
रुक रहा है
A7.
स्टार
8
उन्होंने
eliminations so far. You're right. Yeah,
ठीक है।
Carrillo did get taken out, but for Adeliz, that is a sacrifice that you got to be willing to take. But job's not done yet. Still a lot more work if you want to make it straight to those finals, and they do get a nice knock there onto Mormon.
Alpha 7. Looking like they're starting to hit that high tempo.
हाय हाय
Caught
अच्छा
width of
जी
the arena
चलो
further
जी अब
back and take
सीरियस
pot
हो
shots
जाओ
onto them. Meanwhile, before the zone moves, you can see Ida took a few shots over the Hustler crew, and that's the crunch in, Jukes.
बिल्कुल ओपन
That's
में
the
जोन
crunch
बन
in
गए
that's going to
बिल्कुल
make
ओपन में
things interesting. The circle goes to the north side. That's huge on the side of Godlike right here. A perfect zone shift for them. Taking a look there at the leaderboards so far. This is the problem, though, right? I mean, we were so hype about Alpha 7. 9 eliminations. This is a great game, right? The problem is that you're hunting down 5th place. Godlike have 8. So you've only closed that gap by 1 point so far.
Try as they
So
might, there's
far
still
कह
so
रहे हैं
much
या
more
so
to
far
do.
कह रहे हैं?
And even then, during the map feed, we could see like we're getting consistent damage back over to E Arena. So they're not giving up any of this fight. They're still looking like they want to try. They know the win condition, Jukes.
Yeah.
बस
This is the problem though, right? If you don't have a great
नीचे वाली
day
टीमें
one,
बड़ी
you
दबा के
could
खेल
have a
रही हैं,
good
पता है?
solid day
क्योंकि
two, but it
उन्होंने
could be
ऊपर
too
आना
आज
है।
late.
खेलेंगी ना आज
Especially if you see
पॉइंट बताने
consistency
आज लास्ट
from those
गेम
top 5 teams. They're going to keep on pushing that point threshold even further and further beyond.
उनके पास और
So for Alpha 7, if you want to catch up to top 5, yeah, the 10-point game isn't going to be enough. You're going to need a 20 to try and close that gap. So they still are in this game with 3 players up. The problem is that Godlike is as well.
मुझे
So
लग
is
रहा है वो कम
every
ऊपर
team
से
that
है।
really matters because Vitality, no one catching them. They can go out early. But for everybody else still here, it's going to make things interesting.
72-1 GS going in on Alpha 7.
Well,
They want to try and capitalize off it, Jukes. They've swung rounds. That's one tag back over, but it doesn't look like it's going well for the elimination
Horaa
feed
ने
right now.
नो
This
निकाले
could be the downfall.
पॉइंट निकाले
यार,
होरा
नेट करे ना ये
Seems like it's just
लोंडा।
a solo remaining, trying to hold on to it. This is the POV.
There we go. We got it now. You can see Guizao
वो कितना
trying to
सारा
get
टाइम
some
से
shots down range,
चलेगी
shooting, busted some vehicles here all over the place, but he gets put in a blender.
19,
E-Arena,
50.
they heard that fight happen, and they came
और
to
फिर 19,
disrupt it, and
23
they
यार।
definitely did. But now Young Galactico said, oh, you want some of that action? We'll take some of that as well. And they take him out.
Clean-up crew plays. Goodbye, E-Arena. See you later, Alpha
E-Arena
7.
गया।
Meanwhile, Godlike have been battling versus ETSH. It's all
बहुत
kicking
गंदा
off
ये क्या
around the
चीज़ कर
zone.
रहे हैं आपस में लड़ पड़े हैं।
72-1 GS. They thought they were cooking with gas. Silenced on the clap back there. Yankon Galacticos. Trying to get them to remember their name, Jukes. They got to say it with their chest.
What an interesting play, honestly. 7-2-1 GS, 15 eliminations, doing
ओए
so
होए
good.
होए,
They're like,
ओए
yeah,
होए,
let's
क्या
go to the
नेडों की
spot where we
बारिश
just
हो
saw
रही
2
है।
teams get wiped out
क्या नेडों की
immediately.
बारिश हो रही
And
है।
unfortunately, one of their players gets knocked, but here comes the rest of these squads.
Godlike popping off on the top side. They shut down ETSH. Big play.
यार ये नहीं मेरे से
as the
चलती
crowd
यार और
starts to
पता
give them
है
even more energy. Meanwhile,
और वो
this
बहुत ही
encounter
अच्छी
between
है
72-1
Smokii
मेरे
GS
से
चलाई
चलती
नहीं
नहीं है
है
कल मैं
तो
चला रहा था वो मेरे से उसका रिकॉर्ड
यार आपने सेंसिटिव उसकी नहीं की ना उसके मुताबिक
हो गया
सेंसिटिव
ने
करो
हो गया
ये
ने
बिल्कुल होती और हेल ज्यादा दी ये नहीं
गाड़ियां उड़ रही हैं गाड़ियां
for them, and now looking to finish
वो
strong.
दे
It's all up to
वो दे
Masco.
गरनेट
And those
चल
nades
ये
are
दे
just inching closer and closer. He's got to
एक
hit
है,
some shots here to buy
दो
himself
है।
some time.
ये डिफेंडिंग चैंपियंस
Zone
हैं
shift as well, crunching in.
भाई
It's still good for Godlike.
इस पे एक नेड आएगा
The
देखिए
crowd went nuts.
They're loving that.
The second they saw that shit, they're like, that's what I'm talking about. This is our game to win. And
Gordon
this is
and
worst
Ellie,
case scenario,
zone
literally for the
Ellie.
entire lobby, because that's the one team you didn't want to pop off, because that was the one slot.
और
मलिक कौन
मेरे
है यार
को
मलिक
बहुत लोडिंग
But
कर
now
रहा
it's
है
looking like it's long gone.
मलिक कौन
Let's see
है
what Young Galacticos can
कौन
do,
सी
though. They're going to
team
start
है?
pushing up on the Masco. Yeah, Masco.
पता नहीं
Oh, man, those plays, those shots too strong. No way he
वो
survives
देख
this.
लो
Yeah,
कि
he's
क्या
a
लेके
goner.
आए उसके साथ
Yankon
नाम नहीं
Galacticos.
उसका वो नाम शोर है वो
Slowly
उससे
but
पढ़ा नहीं
surely
जा रहा लोगों
getting their head above water.
मलिक
Piecing together some big
एक मिनट
plays,
देख
but
लेते हैं
Tiamba, are they the squad that can clash and take this goods location off of Godlike?
Iraqi
as
player
well
है।
as Nade has other
7-1
ideas, and
से खेल
Adamino
रहे हैं।
also steps up to
Gordel
the plate,
बहुत आराम
leaving
से
2 of the
खेलती है
Tiamba
भाई।
squad down on the deck. This is the push in from Milu. Shotgun, low HP on Godlike, quick shots, but he can't quite find it. Panic stations, Duke, they're all going down.
S-Power is shutting down this monster squad. Said, oh, I hear you coming this way. Eat some of these nades, baby. And now QZZ stuck in the blue zone. He's just going to go out here. He said, you know what? Deny the point.
11 kill,
And
भाई,
Godlike
Gordel.
looking unstoppable here in this match.
मेरा लोडिंग ही नहीं खत्म हो रहा
हो जाएगा हो जाएगा
Do we need to
easy
say
होगा।
more? The energy of the arena here in Paris says enough about the excitement from the plays from Godlike. And like you said early, they're ruling the roost, gifted the angle to stay where they wanted to be with the zone, and Tiamba was the only squad that tried to fight them for it, and they failed.
Hey, you know what? Some people could say that's a lucky shift, but Godlike,
मजे
they're
की बात
making
जब
their
आप
own
kills
luck here.
भी निकालो और
Tiamba pushed
आपके
up and
चारों
they shut
player
that
भी
down
जिंदा हो ना।
so dang fast.
Oh
Yeah,
my
Galacticos,
God.
they're in trouble here. They're on that south side. They're outside of the zone. They're getting gate kept by everybody down here. Now it's all up to St. Cloud to make a play for his team and try to get these reses. He's going to throw the smoke, but the zone is closing. Yeah, St. Cloud's going to be the only one up left.
So low in HP, in a horrible position.
And here comes Blue. And bye-bye.
give yourself up to it. Unless there's a hero play to be made, it'd have to be something miraculous.
Oh.
I mean, they've got a divot off the back of the damage to the terrain. He could save Romeo with at least Nonshin Red Force attention right now, not being hard stuck on him. I mean, Dukes, it's better than going out.
Got him up, and that does deny the point at least. So if they go down the blue zone, then they're going to deny it here. Romeo inching up little by little is going to try to make a play, though. Here he goes, throwing some nades out. Gets knocked there. And so easy said, yeah, no, I'm getting that confirmation. I need those points.
Just say Cloud left them.
2 seconds
He's still got a ton of utility left to work with as he throws in that nade. Zone eating away at him. I mean, it's good chip damage, and it's even making it more enticing for Godlike to take pot shots at him. He's just trying to buy time to live out.
Yeah, he's using that heal strat to maybe even get a little bit of extra placement. The problem is though, that the second the zone pops in 5 seconds, he's gone. So let's see. Can he even get that heal off? Doesn't look like that's going to happen. Yeah, so his play zone is going to take out Young Galacticals there. As Nongshim Red Force are the team holding the south side, but Godlike are just spreading their wings here, saying it's time. We want all these eliminations. Let's shut down this game in some beautiful fashion.
How far can they take it? A quieter approach to things from S2G on this one. Nonshin playing it smart, playing their cards close to their chest. But they've suffered a fair bit of damage off the back of being pinned into this position, being shot at from 2 angles. Whereas Godlike, they've just been ruling the roost, Dukes.
I mean, they got a baker's dozen already. They're looking real good. 13 eliminations. And look at this, finding those tight angles, tight peaks. They know this game's in the back here. It's literally Godlike's game to lose. Let's see if they can close it out, though. That's always going to be the question. Oh, Nongshim are there. They are toast, dude. They're forced to run out in the wide open. No smokes available. And, man, they just get deleted. Godlike soaking up all these eliminations. If you're Nongshim Red Force, honestly, it's really interesting to see them kind of go for this strategy here, as they're going to be feeding a lot of points on the side of Godlike. And that is 16 on the day. Then Group B's rondos have just been ridiculous.
Yeah, we've not seen anything like it, man. Some crazy games. As you'd expect, Nonshin, they had no pathway back in to try and vie for contest this game. So the last man falls, and this is what it comes down to. STG versus Godlike. They had a bit of a scouting play. They found this duo of Manya up towards the top side. Might want to actually collapse on it. Lost goes in quick. S-Power cooking the nade. Good chip damage from Manya. Switches to the shotgun. Baits them in. He wants to fight, and the nade from S-Power once again is a delight for this roster, as they are sending reverberations throughout the Qiddiya City grid, bringing the heat down on S2G.
S-Power is just insane. He's been throwing heat-seeking missiles all game long and opening the fight for his team. A full 4v4. S2G tried to catch a couple of their players off guard, but it's S-Power, baby. You can't shut him down that easy.
You can't stop S-Power, and you cannot silence Godlike in this moment. And we know for the closing play as Godlike take this chicken down.
You do it here, folks, and you can see the look on their faces.
Well played. मैं ये आवाज इसकी कम कर दूं, कल की तरह मुझे वो ना पड़ जाए, स्ट्राइक ना लग जाए. चले हो गए इंडियंस, चले हो गए हैं. इंडियंस चले हो गए भाई. चिकन निकाला इन्होंने कितने किल्स के साथ? 16, 16 और 4, 20, 20 और 21 किल्स के साथ इन्होंने चिकन निकाला है. हाँ, 21 किल्स. नहीं नहीं यार, वो इतना बड़ा गैप है. 103 पॉइंट्स हैं वर्टेलिटी के. एक सेकंड, पता चल जाएगा ना अभी.
up a 15-point game. If the team you're hunting down puts down 16, you did nothing. As a matter of fact, now you're behind a point, right? So that's what it all comes down to at the end of the day. It takes full-fledged consistency in both days. And look at that. I mean, they just basically said, hey, bring it, baby. Good luck. Try catching us now.
Oh, yeah. Pulling ahead. Everyone's blowing up. You can hear the excitement, bro. It's insane, the energy we've got here right now at EWC. And it's a spectacle
108 पॉइंट्स हैं वाइटैलिटी के.
to what was an explosive day yesterday of sheer talent.
क्या हुआ?
Unexpected results.
108 पॉइंट्स हैं वाइटैलिटी के.
Back all over again.
और इनके कितने?
इनके लास्ट मैच में 37 थे, लेकिन अभी कितने जाएंगे? 37 जमा 21 जमा 21 तो नहीं, 31 पॉइंट्स और जाएंगे, तो सेकंड पे आ जाएंगे ये लोग. क्या पता, लेकिन एनएसआर भी तो अच्छा खेली है ना. एनएसआर भी अच्छा खेली है. 10 किल्स फिर नहीं आ सकते सेकंड पे.
तो
60 नहीं 59 पॉइंट्स थे होरा के. वो तुझे ख्वाब आया होगा बता. रुक जा, पॉइंट्स आने देना मेरे पास. लिक्विपीडिया पे आने दे मेरे पास पॉइंट्स. आज मैं कोई इनका म्यूजिक नहीं चलाऊंगा यार, कोई म्यूजिक नहीं चलाऊंगा. ये मुझे वो करते हैं, मुझे स्ट्राइक देते हैं. अयाना क्या हो गया? लाइक वर्क आया ना रहे मेरे मना. पॉइंट्स नहीं आ रहे यार. वेट हाँ यार, तेरी आवाज क्यों नहीं आ रही? डिस्कॉर्ड ऑडियो इनपुट कैप्चर.
Yes, this is what we wanted to see from them. Let's
सिर्फ
go.
यहाँ
Some
से
really,
तेरी
really
आ
good
रही है,
stuff,
पता
right,
है?
Max? I mean, we just saw so much from this team. The 2-2 split we were talking about.
जब
Really nice 2-2 split
जब
coming on
मैं
through
करता
there.
हूँ ना,
Really good stuff coming in. I want to say STG did make the right call going for the duo on the north because it was the high ground. It was cut off, but sending an
second.
extra player from Godlike up to there to defeat, to defend, to get those nades, some excellent nades coming in from them.
अभी आई है यार,
Well-deserved win
Thank you
coming in from
यार,
Godlike.
thank
I mean,
you.
in particular when talking about grenades.
यार
Sure, oh my goodness,
अभी तो तो आई है।
He was taken inside of Neox factory. He put a nade like literally on 2 extra floors up in that building, and he just gets on that player. It was incredible stuff from Smokii, Admino too. No eliminations coming out from Manya, but he was like the RTS master, just putting his troops where they need to be to get that chicken dinner. So great IGLing, great fragging power, and of course they're getting a total of 20 elims on a rondo. Oh my goodness, they're here to play.
Impressive stuff there out of God. Like, you might be wondering, why are we comparing them with 7-1 GS? Because this squad needed to make sure they got out of the bottom 3, and they were able to do just that, Lace.
Yeah, I mean, they're clearly understanding the assignment today. They had a 2.1 average point day yesterday. So, you know, this is clear. This is clear that they had to do this. They cleared that eastern side, transitioned smoothly into the middle of zone with 8 eliminations. No team casualties is a massive turnaround for this team. Then, to cut the head of the snake.
अब ये है कि मैं YouTube से slow तेज किया करूँगा।
Power play. And I mean, this was a crucial 15 eliminations.
क्योंकि पता है क्या है? क्योंकि ये जो है ना, कल भी मुझे स्ट्राइक मार दी थी इन्होंने इनके म्यूजिक से।
अच्छा, स्ट्राइक से क्या होता है?
स्ट्राइक से ये होता है कि ये मोनेटाइज नहीं होगी। ये जो पूरी कल 7 घंटे की वीडियो की है ना, ये मोनेटाइज नहीं होगी। और तुझे पता है
वो तो सबसे अच्छी गई है।
वो अच्छी गई है, लेकिन मोनेटाइज नहीं होगी ना। मतलब ये कि इन फ्यूचर अगर वो 10 लाख लोग भी देखते हैं तो उसमें कुछ भी नहीं मिलना हमें, बेकार। क्योंकि चार गाने किसी और के हैं उसमें।
अच्छा, ये तो फिर बचाना पड़ेगा इन गानों से।
ये फिर इनका जो म्यूजिक है ना, उनसे बचाना पड़ेगा हमें, और टैड करके बचाना पड़ेगा।
But one thing that we need to point out is those teams that they were trying to hunt down for the top 5, they were still alive.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit interesting to see how it goes into the next couple of games with this. I do want to say one thing though, is A7 much better already today than yesterday, at least. I mean, they had better presence, there was more just meaning behind their splits. That 1-3 split coming in, the info was better. It just felt like a team that had a lot more synergy than they did yesterday. So definitely very excited to see what we got coming in.
एक मिनट,
yeah, I mean, they had better scouting today. So you could clearly see that they were actually prioritizing this a little bit more than yesterday. Obviously, we had an awesome interview with them. They said they were going to try some different plays, but it seems like they're returning to their natural presence, which is amazing. And I mean, that drive-by from Revo, man, that was so incredibly clean, well calculated. One casualty out of that, but this is the aggressiveness that we expect from our Brazilian team.
That Brazilian team is going to be looking for me because I did end up losing an instrument. You know what? I'll join you guys. Why not? Okay, I'll put it back down. They're going to be looking for me. It's going to be hard for me to get out here. But Max, one team that was able to actually do a good rotation, have a good strategy here, and a team that needs it is the defending champions of PMWC, Yangon Galacticos.
Yeah, Yangon and Galacticos actually a team that was, I would say, a little bit more passive towards the very later stages of this game, but actually ahead of that, their rotations from the western side, able to cross that bridge against the side of Horaa, which is some great rotations, and especially great scouting from this team that I think a lot of teams could try and learn from the scouting capabilities of Yangon Galacticos, especially at one point, Itra, leaving Cloud behind them on a high ground position in that one building to make sure he can scout for his teammates which positions are free, which positions are available, and then the entire team just send it over to the eastern side of those buildings to get the high ground for themselves.
I know you got a illustration for us. Natira, do me a favor, grab the mic from him so he can actually use both hands.
There you go.
And if you want to, yeah, put the mic.
I need to talk in the mic, thank you. Now, if you're looking at this position here, one big point of contention that Yangon Galacticos got for free because of that insanely good scouting is going to be here, and this is like a 2-tiered parking slot that they're going to be playing, which is high ground position and literally the entirety of the circle. But before that rotation, they had a scout that was actually over here in this position, and he was just providing information while his teammates were going for that wide rotation into that compound. The scout, it's a lot of microphone. The scouting was just on point. I wish they were just more aggressive later on, but in terms of the rotation in the early to mid game stage, stage, Yangon still have it here at PMWC 2026.
Yangon still got it, baby, and you still got it too. Feeling like a celebrity over there, Max, with so many microphones just surrounding you. But for this squad, we need to continue to see that proactiveness. We need to continue to see everything that we're seeing out of them to maintain themselves closer or within the top 5. Because right now, E-Arena has been a team that has been slowing down a lot. They started off hot, and they are currently in 5th place.
I mean, just to give you guys a recap, we saw complete control from E-Arena on Rondo yesterday. Started at Stadium, continued at Stadium, and ended at Stadium with a record-breaking 29 points. But from today, starting on 3 eliminations. I mean, you know, it does come down to zone pull, but it seems like they're not showing their presence that they did yesterday. Obviously, still kind of maintaining that nice average to keep them above that line, but this is something, you know, we expected coming, especially on Rondo on this map, that they would have been taking charge of everything.
Yeah, and we're looking now at the new bottom 3. The new bottom 3, Dopeness, ETSH, Hustler, Crew, Dopeness. I know that squad, it hasn't been looking good, and now they're in that bottom 3.
Yeah, it's odd. It's odd one for me because like they're one of the only teams that didn't hot drop on Rondo, right? Everybody went into Neax except for a few, and Dopeness was one of them. I want to see more from that. Maybe a hot drop. Maybe a hot drop.
I'm actually not super hopeful about them because their best game yesterday was on Rondo. Today they did nothing on their map.
Well, can Dopeness maybe turn it around today as we're going to be sending it over to the first Erangel of the final day for Group B. Hot Jukes, Jackie, take it away.
Here we go into Erangel. Let's get it going here. And I like what the desk was talking about, right? They were talking about the new bottom 3, you know, and I think that's where our eyes are going to definitely be on here for the rest of the day, because unless these teams in the mid-pack do something crazy consistently, we may not see a new top 5 for a minute here, because there is already a...
का म्यूजिक बंद करूं, ये बहुत रोला डालते हैं म्यूजिक पे यार मेरे साथ. 1 मिनट में आया मैं.
Going to be really...
अच्छा जी, Erangel स्टार्ट हो गया भाईजान.
It's most likely going to happen.
म्यूजिक आ रहा है ना इनका. म्यूजिक ही तो नहीं लेके आना इनका.
Group B, final day of the groups, right? We still have survival stage coming up, but it's all come down to this. So yeah, 15-point gap. Now, you know, mathematically, for all you guys watching, you're like, hey, come on, it's 15 points. It can still happen, right? And it definitely can. The issue is...
लेकिन वैसे भी हम अपनी स्ट्रीम करते हैं, उसमें तो म्यूजिक नहीं आता, क्यों? लेकिन यार मैं इसको देखूं.
5 points here. That's now a 20-point gap, right? So, honestly, I think if you are in that 6th place on down, I wonder what the
आज बाजू का शोर नहीं आया.
I think if it's you're gonna have to start really talking about guys like
इतना शोर आया बाजू का.
अच्छा आया.
Just go for a hot drop. Do something. We've got to just try something. If we can starve them from getting no points, I believe in Paris that'd be nil points.
Vitality.
Yeah, if you can actually just target them, deny them physically even being able to play one battleground here, just starve them out for a game. Maybe you've got a chance. But yeah, like you say, normality, probably not going to be ideal.
ये भी म्यूट मारते हैं यार. ओए मैं वो चेक कर, जोन चेक कर मुझे.
कोई भी जोन में नहीं है. सिर्फ एक दो टीम
A7 है और S21 है. अना दात से जोड़े यारा. Angry Bird जोड़े और कल से जोड़े. हाँ? That would be a good shock in the year the PUBG. यार ना क्या मोबाइल वर तो इजाज़त नहीं थी. फुटबॉल, क्रिकेट. او PUBG
is going to be brutal.
Devo da masa radisi nasu
Something
gana
that's going to be
PUBG
very
ki
exciting
bas.
for all of the viewers.
Jaydad bhai bhi laga wo lo.
And it's gonna be that Naruto skin. That's right, guys. Join that Uzumaki Naruto event. Get that Nine-Tails Eureka. Get your hands on that bad boy because the AUG is OP. And you're gonna do it in style.
Never Smokii YouTuber
Nice little shot there from Jiggle. He put up a fight.
never Smokii hot YouTuber
I'm telling you, these guys are just having a phenomenal day. It's wild to see 39 points in Rondo on day one, and then Godlike is down 30 here. So I mean, when it comes to Rondo, Group B, just weren't playing.
No, he certainly had the upper echelons of Rondo.
Devo ga mata vechi raza 1v1 ko.
Some of the instances we've been gifted.
Video
Oh, 1v1 ko. Yeah, the video
The
where
ideal scenario, like you touched on there, for
Smokii
Godlike,
ko
right?
maine
Target
mara 1v1 mein,
once again, target some of these squads. The only benefit to that is if you're playing with a 3-man squad for Horaa, if this is a bit more of a weakened team, there's a chance where obviously Godlike thinking, right, we can try and lap them, push ourselves further into the safety net. Helps them out. The other teams not so much. Still got to be a far better game.
Man, I tell you,
मुझे लगता है गोड लैग ने मारा है.
and I see Godlike already starting off with elimination. I'm like, oh, this is not good. You know, like they're already getting hot off the rip. That's gonna make things tough.
मुझे भी confident हो गई है. गोड लैग
goes all the way down to
यार ये तो
still
5th पे आ गया. बताएं क्या कर रहे हैं.
I had them as a lock for top
बहुत
5
बेकार
here.
बहुत बेकार.
That's gonna make the survival stage.
मतलब इन्होंने एक मिनट.
We're in Neptura, right? She was happy to see some movement from Alpha 7. I am as well. But you got to look at the reality of things, right?
यार इन लोगों को
61 point है. ठीक है 61 point.
It really didn't do anything when it comes to them trying to make it into top 5 purely because of how good our top 5 teams did.
Yeah, that's the kind of the rough part about it. It's what we've been saying from the games we saw yesterday as well, where mechanically they're making the right moves. Playing off each other nicely. It looks like the comms
6 गेमों में मोहिब इन्होंने सिर्फ 22 points निकाले.
कुछ भी नहीं किया ना इन लोगों ने. मैं क्या कह रहा था पहले मैच में. मैं क्या
S2G वगैरह A7 भी बहुत बेकार खेल रही है. नीचे जाती जा रही है.
पहले मैच में मैंने इनका देखा है ना.
YG ऊपर आ गई.
पहले मैच में सब फाइट लेते हैं.
Their games are good and all, right? But the
एक
thing
बंदा
is, the
रिकॉर्ड
teams at the
करता
top
है.
of the leaderboard, they're not doing
तो
good
बगैर
games. They're not even doing great games, right? They're doing something special. They're doing something that we've never seen before. And you just can't compete with that, right? Just good isn't good enough here at this stage. If you want that top prize pool, you got to break records. You got to do something special.
Exactly.
I think it's spot on. It's what we've seen. The quality of competition has raised to a new level. And these are going to be terrifying squads to have back when we get all the way through towards finals. That's a conversation for another time, though.
Horaa third पे NS second पे आ गई है. Godel fourth पे आ गई है. Godel का एक और अच्छा मैच गया ना, second पे आ जाएंगे. OG की तरह. S2G वाला गया.
Maybe I can get picked up. Just don't give Marnet another knock for free off the back of it. That's the worst case.
I already know what he's telling his teammate. I'm safe. I'm safe. I'm safe. I promise. I'm promise. Give. And
ओए बचा लिया.
Smokii able to catch Kamikaze there, but Young Galacticos are looking in this direction. Ooh, those stairs. All it takes is one little bullet through it, but oh, he does get that res. So now,
इस तरफ हो
hopefully
जा.
we're going to see Kamikaze get to safety. This is a bridge
देख रहे हैं ऑफ चला रहे हैं
ज़्यादातर.
यार सब ऑफ चला रहे लेकिन मेरे से नहीं चलती.
मैं एक काम करता हूँ एक मशवरा
कि इसकी अलग से सेंसी बनाऊं मैं.
हाँ इसकी अलग से
तो वो बाकी चीजों पे इफेक्ट तो नहीं करेगी M4
नहीं नहीं कोई इफेक्ट नहीं
नहीं
कोई इफेक्ट नहीं
हमें इसकी
इसकी
अलग
अलग
से
से
जरा
कर
सेंसी क्योंकि इसकी सेंसी थोड़ी हाई रखनी पड़ती है मुझे लगता है
हाँ नहीं इसकी हाई रखनी पड़ती है ये बहुत ज्यादा ऊपर
I
है
mean, Marnet's got the shot off
S2G
again to
गया
a
भाई
re-knock onto Kamikaze. Smiles
YG वाले
advancing.
वो
This could
रश
be
कर रही
really
है अकेला
bad.
I
स्माइल
don't like this fight at all, personally. It just doesn't make any
Nate
sense to
जा
me
रहा है
because if you're S2G, you're in 7th place, 45 points, right? You're gatekeeping and
ये
out
Nate
of
गलत
position
किया
in the
थोड़ा
next
हो
circle.
रहा
Like, I get you're trying to hunt
रिवाइव
down
तो
4
मिल गया अब
eliminations,
देखो क्या
but
होता
that's
है
not enough, right? In order to get into that top 5, it's chicken dinner time. So, to risk putting yourself behind positioning-wise,
यार ये
it's
बहुत
just
यूज
not
करते
worth
हैं
it. I
मोहिब
think at
ये
this
जो
point, just leave the
कल
fight,
मैंने
go
यूज
into the
की है ना
circle,
ये
try to get into that end game.
ये जो पानी और
क्या?
उसमें दोनों इकट्ठे नहीं चलती
हाँ हाँ हाँ
बहुत अच्छी चीज है पता है
can at least keep
भाई
himself
यूज करने का
safe
तरीका
and
आना
try and
चाहिए
catch him off
आपको
guard, peeking from the other angle. They have that hovercraft waiting
ये
for them
ज्यादातर
effectively
यही
as like the
चलाते हैं
escape plan.
फायदा है ना
They had
पानी में भी
super
चलती है
elongated
ऊपर
battle
भी
between these two. Burning through so many of your early reserves as well, just trapped, just sitting pretty.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like I get it. You're really committing for 4 eliminations here, but again, you're more than 15 points, 16 points behind 5th place. So it's an interesting play, but who knows, right? S2G could get these 4 limbs, run into circle, catch a lucky third party, and it could work out. But at the end of the day, that zone goes even more north. This strategy is looking more grim by the second.
Yeah, it doesn't get any easier for them, does it?
और YG और S2G को देख
super heavily convinced
वो लोग अलग ही फाइट ले रहे हैं ये उन्हें निकलने नहीं देंगे
हाँ ना वो ब्रिज पे फंसे
Let's get out of here safely.
I just imagine like Team Vitality, the comms right now. It's just like
यार ये वाला जोन मुझे बड़ा पसंद है पता है स्टार्बर के पास जो बनता है ना बड़ा ओपन बड़ा क्रूशियल होता है
You guys need anything else, an extra energy?
स्मोकी में मैप के ऊपर क्लिक कर रहा हूँ बार-बार के मैप
They're just so solid on the leaderboard. It's ridiculous here.
आपने कहा था कि
भाई
मैप देख
रश आ गया यहाँ पे रश आ गया या इन्होंने रश किया या खत्म
Tianba of all teams getting eliminated and another huge start.
You got Alpha 7
Vitality
as well.
rush कर रही है मेरे ख्याल से
with Wolves also right on top
ये
of
क्या
them.
नहीं
The dinner bell's been rung, Jukes, and this is what we're expecting to see. What's
A7
going on
ने
with Alpha 7?
The aggression is ramping up. I
वही
think
A7 ने खुद ही नेड मार दिया खुद को
we need tons of eliminations if we want to make it to the finals, and it's dopeness battling it out with A7.
आखिरी बंदा रह गया इनका
It's disaster for the Brazilian team.
हाथ में फट गया होगा स्मोकी
यार लेकिन साथ में वो दूसरा भी उड़ा दिया
See that
उसने
one back from their POV, Jukes. Problem stations here. This is getting
ये
brutal for
अकेला
them
रह गया
already. Alpha 7 just with Obscure left. It felt like they had seized an opportunity to attempt a third party onto that and squeeze some points, but it all blows up in their
बस
face,
आना भी
literally.
कर रहा उड़े दे खबर है मख के चाकू और मैंने दे लगे दे ठा 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 ठा
Down to just
वो देख ये गार्ड तो गोरा
fortunate on the side of 721 GS.
ये गार्ड तो गोरा
In that last game, and if they do good on this one, should
खुद
be
दिल
in a really good position.
That's a loading. That's a summer time.
10-35. Who knows, right? I mean, with a good chicken dinner here, could even
गोरा
possibly
हम
get
मख के
them
बजी
a little closer to that top 5. We'll have to see how
Oh,
Irina
that's a
got
good.
आओ करा दे गार्ड
doing
तो
this
गोरा
game. But now we're just going to see Alpha 7. Yeah, Obscure going to have to do something for his team here. Really, really sneak away a couple of eliminations.
S2G पहुंच गई आखिरकार वो आगे रवाना कड़ी द खपल
You see the migration from S2G, the dinner band and their post in the end, leaving the bridge. Here's the replay.
ये चेक करी है 7 का ए ओए अच्छा अंदर फट गया यार देखी मुहिब वो नेट उससे लग के ना विंडो से बिल्कुल एंड में उसने छोड़ा यार जो नए आ रहे हैं
वो ये था वो ये था स्मोकी
You gotta thread that needle.
आप कह रहे थे कि ना खुद को मारा है
मैंने कहा शायद पता नहीं क्या कर दिया इसने
You know what, it happens. It happens. You're under pressure.
अच्छा गॉर्डन ने टॉप जगह पकड़ी हुई है पता है स्टालबर की
just one little misplay you get punished. Yesterday we saw
यार ये की मुझे समझ नहीं आ रही ये क्या स्ट्रेटजी है इनकी।
तो YG को देख,
YG तो वो वेट कर रही थी ना कि SG जाए तो हम ये जोन से निकलें, और ये S2G के पीछे जा रही है।
You'd be fuming as well.
Oh,
yeah. I hope the mental isn't brittle off the back of the team, Nate. You got to reset from it, Jukes.
Yeah, looking at the bottom of the leaderboards here, the fact that Tianbo went out so early, we're going to see them in the bottom three. Most likely here after this game alone. I mean, you got Dopeness only 1 point away from passing the ball. ETSH are still up with 4. Hustlers Crew are up with 3. So one of the favorites going into this lobby who, in my opinion, QZZ is one of the best players in the world. To see them struggle so hard in Group B is just shocking for me.
ये देख ये ने अब ये मुझे बहुत बुरा लगता है जो एक जगह होल्ड की होती है ना मुझे, मैं हमेशा तुम लोगों को भी यही कहता हूँ कि एक जगह मत होल्ड करो, फैलो थोड़ा, क्योंकि एक नेड आता है ना तो 2-3 बंदे गए, और अगर नहीं गए ना तो इतनी हेल्थ लो हो जाती है कि कोई सिंगल बंदा आप पे रश मार सकता है।
Last remember from Alpha 7 there. Down on the deck.
ये देख अब होरा को चेक कर रहे हैं, इन्होंने जगह फुल चेंज की हुई है, फुल अलग-अलग घर में एक-एक बंदा है।
Maybe that will change with no fear. Oh, chip damage, Jukes, but not enough.
Put some shots down range, and everyone's just playing keep away. Say, hey, no, someone's here. Do not full send it onto my building, please and thank you. Oh, Wolves, okay. Nice nade there on the 721 GS. That's a huge fight. That's 10th and 11th place going at it. But it looks like they are just within little nade range.
60,000 likes चाहिए यार मुझे।
Now we're gonna look at Godlike. Okay, Godlike mighty close here to Young Galacticos.
60,000 likes चाहिए मुझे कह रहा हूँ।
Young Galacticos want any of this fight right now.
फिर 50-60,000 likes आएंगे तो फिर मैं कहूँगा नहीं, अब मुझे 5-6 मिलियन सब्सक्राइबर्स चाहिए।
Looking hurt here as that's 2 players down, but Elementary.
अरे वो देख, ओए ये एरिना पे रश हुआ।
And I believe that is the Wolves eliminated.
वो गाड़ी में ये बिठाने वाला शुगल जो है ना ये फिट है, पता है? नॉक वाला गाड़ी में बिठाओ, ये चेक करी मैं तेरे पास आएगा।
Off the back of it, grab Mormon, throw him in the vehicle, and get away to pick him up.
Yeah, wild to see here. Is E-Arena going to push on over to that warehouse?
YG और Gordel की देखी फाइट आने वाली है।
E-Arena ने बिठाया है।
Using that hovercraft, that's the vehicle to use to get some extra intel. They're pushing up with it. Immediately, Godlike start putting some shots just to try and get it down a little bit further. But Young Galacticos are like, hey, yeah, we're here. Do you want to fight us? Maybe you guys just go in the zone. We do as well. Well, let's see what happens.
Yangon don't want that smoke, man.
वो इतना open
with the back exposed. S-Power lucky. I know, dude. He's been so slick as well. That's the one time we've not seen him get an instant elim off something like that.
Yeah, I just didn't think he was expecting to see someone white out in the open. And when you just give him that tiny pixel, he knocks it down. S-Power. To open things up. Oh, and his nades too have been so dangerous today. It's a 4v3 situation. Let's see how Godlike decides to take this fight.
Horaa eliminate.
Their claws.
खत्म हो रहा।
Galacticos. They're gonna have to get moving here pretty quick.
Yeah, the pincer play.
मुझे लग रहा है आखिरी एक player बचा
है। Giving their squad more of an understanding of what's going on here once the rest of our teams around the zone do begin to duel one another. F is there from TT falling. Zerich replying back onto 721 GS. And that fight does result in them going down. Out of the running, but another game with 6 elims, Jukes.
Unreal. Now TT Project are down to 1 as well. That's 10th through 13th. Pretty much almost out here. That's a huge opportunity for our bottom 3 to get out of there. And meanwhile, Neon's actually does a good job of getting a knock on the ETSH, so he's keeping his team alive. Oh, gets knocked. Now it's just up to effect. Last player up for TT Project. Now getting ran over, and that is them gone. And this is a huge opportunity now for ETSH. 7 points on the board. They're looking good to get themselves out of that bottom 3.
Looks like we lost Obscure from Alpha 7 there as well. I believe that was E Arena that went for the wrap down, found the solo and dispatched him. So he's gone.
Unreal here. Say Cloud now pushing up onto
ये इतना बेकार खेल है ना, मेरी तरह खेल है, पता है? ये ले, ये ले
with another knock, punishing Young on Galacticos. And at 6
एक
place
player
goes out
रह
here.
गया
This is
YG
top
का और
five,
वो भी
pretty
नस
much
रहा है.
all in it. This is the worst case scenario for this lobby.
God, this is absolutely brutal. Smile's literally the only one that could get away. Got back behind the vehicle, pieced out to create space between the two, but for Godlike, it seems like the fight isn't going to be over. It's only just getting started. Non-ship Red Force close.
ये याद है हम जो एक टूर्नामेंट खेल रहे थे.
Nades onto the smokes. Fingers crossed that he'll connect onto someone.
उसमें भी यही जगह थी, साल्बर वाली, यस्नाया के ऊपर वाली.
Oh goodness.
ये बहुत अच्छी खेलने आती है, पता है मुझे बहुत ये वाली जगह बड़ी फिट लगती है मुझे.
Crispy at this point because our top 5 teams are all in this. Bunch of teams in that mid pack are gone. Next zone does pop, goes right towards that center position. Godlike are going to use that high ground and gun skill.
यार 1 2
side of the
3
map.
4
And it looks like they are looking
6
way too good to start the
वो
day.
बहुत टीम है अभी तो.
Man, S Power has just been ridiculous today. And that last game was insane. Even here, his shots are just so on point. He came ready to play today.
He's quick, stylish, certainly delivering out there on the battleground, Jigs.
Maybe that's what the S stands for.
There you go. I wouldn't fault him for it. He's been living
अच्छा
up to
कुछ
the
4
brand with the
player
plays he's
बहुत
been
ज़्यादा
making.
हैं, पता है 4 player लेकिन 5 player हैं सब. गॉडल वाले मेरे ख्याल से सारे 4
left to
player
work
हैं.
with, and they're casting that up towards this little ridge, a rock between them and ETSH. Nearby bounce on the
उनके कैम शो
Rico's got
कराते हैं.
double back slightly for Heater.
2 कैमरे लगे होते हैं ना. बहुत ज़्यादा हैं. चाइनीज सारे 5 finger हैं. चाइनीज, कोरियन,
Come on,
जापानीज.
Fajita, let's see what you can do. Oh, Attorney K getting hit with that nade. He's gonna back it on up. So you know I'll leave those smokes right there. Looks like they're
देख अब
seeming
फजूल
to
में
throw a
अपने
bombardment on them.
ग्रेनेड्स इनको जाया नहीं करने चाहिए. लास्ट तक
Irina
जाना
doing a good
चाहिए.
job. Back it up. Just
और
say,
इन्हें
take our time. We can't afford to
फिर
get
वो
knocked
करना
here.
चाहिए आगे.
This is still stage 5. This is wild. I mean, I think these teams in the mid pack all played super aggressive.
मैं
and it just
समझता हूँ
didn't
यहाँ पर
work
बड़ा
out for,
इजी
like,
होके
almost
खेलना
any
चाहिए.
of them.
हाँ 4th try वो फिर अलग बात है. वो चले हैं सारे. वो फिर चढ़ाई करते हैं तो पूरी करते हैं. वो बैठे ठीक है.
Free squads all still in the running. That's where the movement could be off a game like this. VTSH can keep up the gameplay we've seen.
वो फिर एक नॉक हुआ तो पाकिस्तानी है ना. एक नॉक करके बस डायरेक्ट
Maybe they can start to climb out.
Nice
वो
knock
नोकी
there.
का वो आया
Laid
है
onto Admino from Godlike.
IQ का.
Here we go. It's
वो
Godlike
कहते कि
versus
मैं इनको बोलता हूँ
S2G.
कि चलो आओ रोटेशन
Good
करते
nade in
तो
that
एक बोलते हैं
direction.
मेरे पास
Ooh,
स्कोप
doesn't
नहीं
hit
है
the mark
दूसरा
just
कहता है
yet.
मेरे पास
ये तो
शॉटगन नहीं है
ये तो यूनिवर्सल मसला
वो
है हमारा.
Fighting for his life here.
IQ ये कह रहा था
HC eliminate I
The
think.
vehicle so close to finding him as they're looking to bonnet him. S Power's on the move as well. Chicaning around, but S2G lose another player down to 2. Lost, living up to his name because he's panicking right now. Can't quite find him, but S Power takes a bullet to the back of the head. The SMG delivers. Goodbye, Godlike, as S2G went out on that one.
Huge play on the side of S2G right there, right on time too. You take out Godlike,
zone
who have now moved into second place. You got to get these reses though, and the blue zone is closing. You're gonna go ahead and pick him up, get him into the vehicle, and smoke him. Never mind. Says, this ride is for myself and myself alone. As I'm driving into a whole bunch of shots.
उसने गलती कर दी है पता है.
Okay, that is looking like
इसको तो
it is gonna
बचा.
be it. Yeah, he has to move away from the vehicle. It explodes.
Oh,
And S2G, nice fight, but not able to convert anything afterwards.
Hey,
बहुत बड़ी गलती की है उसने जो उसको उठाया ना. मेरी तरह इसके कंट्रोल जैसे
through, stealing away some extra points. Does Smile make a move? The solo here from Yangon. He's thinking
पता
about
नहीं उठा के गाड़ी के पीछे छोड़ दिया. वो अच्छा भला जा. ये क्या?
Razy somehow survived that.
मुझे लग रहा है जोन
The
टेस्ट
trap
का
was
नॉक हो गया
sprung,
उसके पास
and he
MG3
was
है
able
जानी
to get out with the cheese. He got out with the cheese, unscathed.
Ludicrous scenes, quick wrap around.
Drop a like, keep
Ooh,
up the
can't make it
amazing.
back
Thank
in.
you so
That
much,
is
G.
going to be the deny out then. No chance to re-peek into the zone. Points denied, Yankon removed.
ये गया
What is this leaderboard?
ये गया
What is this
ये क्या कर
leaderboard,
रहा
my
था
man?
यार
What's going on here? So we got 4 from
किसकी
the
बात
top
कर रहा है
5,
तू बहुत
2
पीछे
from
है
the bottom 3, and only
ये
1
जोन में जो
in the
चला
mid
गया
pack.
यार लाइक कर दो
Does
जो
it
जो
need
नए
to be
आ रहे हैं
said
लाइक
here?
और
Does
एक
it need to
सब्सक्राइब
be
कर
said
दो
here,
150
folks?
पूरे कर दो
This
फिलहाल के लिए
is insane.
बाकी बाद में देखी जाएगी मिलियन 2 मिलियन की बात
Feeling
में
pretty
देखी
defiant.
जाएगी
Feels like it's
152
all just
सब्सक्राइबर्स
inevitable
हो
with how
गए
it's
हैं जी
been going.
152 क्या बात है जी
ETSH realistically the only one towards the bottom side with anything to be earned from this. Dopeness only down to a duo.
रिफ्रेश
200 सब्सक्राइबर
Last
पे
man
कुछ
of
रख
Horaa and
देगी
Sleepy.
भाई
200
tucked in behind
सब्सक्राइबर
the
पे
tree,
एक गाड़ी
not
दे
far
दूं
away
मेहरान
either.
Yeah,
क्या बातें कर रहे
Horaa,
तू
you're just trying to put up, 4 or 5
500 पे रख दे चल
नहीं 200 पे मैं हैरान रख देता हूँ 500 पे जो है ना एक BYD डाला रख लेता हूँ और 1000 सब्सक्राइबर पे ना जायदाद अपनी दे दूंगा जो कि है नहीं मेरे पास
And it's going to be tough
यार
considering
क्या
that almost all the lobby, the top of the lobby
होरा
is
को
still here.
देख होरा
Look at this
लेटा
young
हुआ है
Red Force
लेकिन
with one.
ये
They're doing
लेकिन
exactly
पता है
what
क्या
they need to. Now
मुहेब
it's ETSH,
एक
the
मैं
team that needs
रखूंगा
to get themselves
गिव
out of
अवे
the bottom.
ठीक है
Now just getting
कि
destroyed on the side by E
क्योंकि
Arena,
तुझे
the
पता है
Thai
मैं थोड़ा
squad,
सखी बंदा हूँ ना
deleting them
ये
out of
गया
there. Nice push though. They did get some good solid
ETSH
eliminations,
गई
but they're going to still need to do
आ
a whole
गई है
lot
भाई
more if we
मैदान
want to see them in that survival stage.
मैं
Yeah,
एक
that's a
गिव अवे
squeeze.
पे लाजमी रखूंगा कि
From
अपनी
this one.
पेमेंट ना एक
That's what you were saying. Good isn't
YouTube
enough
वीडियो की
anymore.
उस बंदे को मैं दूंगा
For them,
कोई
it's not going to bail them out.
XYZ
Dopeness though. The dope duo looking
हाँ,
to
ये
flash.
कमेंट
सब
से उठाओगे
हाँ हाँ बीच में स्क्रॉल करूंगा सबके सामने के कमेंट करो 1 मिनट का टाइम है और फिर मैं स्क्रॉल करके एक पे रुक जाऊंगा वाइटैलिटी गया
Loses his footing on the rocks.
मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि ये निकाल लेगी इस
Its
बार
weakness is
8 किल्स मारे हैं लोंडो ने
unfortunate there for Racy. Again, team vitality just flexing at this point. They still have 2 players up. Noxious Red Force get
ये
that
मुझे लग
burst.
रहा है कम देखता है
And you know,
Back
all the
कर लें
teams
यार,
at
ये
top are doing
अच्छा
exactly
खेल
what they need to. Hey, just survive, put some decent points on the board.
मुझे लग रहा है
and it's a
क्वालीफाई यही
lock,
5
considering that there's
होंगे
only
यार
5 teams remaining.
नहीं नहीं
All these
S2G
teams are
आएगी
gonna be
YG
getting some
आएगी
good solid
यार
placement points.
ये देख
मुश्किल है यार
आइडा जो है 43 पॉइंट्स
ये
पे ये खड़ी
सर्वाइवल
है
स्टेज पे आ
6
जाएगा
किल्स के
Right
साथ
now, the best thing that could happen is you take out this entire lobby here and now.
कुछ भी हो सकता है पता है कुछ
Just have a
भी
monstrous game from it.
होरा अभी बाहर चली जाएगी पता है
It's not going to
5th
get any
पोजीशन
easier
से
though. Weird timeline where Sleepy
Yes,
could
sir.
probably sneak into the
अभी
zone
देखिए ना
unnoticed as well because Nonshik
ये
cleared
चेक
this
कर
whole
लो
area,
चेक
so they
कर
might not
इतने
expect
अगर
मुश्किल
ये
हालात
रीजन से
में
निकाल
him
ले
tucked in
वो
behind the
अपनी
tree.
गाड़ी
So he's
वेल्ड
looking to
कर रहा
steal
है
points if he can.
और तू इतने उसमें
Sweat
चल
practicing
नहीं
TIG
सकता
welding right there.
उसने
Making
गाड़ी
sure that he
पूरी
goes
वेल्ड
and he's
कर दी
walking
है
that cup, fixing that vehicle, getting it loaded up for the rest of the match. I wonder if Ida has that IQ to understand if they were doing enough elimination feed tracking to have a good idea of
आइडा
who's
के
left
4
in this lobby.
खिलाड़ी
It's
से
quite difficult with
अगर
everything
ये
that's
लोग
going on.
निकालते हैं चिकन
But if they have a
तो
good
ये लोग
solid
5th
idea
पे
of
आ
who's left,
सकते हैं
then they need to realize that they got to amp
5th
this
पे
aggression
या
up.
4th
Like,
5th पे
why
हाँ
not? If you're Ida,
और
you
अगर
need to wipe this entire
ये
lobby
एरिना
out if
निकाल
you have a
लेती है
chance
चिकन
at getting top 5.
और ये
Because if
सेकंड
you
पे
don't,
आते हैं तो होरा
and
बाहर
we
हो जाएगी
see
यार
4th and 5th place get chicken dinners.
गॉर्डल भी
top
नीचे आ
5's
सकती
gone.
है
So let's see what they decide to do here. I understand why they're
अभी
playing
पता
it very
चल जाएगा
pensively. They want to make sure that they get to that end game, but you got to ramp up the
होरा
aggression.
गई खत्म
Sleepy spotted in the end.
होरा 3rd पे आ गई है गॉर्डल 4th
He's
पे आ
hoping
गई
he
है
could worm his way back into the zone, but not this time.
अला कनन खीप की तबलूं रावड़ी दा
Nonshik
मोएबा
Red Force looking for a bit of an
How
assess
can
on
I?
the situation.
क्या
Got
कम
good
मुल्क
lay of the
वाले
land
दिया
from the
यार
position they're
दादा
in.
A7 वाले दी
Vitality
A7
quite
वाला
fine
तबला
towards
रावड़ी
as
दा
well.
और ड्रम्स
The arena with a bit of scouting play. Turney K there at the back of the
नोर
vehicle.
टॉप
दादा
5
पता
के खून ने दिवाचे
Limited
तबला हुई
cover as well, Jukes.
था को
Nonshik,
मोटिवेशन
such an
ही
open
कने यार
angle to just take pot shots.
Alta إذا يوبا
Man,
على
this
كنتري
circle
وعلى
not
سركم
too
جنبنا
kind
كي
as there's a
كتلنا
lot of open
ريدي
field in that center. Everyone's gonna have to play the
أفنتي
edge.
هذا سبورتي
لا
دي
دير
وضع
مزاك
نور
دير
Push up into these
مزاك
buildings though and challenge team vitality. They
यार
need to honestly.
वो
पूरे
फाइनल की
कनॉट
बोरा
इधर से सफर
फाइनल की
लगे
बड़े
यार
मजाक है यार
And you can see them in the
ओह
vehicles, the
फाइनल
buggies, just
बाहुबली
getting some more information for now.
चला 40
Rita,
होगा
though,
ठीक है
is
वो
just
बस
moving
शांति
up
वो
ever
मैंने
so
ज़्यादा
closely.
रूम लग
He could
नॉइज
hear
दा
those steps. He
कौन करना
knows they're in
चाहिए
that building.
आवाज नहीं बाहर वो सम चखी वर्ता वो मना माइक जान
Audio cue
लपेदा
आओ
getting the
कना
game
यार
away somewhat.
यो कार होगा
Rita with
स्मोकी
the nades
शर्ट
as well.
मत वर्ता वो
Pinpolled
बास
on it.
यो ना ना
Gets
ना
a
शर्ट
chance to
मत नो
arc
बास
it in, find a knock, then they could
यो
collapse, but
यो
they are
दुदरी
starting to
यो दुदरी
fragment
काउंट
over as
ना
well.
वीडियो
Darkin
गाने
advanced
पोस्ट
towards
खुदा
the
से
zone,
शॉर्ट
looking to
शॉर्ट
get
लिखो
set
ना
up
वो
near the
संग
cover they
यूट्यूब ना
found.
आखलक ना जाके
Two players make it in.
तासु
Darkin
कवे
with the
कने
knock
यार
for the
तासु
Kimbin
न
as
कवे
well.
दमा
Fires
वीडियो
back
वो
गाने
मुंगू
onto
वो
this
सब
ridge.
बताओ कि
Does some damage
शॉर्ट
onto
शॉर्ट
Nongshim.
लिखो ना बस
Vitality
अगर पॉइंट जिनसे
reaggressive.
तो इन से लग रहा
जा
Rita with the
वाइटलिटी
assist, the
लाड़ो
shotgun
फाइट
stays
माइंड
back
पर
over onto
गुरु
Federales.
चुटी का बचे
Emre will pick off Axel and Vitality
वाइटलिटी क्या
crumble to Ida. They're starting to cook Jukes.
This is a perfect
यार
scenario
लाइक
for
कर
them,
दो
right? They
जो
got
जो
two
नहीं आ
players
रहे हैं
already taking a position in this next zone. They were able to clear out Team Vitality, and now they're getting towards that end game. It's still going to be quite difficult considering that you got E Arena up on top with the
ये क्या
circle
इसने
priority, and most likely we're going to see Ida fight Nongshim Red Force. So if that does happen, never mind. Ida, they understand. They
कौन
need to
पोस्ट
win
कर
this
रहे हैं
game.
यार
Push
जिसने
up into
नाइट
E
बोर्ड को
Arena,
वार्निंग
challenge
दी है
them, try to take them out as fast as possible,
इस्लामिक
and
वीडियोस
then
कौन
have
है
to deal with Nongshim Red Force later.
किधर से क्या हुआ
So many smokes being arced here, setting
ये
themselves
मैंने
up for
नाइट
it.
बोर्ड
Create
लगाया
some
हुआ है ना
semblance of cover to protect them from Nongshim. Block
तो
off
जो
the line of
स्पैमिंग
sight
करता है
and
उसको
take the
वो
fight
कर देते
over.
हैं
Deep nade in as well. Nongshim not
वार्निंग दे
sleeping
देते
either.
हैं
They're thinking about just
How
taking
can
a
a
hit too. It
Kanzal
could be a
Wales
three-way
so
battle for the
good,
finish instantly. Tizzy so low.
Oh, Schweppes got
YouTube
so
की
much
ज़्यादा
damage
comments
onto him.
के
But now we're going to see Ida throw some
Islamic
good
videos
names
कौन
onto
है
Nongshim Red Force. That's 2 knocks for them. This is the best case scenario. They need to wipe out this entire lobby if they want a chance. Here they go, and they are starting to do it little by little.
one
But now
HP
E
दे
Arena
1 HP
have
उम्र
woken
दे
up.
यार
Now they're starting to put in some work.
So much damage. So little time to try and fix the issues you've suffered from that encounter, and E Arena know that the knee is weak. Seeing if they can make
ये
a
मैं बोल
buckle.
रहा हूँ ना आज बहुत तपी भी है
through.
ये
Good shots on target brings us down to just a duo on either side. Mormon with utility as well.
2v2 है
He's only got that one Molotov left in the
left
back
left
pocket.
left
100 rounds of ammo on the org as he shoots up. Emre sneaking in.
That one hurt. Unfortunately, that was his second to last name. Ooh, that molly. Mighty close. And Mormon gets the knock. Single player left. It's Schweppes and Mormon versus the final player from Ida.
चिकन निकाल लिए
Darkin. Can he somehow find a way to
ए मुंह पे इसके नेड़ा देखी मोए बस ओए 1v1 रह गया
Tiny K
ए
taps in behind the wall. Nade misses. Darkin peaks. That's on target. Good shot.
Revive.
HG takes him away as Tiny K falls. Mormon closes the gap in the shotgun standoff, but will
ओ बॉय 1v3 मार गया ईए पे ई अरीना पे 1v3 मार गया आइडा
ये एक नो अब मेरे पास अभी है
क्या बात है यार क्या बात है यार
played it to perfection, Jukes.
Let's go.
क्या गेम
For the
मारी
res, he
ये
gets the
दूसरा
engage off, wins the 1v1, isolates it with a nade.
ऑफ एंगल मारा है पता है उसको ऑफ एंगल मारा है
ओ यार क्या
है
ही
ना
मारा यार
ऑफ एंगल मारा है क्या बात है यार और ईए पे की है 1v3
before you could even see me and goodbye. I mean, this was perfect
यार
case
कैसे
scenario.
चीख रहा है
Literally, this is what they needed to do if they want a shot at the finals, and they did it the hardest way possible. That was not easy.
लाइक चिपका दो यार लाइक चिपका दो जो आ रहे हैं मैं जरा इसको चेक कर लूं यार मैं जरा एक दफा फिर से वो देखूं यार
The quick taps on it. Fast
ओए
fingers.
यार म्यूजिक बंद करूं
And brilliant decision making with how he approached it.
बंद
In what was a chaotic moment.
इनका म्यूजिक बहुत वो
Milliseconds of
करता है
decision making.
Sometimes you just gotta clutch it up. You know, you just gotta make a play if you want to keep your team in this tournament. And it's plays like that that are momentum shifters, right? It's one of those plays so big, so massive, that it gets your team so dang hyped that you just become an unstoppable force for it, right? So they got it in that game, and yeah, you can see that. You want to gain some faith in your squad? You want your team to believe in you? That is how you do it, and that is a kiss well-deserved.
There was no buckshot in that shotgun, Jukes. It was all slugs. He just uppercutted the whole lobby.
Made a play. That was one of the plays of the tournament so far. I mean, 1v3 to win the game, and if this squad makes it into the finals, that was it right there, guys. That is the play that made that possible.
From feeling like it was becoming an impossibility to really just dialing in and immediately, like you say, locking in, knowing the game plan, understanding we have to fight. And they were so proactive that entire time.
Yep. And that's the thing, though, guys, right? Is you're in a situation
यार क्या ही 1v3 मारा है यार, क्या ही तो 1v3 मारा है.
We're just gonna play it out as is. No, like this is what I love about this year.
कतई जहर मार दिया.
Teams, coaches understand just doing whatever happens isn't gonna work. You gotta do something different. You gotta
कतई जहर 1v3 मारा है.
We got to get down to the stage with Kalaris to hear from Godlike.
That's right, thank you very much, boys. Here I'm with S-Power once again to talk about that first victory, as well as what was going on in Erangel, but I want to focus on Rondo to start things off. Obviously, you guys had great eliminations to start things off over in Neox, and then from the north side of that circle, you looked very controlled, and then when SUG wrapped around, you looked super controlled against them as well. What was the game like from your perspective?
Our perspective was very simple and clear. We'll just play our natural game. We'll play in slow.
Natural game खेलते हैं हम अपना और late के.
As much as we can, and we did it very well. We executed the things very properly. So that's why we could secure the
average. Looked fantastic, really did. That's a great start for you guys. If you continue that on, you're basically going to be qualified for the final. So it's looking really good right now. Game 2, of course, wide wrap on towards Stalba or on that east side. But then getting stuck on Stalba can be a little bit difficult there. And it kind of felt like that was the case for you guys. What was it like here from the team as a whole?
We did choke there because we planned something, but we didn't execute that in a proper way. That's what costed us the game. But hopefully, we are looking forward to the next matches, and hopefully we'll do better comparatively. Yep.
It's looking good for Godlike. Thank you very much for joining me here, S-Power, once again. That is S-Power here, down on the stage, looking awesome here on day 2 of Group B.
म्यूजिक इनका मैं बंद करूंगा यार. अच्छा जी, वाइटैलिटी टॉप पे है 120 पॉइंट्स के साथ. फिर ई अरीना 79 पॉइंट्स के साथ सेकंड पे है. एनएस 78 पॉइंट्स थर्ड पे. गॉडल 73 पॉइंट्स फोर्थ पे. और फिफ्थ पे है होरा ई स्पोर्ट्स 73 पॉइंट्स के साथ. आयदा जिसने चिकन निकाला है अभी, उसके 61 पॉइंट्स हैं. 6th प्लेसमेंट है. मैं ज़रा वो लगा लेता हूँ, 1 मिनट. ये आ गया, थोड़ा सा ब्लैक स्क्रीन शो होगी. Game 7, yes. Game 7. अच्छा, किधर है इमेज? ये
Also loving the PMWC Lucky Spin, which is available now in PUBG Mobile. Co-created with PvP creator Nana, the Electron Energy set, the Proton Power set, the stunning Alien Fusion grows.
म्यूजिक चल रहा है इनका। ये चेक करो, ये पॉइंट स्टेबल है, हैं? ठीक है, मैं आया 1 मिनट में। यार जो नए आए हैं लाइक कर दो, ठीक है? मैच अभी 15 मिनट में स्टार्ट होगा।
Just that, Neptura.
They were indeed really looking forward to what they have coming in off the back of that big win, because yeah, they did play that very well.
Esports and Hustler crew.
I will personally head over to Hot Jukes. I will reach down and grab his left shoe and probably not do much with it because, you know, I might get a complaint. But look, these teams, especially Esh, coming out of that, they had a great position on the high north side. They had about 5 vehicle cover, 7 eliminations, moving on into that zone. And what did they do? EA Arena, they knew that they were there. It's not like they was just kind of did a nice flank onto them, but they're struggling with these positions into late game. If they were to have just defended EA Arena from behind, it would have been a different story for them. But the passiveness when it comes just specifically to late games from Team Esh is sad.
Yeah, it is sad for them. And for Hustler crew, honestly, Kalaris, they might need a new pep talk, man.
Yeah, that's going to cost you the big bucks here for PMWC. But I think in Group B, the big bucks has done all the talking. You've got 4 of the 5 at the very top that I think have been the big fish, the big kahunas. They've made some amazing plays happen each and every time. They've looked very flashy, but one that's been ultra consistent without looking too flashy, I think, has been Horaa Esports.
Just swimming along in that pond. They're a big fish at the moment. It is Horaa. They're doing fantastically well. Again, so far they've had 2 bad games, like a 15th and a 16th.
सुलुलुलु गर्मी है अब नहीं खाएंगे अंडा अब पियेंगे ठंडा मैं इधर ही हूँ जरा ब्रेक ले रहा था मैं
They've had multiple thirds, multiple seconds. They've had a strong win yesterday on Erangel. They're just a consistent team. But when we look at this, it's nice because that's very promising.
Strike ना मार दे यार
Definitely,
मुझे
especially since someone like Sky, right, is still currently.
यार जो नहीं आ रहे हैं please like and subscribe.
Maybe you can kind of carry that forwards into like a final if it does occur. And that said, I feel like the top 5 as a whole, there's a little bubble teams just below them. So Horaa currently is kind of that boundary. I think that they can stay stalwart in what they've been able to do so far.
50 likes आज करने हैं लाज़मी
And they do control space
ना
very
भी
well.
हुए
It's
तो
just that
कौन सा
actually
मैंने
the very
कुछ
top of this
करने
lobby
हैं
looks so
लेकिन
flashy.
फिर भी
When
कोशिश
those stack
करूँगा
levels come in, it's difficult to kind of go up against that.
Like when we were memeing earlier on in the day with Vitality, they had a really greedy 4-man split.
Yeah, they did.
And then we had Arena with their 39-point game. But it just, by contrast, Horaa's just chugging along. And I don't think we'll see 39 Elim games. We won't see 4-man splits going to the finals. That's the winning strategy right there.
All right, well, thank you very much.
Walaikum salam. Hamza संग खैर
To some of the
बराबर
big
से
boys
तूने
once
खदी
again on the caster desk. It's more games here at PMWC.
Thank you, James.
मैच 3 स्टार्ट होने वाला है
Very exciting seeing everyone start to set things up with how it's going here, Dukes. The day, of course, already raging.
बाजे वाले उधर भी बैठे हैं ये बाजे मैं सुनाता हूँ
Another spectacular one just on the horizon, off the back of what was a
यार एक सेकंड म्यूजिक है ना इनका ये म्यूजिक इनका नहीं चलाना होता स्ट्राइक पड़ जाती है संगा हमजा खै बराबर है लाइक वर्क हमजा डायरेक्ट लाइक वर्क वादा सलाम न पेला तो वर्तला इंतजार के जो बताता रोजाना मिनतुना को मैं यार अच्छी लाइक वर्क का 60,000 वाचिंग आ रही है 6 की वाचिंग आ रही है ये देखो तबले
Couple XL.
Oh yeah, man. If we can get 2 of those up here.
And I mean American couple XL, right? You know,
नहीं है म्यूजिक है म्यूजिक नहीं चलाना नया बंदा जो भी है लाइक दबाओ यार लाइक 50 लाइक आज पूरे करने हैं 50 लाइक लाजमी चाहिए इन पे तो 1v3 मारा है ना उन्होंने टैड करके आइडा ने यार म्यूजिक का बहुत मसला है दलता ओनली सिर्फ माता इमोजी शो कीगी कम इमोजी जरता शो कीगी तो माता लग स्क्रीनशॉट रहू लेगा मैच स्टार्ट शो खां 1 2 तीसरा मैच कम इमोजी ज्यादा दे दूं
Just wait, man. The anticipation is all going to be worth it. Trust me, Dukes. Most revolutionary zone you've ever seen.
Okay. I'm ready
for it. I know a lot of these teams are ready for it here. As I'm looking at that top 5, now that cutoff being 73 points. That is a huge jump.
120, 99, आइडा 6th पे आ गया, S2G नीचे आ गई है, ES वापस 2nd पे आ गई है, होरा 73 पे है, गोडल 73 पे है। जोन चेक करते हैं यार, जोन किस तरफ जाएगा। अच्छा 20 किल मारे हुए इसने यार, एस पावर ने। पावर है या एस पावर है, इंडियन है, कुछ भी हो सकता है। ओ अच्छा बना यार जोन, बुरा नहीं बना, लेकिन ये बहुत मसला करेगा ब्रिज।
Circle. I mean, this is really like one of the worst spots because of the fact that you have to make that bet, right? Like you go to the mainland, you go down to military base, you try to hold that.
ओहो लाइक दरता यादोम यार दाची के फिलहाल दाची चैट चिलेरी केनु लाइक पे ब्यावर कवलेशी दा स्ट्रीम लाइक यादोम स्ट्रीम लाइक संगति सड़े वीडियो लाइक कैमरा।
It's like we're just going to try to make it to endgame.
चलो जी।
Gambling on it of just like, okay, do we stay there? Do we go back to the mainland? Which one do we pick? We're just going to get stuck on a bridge again.
मुझे लग रहा है
I wouldn't even know if I want a bridge fight. What do you do here? I'm really trying to crunch my brain and think. You know what? I think the best strategy here is to go in game and get the brand new Naruto skin. I think that is what you're going to do first, right? Get that Nine Tails Furies, and that way I'll look good, right? And once I'm going and get that skin, then really think, what do I do in this game? As we're going to see Ida get that loot truck from Pachinki. Loot trucks really have changed the game here, the whole meta. They've really allowed a lot of spots that used to be a little bit rougher when it came to loot, now be absolutely stacked.
और उनका मोराल चेक करो।
If the coaches had to tell these teams, Jackie, you have to win the game.
Yeah.
If you want to make it to the finals, it's win the game. Otherwise,
just
good luck. Right? So what do we do here in this scenario? What position, if you were a team, where would you put your squad in to try and get that 20-point game? You go in mainland, you go in military, you taking bridge? What are you thinking?
I think Gamblewell's probably a little bit safer right now to just set up mainland. Like you say as well, like the blessing of the loot trucks right here. If they get something good out of this, I'm sure we'll catch vision at some point of what they actually got, right? You get some high-tier loot straight away. You can just coast early game. Cut out a load of that like early looting time and actually fight a bit more with an advantage. I'm thinking it from the angle if they've just got to carry on from where they left off. Squads like that, so it'll take that Ida mindset of trying to push your limits further, run some risk break. You get some high tier loot, get in there, start scrapping, see if you can squeeze elims, bully some of the lobby. You know effectively at this point, like you're kind of middle of the pack, you're not really going to fall that far down. The bottom side's so low, slipping out of survival is going to be hard, so you might as well risk it.
You have to, and I think this is the game to risk it. You know, I think that at a certain point, I think here it's all risk, for sure. As we get into the Miramar matches, then it's like, all right, maybe we got to play a little conservative just to make sure we don't fall in the bottom 3 if you're that low. But here is one of those games where you gotta shoot for the moon, right? Try to get that top 3 finish. I think if you're gonna go down a spot, I think you go Ferry Pier, that Ferry Pier hill, right behind the gas station. If you take that spot there, it gives you a lot of control of the zone. You can hopefully maybe even catch some third parties. And it looks like Ida, of all teams, is going to take that spot. So they are saying, you know what? We're one of the squads that definitely could make it in top 5. And I mean, by one, I mean the only one, right? They're the only one really in the run for top 5 here due to that last game. And they're going to control this hill, which I think is an excellent spot in the zone.
And it works out pretty cerebrally for them as well, right? So you come in, like you say, get that loot truck on just a bit earlier, that gets cut out some of the additional time they have to waste, so slowly slogging along, getting themselves better firepower and ammunition to work with. If they run into another
बस लेकिन ये हरकत नहीं होनी चाहिए।
squad, maybe they do just take that encounter head on. It's a good, they certainly rise to the occasion, man.
They have rise to the occasion, and they did it in just such insane fashion. A crazy 1v3 to end things up, to get the chicken dinner, the dub, and put them in the running here. It's so insane. I mean, job's not done yet. I mean, Godlike have been playing phenomenally today. That's going to be a hard one to catch. And we heard it there from the desk, right? Out of all the teams in the top 5, they were talking about Horaa just being like, yeah, I mean, they are consistent, they're up there, but out of all the teams, I think they're the ones that's the most shaky right now, at least when it comes to trying to let Ida catch up to them. So I think if you are Horaa, if you're any of the teams in top 5, you obviously want to shut that conversation down right here. But with a circle like this, it's not going to be easy, that's for sure.
मुश्किल है लेकिन नामुमकिन नहीं है.
A team that was towards the bottom side coming into the start of the day.
GS,
but they've rose massively.
Like work narration, subscribe
into these games and still being able to squeeze out a decent number of elims to rise up the ranks. Fair few points between them and slipping back into the bottom. Obviously the surprising factor there, Tianba. Didn't think that's where we'd be seeing them, Jukes.
Oh my gosh, I can't. that's like, for me, the most frustrating game is I mean, I don't even want to say it. I mean, they are in bottom 3 right now. I mean, I don't want to believe it, you know. And if this was any other year, I'd be like, I'm not worried, you know, like it's Tianba, for sure, you know. But what has happened with Alpha 7, you know, is making me very scared, you know, because there wasn't a world, I would have put the whole house on saying that Alpha 7 were for sure making a final in 2 international events, and they haven't done that yet. So, yeah, Tianba, please get it together, please.
Yeah, we need to see some sort of change. Again, that'd be a prime example of a squad that probably could, if they lock in right here, right now, game like this, right, run the risk. It's not looking great as it is anyway. If you can completely flip that around with a big result, get some points in, bro. The other teams drop down below you.
But just like
we know they got the firepower for it, Jukes. It's just gone quiet.
Silly quiet. I mean, for them to even be close to bottom 3 is insane, and the fact that they're sitting there right now is wild. I mean, they're not that deep down. I mean, it's only 2 points away from dopeness and about 9 points away from 9th place. So it's not the scariest position to be in, but you know, you don't like to see it regardless. Next zone, let's just see how toxic it's gonna be. Are we gonna get a crazy shit? Okay, yeah, it does go perfectly up to that mainland. So that bet from Ida, right? I mean, this is the perfect zone shift for them.
It's worked out brilliantly. Opening game plan so far uncontested. Sped up a lot of their looting, found themselves a good position that's still very central as well. 72-1 GS once again. They've been a bit of a dark horse of being able to squeeze eliminations and bully some of the squads that are massively above them in the standings. And that little nip, make it harder, take out some of these players so that you can try and climb. That's helping not only them, but potentially a few of our other squads as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's the teams you got to take out here, guys, right? I mean, at a certain point, I mean, I'm not going to say at a certain point. It's literally this point now. Like,
right now.
The mid teams need to hunt down the top squads. Like, you need to have, the coaches should be talking to these mid-pack teams, analyzing their drops. Now, I'm not necessarily saying hot drop, but have a good idea of where they move rotationally. Try to gatekeep them on try to catch them out on a drive-in somewhere. You got to do something to slow them down, because just hoping that they don't perform is just not good enough. You got to make your own luck. You got to find a way to make something happen. Unfortunately for Tianba, they lose a player on rotate, so they're going to be stuck with 3 here in order to get into that end game. And now QZZ gets knocked out by Ida. This is worst case scenario for Tianba. They're going to hold the warehouse here, not the worst spot. It's one of those spots that you hard commit to. Are they not going to get this res? Oh, brutal. And that just shows the urgency from Ida, right? They're like, we need every single point we can get.
Yeah, that's absolutely hellish for them immediately as well, right? If we're saying these kind of games where, yeah, as much as it's not barren, bottom of the bottle, not feeling like you can completely get back into it, another game goes by, suddenly you're looking at 3 matches left. if they remain in this position with their squad already falling down to only 2. And especially if you're feeding those points to a rising squad like EWC, this can't be happening.
Dude, I'm getting flashbacks, guys, and I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like remembering Alpha 7 being like, hey, all right, another bad game, what's going on here? And then all of a sudden, boom, they are knocked out. You could just see the look on the players' faces and just not looking too happy at all. Coaches from Young Galacticos are locked in right now. They're in 8th place, 47 points. And again, that is quite a few away from that mid-place position. So yeah, if you're Young Galacticos, you're in the blue zone now. Hunting down some of these squads might be beneficial because you need a ton of eliminations. Let's see if they can find them though, as Dopeness end up battling it out with Team Vitality. Razak throwing the Molotovs in there. Lupa on fire, and he's gonna burn, baby, burn. And that's Dopeness losing one of their players here.
Dopeness trying to clash back. Eyes on the Wizards tower. Razy goes up top to make sure they can hard flush onto Lufa. No recovery mission, but Nikita has other ideas in mind. Nearly gets up the stairs, but Razak's quick with it. And a buckshot's dispatched them. Head on a swivel as well. Finds Ken G, 1 by 1. Dopeness very quickly falling to the wayside. Nice pick up there, Jukes. They can save their mate as well. This is a bit surprising, though. S2G hard commit onto the Godlike crew, and they're gone.
Wow, what a huge, huge finish for the side of S2G. This is their chance now. S2G's got to go for the win. Godlike getting shut out earlier is perfect for them because they are right there. 4th place, 5th. Not a crazy point gap going up from them. So 75 points is where they're staying. That's the goal to catch up to. Big opportunity. And you know, Ida saw that. You know, Aura saw that. You know, Young Galactica saw that. So let's see what they could do in this game. And now with Dopeness getting eliminated earlier, Tianba are like, all right, hey, let's get a good game in here and get out of this bottom 3.
Yeah, exactly. You're not too far off. Couple points. It's only a duo, though. That's the scary thing. Either weaken them early. That task is way harder. Half as many players to rely on.
Now, yeah, you're just going to see these rotations come out. I mean, S2G need to find themselves a good solidified position, and they do, right? They have a good spot in this next circle, especially if the zone goes up north. Yeah, I think now it's time to play things a little bit slower, slow things down. You got to get to end game if you're S2G. Fights right here are way too dangerous because if you take a fight, you're getting third party, almost guaranteed. So slow it down a little bit and try to get this win, because that's what you need. You need still a good amount of points here, and if you can get that win now, man, they'll be having a good solid chance in the last 3 matches.
Good to see everyone being a little bit more cutthroat with the application of how they're playing, right? It's kind of what we were saying. You got to try and run a few more risks, and taking down Godlike now presents that opportunity to rise. Let's see where the zone's going to go on it. Who will get a bit of a gift?
Dead center. Dead center here. So the S2G are still in play here. The duo from Tianba are not going to be in trouble because everyone's going to be crashing in this area. And you can see Vitality are driving right by. Everybody instantly moving on. S2G not happy with just taking that corner side. They want dead central, and they are pushing on up. Vitality now. Oh, boy. Here comes TT Project. Looking to punish them in the shack. Nice shots there for Neos. And this here's some desperation points on the side of TT Project. They need every single one of them.
Sitting inside the vehicles for Vitality is the only play they can make. They quickly heal themselves up and re-peek back through. Razak, star player for this squad that's been popping off in this very battleground. They're going to go for the quick pickup play, it seems. Federales runs in. Oh, the hovercraft just clipping the toes of Neos as he gets crushed. And Razy finishes it off there. They can block some of this space as well. Hard commit to that recovery. Make sure they get back to 3 members, Jukes.
How are these guys alive?
I don't know.
This is insane. I mean, this was the worst case scenario for TT Project. Just Team Vitality said, all right, you know what? Yeah, you guys thought that we were just big chilling. No. If you're going to take us out, you got to do it quick. Now we're going to see Young Galacticos here just on the move little by little. Ida holding this compound, a strong position in this zone is exactly what they need to be doing. They got a couple eliminations early. You know, get yourselves a nice secure spot. Ensure that you get to that end game here. S2G would have 6 eliminations, which is a great start for them. They did lose 1 player, so they got to start playing very conservative here. They full committed to this position, dead center. They're like, you know what? We're going to hold the dead center, wide out in the open. We're going to secure this shack, have all our vehicles blown up. So they really need to hope that the zone just keeps centering on up to their position.
That's the crew taking down Hyunbin there as they're able to detonate the vehicle. And you can see it's not looking too great health-wise for Nonshin Red Force. The chip damage onto one of them, 2 of the players knocked for now. That's a bit of a spread where you got Wolves nearby. Hustler crew position. This is the fight that's currently going down. Nade inside from Slonic. As Wolves get that one on target.
Let's go Wolves, man. Wolves need to do something here to keep the NA dreams, hopes alive. Wolves having one of the best substitute players on the planet in Juancho. Fortunately, we haven't seen him in the game, but he is here in the arena watching over his squad. And hopefully looking to extend their stay here just a little bit longer. 30 points, not nearly out of the danger zone yet. They need a good game to at least solidify them to that survival stage. But man, that survival stage is gonna be jam-packed here. Tianba looking like they are gonna might be going to it. Alpha 7 looking headed in that direction as well. As we look at the top players, of course, we see a whole bunch of Team Vitality. That makes sense.
It really does. Zone crunching in once again, though.
Centering up. Dead center
S2G, Horaa. Of course, the remaining members of Tianba within the area for now. Surprised Ida from distance as well when we saw that fight with Wolves and Nonshin, but they were able to steal away 1 more point just off the back of the encounter. This is Yangon pushing up onto TT Project. They're trying to get away in the vehicle, but they're running into another team on the hillside. It goes both ways, though. Damage done. Federales from distance helping Vitality put pressure onto these squads.
You can see Young Galacticos, there's Cloud, all right, popping a couple shots there on the side of Vitality. I'm surprised he even shot that, considering that he's so far out of position in this circle. But now I was wondering, where is Alpha 7? When are they going to make some moves? There's Obscure getting a nice shot there onto E-Arena. That's huge for this lobby. E-Arena going out here. Shuts down one of those top players. And Tourniquet, last player up. Oh, devastating A7 here. Oh, and good for them, though. 7-2-1. Gets that elimination. That's going to be a huge sigh of relief for the side of A7.
It's Wolves as well, making it so uncomfortable for Alpha 7 there. They thought they could take a fair fight, be able to just play a head-to-head with both squads. Doesn't work that way. Wolves keep the pressure on A7. 721 GS as well. Still stealing points here and there in these games. Darkin takes the shots up onto Fajita. You got the spam over. In the midst of all this, Vitality have finally finished what remained of TT Project. And the solo from Alpha 7 stuck in a horrific position.
Horrific is right. And the Wolves are holding the north side, wrapping all the way around to find a position in this next zone. Obscure just going to be eating a whole lot of blue damage. And this is stage 5. This one hurts. Alpha 7 just can't seem to catch a break here. Can't get anything going. And S2G, hard committing to that central spot, is working out so far. And that is, Obscure's just going to go out the blue. So that's A7. If they want to make it into the top 3, they need to win almost every single game.
I think zone
Impressed how good Wolves have been able to play as well with the really awkward fights they've had here. Handling themselves nicely against multiple squads. Sonic does finally fall, and he was hitting some big shots. It could be a detriment to the remainder of the Wolves roster. Gang gone. Brutal position, bro. They got the smokes, limited cover, hovercraft still there.
Now we're going to see Ida. 4 players up. They took the most dominant position in the zone early, and it is working out for them. What's even working out for them more is the fact that Godlike's gone, right? Nongshim Red Force are hurt. E-Arena is out of here. Horaa only have 2 players left, so, and those are really the only top 5 that matter, right? So, oh man, that's going to be really huge for the side of S2G and Ida. It opens the door. It opens the door for them to make it into the finals, but you still got to walk through it. Team Vitality, meanwhile, are applying that pressure onto Yangon Galacticos. It's only Smile and Romeo up left, and they are going to be stuck trying to just snake this one out and make something happen.
No kills nikale hain bhai inhone.
Nade from Smile being cooked. A few shots over from Tiamba as well, it seems. Doesn't overcommit onto chucking that one, just going to belly crawl back through the weeds and see if he can get into a good spot here.
Ida phir
Thread the needle with a nade, get it on top of Vitality. There's the boom. Not enough to connect onto Federales. Information going both ways as well. The hovercraft coming in from Romeo to close the gap. He dives out. Quick reposition from Federales.
Now we're going to see Tiamba get eliminated, so they weren't able to put up anything here. Federales looking to go ahead and make a play on a Romeo. Let's see what he can do. Does he have any?
Oh, teri khair. Kya shot mara yaar. Kya shot mara.
Through the wall. That is how you get it done.
Kya baat hai yaar.
Incredible Elim on that one. But once Federales is celebrating, Ida's eyes light up once again. They know their job is not done. Razak takes the heat back over to Ida and puts pressure on them. Razy incredibly low in the distance. They got to go for the pickup play on Rita. They have to tuck in now.
Man, Team Vitality, 13 points.
Whoa.
Oh, this is tough considering that these are all points everybody else needs. So they are just making this lobby that much harder here, because that's now Nongshim Red Force eliminated. So pretty dud game for our top 5, excluding Team Vitality. Aura's still alive with 2, but they haven't done much at all. And with S2G getting 8, this is a good chance. This is a good opportunity, right, for them to just continue to chug along and do a little good game of catch-up.
Yeah, it feels like it's been a bit of a sleeper journey for them today. I mean, 8 elims. Still looking like they've got a lot more to give as well. If Ida go down, that's going to be them next in line to really try and take benefit from the games they're having here. Ooh.
Man, Team Vitality just crushing dreams non-stop here. They have the craziest day ever yesterday. And now they're just looking to crush the teams of these teams that are trying to desperately make it to the top 5. Rita, it's up to him to make it play on Federales. Ooh, saw a little pixel. Takes a little pop shot at it. And now, oh, Federales does get knocked by 721 GS. It just leaves, I believe, Razak up left for Team Vitality.
Good job, good job.
Only one player left from Wolves now. Horaa set up in the
shot.
Nade. They do get the shots onto him and the nade misses, so they're fine to survive as a duo with Wolves being taken out of the running. Like you said, Vitality just down to Razak. It won't get any easier. S2G bringing the heat over to 721 GS as they'll scrap each other. So far away though, Jukes. It's not an easy gap to close. They've got to get a move on.
Yeah, now this is S2G's time. Like, honestly, S2G, you did a great job. You got to the end game. Now it's time to get aggressive. Move. You need all of these eliminations. Team Vitality is stealing all of them from you. You need all that you can get, because Godlike is out. Aura, they're getting some points on the board as well. So if you're S2G, now's your time. Are you going to make it happen, though? Because Ida is still soaking up points here.
I think Yes.
Vitality finally full. They can get back over there and resupply off of the crates that are inside of the building. 721 GS taking a lot of damage as well. This is just the cleanup. That's all S2G need from it.
रिवर्स हो रहे हैं ये वाइड मेरा
Hey, shout out
चैनल
to
है जिसमें
721
लाइक
GS though.
रिवर्स
Great
हो
day
रहे
today,
हैं
right? I mean, they were in the bottom three,
मतलब
looking
हद हो
down and
गई
out,
है।
but they put themselves at least in a running for the survival stage. Actually, they're looking pretty good for the survival stage here.
सब्सक्राइबर भी रिवर्स हो रहे हैं।
Gonna have to make a play for his team. Does get some sightlines on S2G, but Smokii able to make it behind that hail bale and take them out.
Horaa, Ida,
And again,
S2G.
that's another point stolen by Ida as well with the shot we saw coming over from Darkin. One of those knocks goes his way, converted into a point. So still squeezing little bits out of this lobby as we remain with our final three squads. Horaa down to the two players. Ooh, Sky's gonna buckle as well. Instant connection from Emre on the peak up. They're not slowing down, Jukes. They're just getting started.
Yeah, now Horaa are out. That's the right play. Honestly, both of these teams were like, hey, Hora's that way? Yeah. Let's all focus there first, all right? And then we can deal about it later on because we're the ones trying to get in the top five. Horaa are already there. And now a huge fight as SGG. He's got the AWF, baby. Let's see some of that late game sniper action. But what? Oh, Rita. Talk about, hey, we got barber shops here for these players, and Rita just got a haircut.
Short back and sides for Rita. Ridiculous, that one didn't connect. Woo-wee. The scope attached for max precision. Looking to punch a hole straight through them. As it comes down to two teams that are neck and neck towards each other. The rise we've seen from S2G. And an Ida that took that chicken dinner previously and have not slowed down. A slight advantage in terms of the battle of attrition, Jukes. It's a 4 versus 3 on the manpower.
Oh, I know we joked about that missed shot, but that was actually a really brutal miss, considering that if he would have hit that, Rita's gone, and there's no way he's getting res. It would have been a 3v2 situation. So, barely missing. That would actually have been a 3v3, would have evened things up here. So unfortunate for that. Let's see what kind of plays you're gonna make. Now you can see Ida just slowly creeping up, pushing their back against the blue zone. And now with that snake play coming into here, one good nade could shut them down. Come on, bust out that AWM again. You gotta do it. You gotta hit that shot for your team and clutch things up. This is where that kind of play could really come in and make something happen.
Kamikaze taking some big hits. Emre, look at the reaction time, Jukes. He steps up, absolutely lays down the law. Spitting bullets, one by one they're being removed. Unless he can save it with the snipe, it's all over. And they're gonna run him down.
Didn't really do much except for Team Vitality, right? I mean, it was a non-game for them, and that opened things up. Let's take a look at the team comp and hear what they had to say.
Good celebration, they're happy, bro, they know. They've been there before, Jukes, and they're locking it down. Beautiful signs, though. It's the way as well. They actually stole so many Elim points off other teams amidst...
left to go. That's plenty of time to really lock things down. But it's going to be interesting to see, right, which team got knocked out of the top 5, right? That is going to be really wild to see. And unfortunately, on the other side of things, right, we didn't see Tianba be able to make it.
Yeah, Tianba. So many different narratives that we're looking at here and so much more to discuss. So stick with us when we get back into it.
хэрвээ одоо Aurora Gaming Sub Championship одоо байр эздэд ч юм уу төрүүлэх юм бол одоо мэдээж манай багийн тодорхой хэмжээнд төв нэмрээ оруулсан болохоор мэдээж одоо маш бахархалтай байна гэж бодож байна.
Through here. Yeah, it's really nice to see, but you know, it is a classic gameplay, classic strategy that we're seeing from a couple of different teams, Nongshim being one of those, right, where they are going into the mid-circle, there we go, mid-circle, finding a compound and then just staying there, staying put, being really, really nice to see that come on through. They wait, and then about phase 5, they start actually moving through and spreading out, trying to gain a little bit of control as well. So that's really nice to see from Ida, and I want to see it again.
It is nice to see one team that, honestly, a lot of teams got a chance to just push up the leaderboard here, especially for the middle of the pack. Godlike. They ended up being eliminated early on, right? We saw them start off hot at the beginning of the day. It has slowed down a little bit for this squad, especially considering they're currently in that contention for top 5. But it is a big opportunity. Lace, if you, Matt Niptera, if you can just stop hogging the mic and pass it on. There you go. Thank you very much. But as I was saying, Lace, it's a big opportunity for some of these other squads to be able to jump up that leaderboard. One of them being none other than 7-1.
Honestly, it's been such a ride watching this team, and by that, I mean they are making micro adjustments mid-game. Still though, getting a little caught out. I mean, and this is from the likes of, like, I gotta chuck in S2G there as well, because they're literally holding this front position against 721 on the north side. And they were at about like a three player part, and it's just unfortunate 721 aren't sort of making these, like, I guess, minor adjustments to have that line of sight on them. And I mean, they're getting caught out by these massive split holds from these teams. But yeah, I've got to add S2G there into the mix, because they are performing incredibly well.
I feel like you've been supporting 721 a lot today. Yesterday was Vitality. Can you support Nongs from Red Force? Just for no particular reason.
They don't need to be supported extra.
Good juju.
I'll take extra points for them. I don't care.
So
can you just say Hyunbin one time for us, please?
Hyunbin?
Okay, there you go. That's an extra 15 eliminations for Hyunbin today.
Guys, I have a reverse caster curse, by the way. Did you know that?
That's called a blessing.
Yeah. I call it a reverse caster curse for everyone at home. But yeah, who just PayPal me.
We'll hit you up.
You especially you, Max. Okay, we might find a good rhythm here, especially if you're able to curse the team, she'll uncurse them, and then you and I, Neptura, will try to curse them again. But for some of the other teams, a big surprise for me has to be Alpha 7. We kind of have to bring them back, right? For Alpha 7, we're expecting a bit of a jump up today of the likes of what 721 has been able to do, some of the other squads like EDA, but it hasn't been the case for Alpha 7.
No, it hasn't. They had a couple of really good spots, and then in this last game, the last couple of games, it really feels like they've fallen back down in terms of that momentum. They're not really building on anything, and we are looking now at the overall ranking, because yeah, it is EDA. A7's not on the front page, and I think we know why, but EDA, hello.
EDA jumped up all the way to second place. That's what happens when you get a back-to-back.
Yeah, I mean, a back-to-back will do that for you. So really good jump up from EDA. Generally a team that I thought would be middle of the pack. I was not expecting to be in here, the top 5, but they just shut us all up right now, and I'm absolutely loving it. The late blessing is real, apparently, right now, though, looking at this page. Yangon Galacticos, day 1 Niptro, showing some, like, sparks of aggression. I was really excited, but today, this team just fully disappeared, I would say.
Yeah, it's weird. I was really hoping for a lot more coming on through, because, yeah, they've been so nice. They've not been playing passive. They've been trying to do a lot of things. They've been trying to control a lot of area, and it's just not really coming through. I don't know if that's because teams are, pushing that aggression a little bit more and they're getting caught out, or if it's more of just faltering in mentality.
Looking at this one, I'm sorry, I have to go down at this point. Tiamba, what is going on? They're so passive. This does not look like the Tiamba we saw play so well back in the Macau Invitational. They look like just a shadow of their past selves. So Tiamba at
the
this
whole
point,
region, honestly, the whole Chinese region looks like that, because they have not been performing well at all.
All gamers had like some good moments, but Tiamba, I would say, is the team that was expecting a lot of aggression, and I'm sorry to say I've been disappointed, especially by QZZ. He's not even taking any fights. They're so passive. There's still time to exit the bottom 3, but top 5 for Tiamba, not happening.
All right, well, hey, I've been able to surprise you guys in the past, so I'm gonna surprise. No, keep looking forward, sir. You're in class right now.
Okay.
Because I have a surprise for y'all that you get a chance to open up. Here you go, Max. Hold this for me.
Oh, gift. He's been so nice.
We're going to be opening them up. You guys are going to get some mummies. I get to keep the rest, so I'm not even going to try to open one up. But please, do me a favor. Open them up and see which one you guys are going to be getting. If you get the one, that'd be sick.
Oh, it rips. Wait.
Oh my god, it's okay. You're not gonna keep the box.
ASMR.
You're gonna keep what's inside. Oh, and there's also inside a package, so you're gonna have to do 2 unboxings for me.
Oh, I got a card. What do I have?
What do you think you're gonna be getting? No, don't look at that card right now. Just open the thing.
Okay, don't look at the card. I'm gonna be getting the blue one, the blue and the white.
يا رمزار تيكن برونشي دينو.
I'm gonna get the blue one.
The ash.
Oh, you did. That's actually pretty sick. Okay, Lace, what are you gonna get?
تلارو أو لو هاي تشيكمبو كنا. Korean player. Dahu أو the Zubair final show. أو Zubair Ugato Championship. For 5-0 bandi.
You know what?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter who wins, who got the best one, because now I get to keep them all. Yeah.
Oh, Looty. Dude, we're halfway through day 2 of Group B. It's crazy. We've got some teams in the bubble as well. TT Project, Dopeness, Tianba.
Yeah, I would love to step in one of these teams. Step in
Look, dude, I don't know if you're good enough at this game.
Oh, no. I'm not speaking about playing. I'm so bad. I'm speaking like a motivational speech, like a coach.
Yeah, a motivation. Okay, that could work, yeah.
How do you do?
Oh, how would I do it? I don't know. I would say something like, guys, we're in the bubble. We have to do something. But, you know, trust each other. We have to play our own game. Trust the IGL.
Oh, that's nice. That's calm. That's cool.
Yeah, man. I feel like I shouldn't ask this, but how would you do it?
I will do it the French way, like something like... Bon, maintenant, les gars, on va arrêter de faire de la merde. Hein. On va continuer à jouer plus correctement. On va faire attention à la zone. On va faire des kills et on va arrêter de se chier dessus.
Dude, you terrified the kids. What did you just say?
I just say something like, we're a big family. We got this, and let's win together.
I don't think I believe you.
Back to caster, guy. Game 4 now.
Say?
I said back to caster.
What did you say?
Game 4. It's now.
Hey, you know what? I don't think I believe him either. I don't think that's quite what he said, but my French is not quite good enough. We'll have to tune in with Max to see if that was real.
We will have to tune in with Max. Unfortunately, he's laid dead out on a table at the moment, completely slammed out by a chicken leg from Evil 7, apparently. But we are getting in towards our 4th game of the day so far. Ida on a back-to-back, which was kind of amazing to watch and is making it quite difficult for some of the teams at the top. We thought it was kind of a secured top 5. Ida, however, battling their way in with fair ease on day 2.
It seems like they found something, figured something out from that first day of games, moving into today. So they set it back over on the desk before they were knocked unconscious. They are now in 2nd place, which is a huge jump up coming through from Ida. A Turkish team potentially going to represent in a direct qualification spot in towards those finals would be great. But now we have our final Erangel of the group stages. For Group B, this is their last chance to take a turn around the grassy pastures.
Some nice even points available here on Erangel as well. Teams want to make it happen. Unfortunately, today has been pretty rough in terms of play maps. A lot of ones down towards the south side of the map, making it a little bit more comfortable. We are going to get another, actually, from Lepovka down towards the northwest side of Millie Base, which is, again, I would say is a pretty awkward playing path. It is playable over towards the eastern side, places like Yasnaya, Lepovka, Milta, Mini Milta, head down towards Milta itself. There's some splits available towards that western edge. But yeah, good luck getting over towards the likes of North George Southern.
It would be quite a long journey. I mean, maybe grab some vehicles, swing out, but you're contesting the teams in Yaz for those vehicle drops and things like that, so it can get very, very dicey. Stalber, Kameshki, maybe a little bit more accessible, yeah. Okay, we'll take a look at who's going to drop out. Actually, kind of only Chamba heading up towards that north side, so potential for them to get to somewhere like Severny quite quickly on this plane path, but it's the teams that are still in the plane after it starts to cross the channel between these two, the mainland and that military island, that are going to be in with a bit of a dicey scenario, I think, playing.
Yeah, Aura's out early, though, towards that northern edge. Godlike currently dropped out from that top 5 as well, so they're looking to claw their way back in. Now, they've had troubles on this type of drop spot before, but they said they fixed it, and I would say they absolutely have today. I think they're dropping a lot more cohesively going forward, which is making things much, much easier for them. They're not losing players on the outside, and obviously that's paid dividends over towards the first map of the day, where they looked really, really good over in Rondo. That's an unfortunate one. Over towards the northwest side, we're heading towards North George.
Hey, you know what? That North George circle does allow teams to invest more time in getting out to the drop spots in that location, right? So it's maybe, blessing in disguise is quite a strong way of putting it, but I feel like it's definitely going to give a lot of teams an opportunity to go out to those locations, whereas circles anywhere else would have meant that you're still going to stay cramped on in. So we could see a little bit more of a disparate situation set up coming on through. Over in Rozhok, you've got 721 GS with Hustler Crew down underneath them on the south side, and Ida from Pachinki on the north edge looking to extend their influence towards Ruins.
It is interesting, 2 minutes into the game, we are already getting long drops coming through. Pretty wild. Schweppes will find themselves to finish on that one, but still, 2 players going down isn't ideal. Went for the old graveyard walk on that one. Pop the players in the vehicle, get a move on.
I suppose they're worried about retribution for that one coming through, so instead of committing the time to res inside the garage, you want to get onto a higher ground position and get away. TT Project will just lose one cleanly. Fantastic stuff. If you guys want to be looking clean as well, there's one very, very good way to do that. That is with Now the Naruto skins that have been added to the game, make sure that you're logging in, grabbing those skins, getting those unlocked. Mantel's Fury AMG looks mighty fine. I don't think there's one in the back of that van though, Ida. Unfortunately, you're going to have to get in game and go for those. Okay, so these players already got it. Slonic takes a tumble. Sadly, this is over towards the western side of the map. I imagine he's probably hit over towards the top of a building and then fallen down, but Wolves were able to get over towards this position fairly quickly. If you cast your minds way back to yesterday, Wolves actually sent Necessary very quickly over towards the Finn, over towards the northwest side here of Georgia Pole, the game that Aura ended up winning versus Vitality. This is a pretty standard rotation for them, except this time the whole team's here. It's a big benefit when you have all of your team alive. Generally, one of the better strategies in PUBG Mobile, have 4 players when the other team does not. Works out quite well. Arena, it looks like they did manage to get their reses coming on through, but instead of taking too much time to grab that healing, they have opted to move northward towards South George, the compounds to the west of Everest, to Hospital as well. Maybe they can patch themselves back together there. Ooh, a nice little pickup for the Wolves, and taking a player down from Hustler Crew, playing on as 3 in that South George crates area. The Wolves have a little bit more latitude now, and they didn't even lose a player fully. Their knock that was sent their way does get repaired. Yeah, they'll have to keep on going. For Wolves, it is a really, really difficult approach over the next few days, over the next day, right? They have 36 points total. Likely they'll stay in this middle pack here, get themselves through towards the next stage of the tournament, but getting into the top 5, very, very difficult. 3 more maps to do it in. You're looking at 80 points. It would have to be the most unreal next 3 games. We start to count teams out right now. For 721 GS, I don't think I've seen enough out of this team. I genuinely think we are locking this down between S2G and Godlike, making it in. That feels more reasonable to me. I'd quite like to see Godlike retain that top side, but yeah, I would say those top 7 right now, I wouldn't mind any of those teams going through into the top 5. I think everyone's very interchangeable there. Maybe not Vitality, but everyone else, absolutely. I feel like if I was going to take one team out of this top 5, and this is gonna ruffle some feathers, I imagine, but I think it would be E-Arena. This is the team that did so well in that first match. They broke records, they smashed ceilings. But since then, it's just been lackluster. I mean, they only just surpassed doubling their scoreline from that one single match in their overall gameplay. I think it was a match or 2 ago that they were able to pass that. So I feel like if you're going to take a team out, it kind of has to be E-Arena, and I probably would replace them with Godlike in this scenario. I feel like S2G today has been a better team, but I think Godlike has had consistency across the 2 days in a way that has impressed me.
Well, Godlike's just been more consistent overall, right, in terms of the adaptations that have come through. I think that they are improving steadily, and surely I would agree with you that for E-Arena, that first map was amazing. It will go down in history books as one of the coolest rondos of all time. Unfortunately, haven't been able to live up to the hype other than that. And it is sad to see because they were on fire that game in Stadium. But yeah, I do think Godlike probably does deserve the spot a little bit more at this point, unless E-Arena is able to pull some stuff out in the near future. They do have a very central position on this next circle, though, so potentially this is the map to do it.
The difficulty, though, at the moment is that E-Arena, as we saw earlier, did not get a lot of loot on board early. They moved in towards South George at sort of quite raggedy loot. Hopefully they've been able to pick through some of these buildings, but they would have been under duress from the teams around them. We saw Wolves in there fairly early on. We saw Hustler Crew in there fairly early on. So in South George, I feel like they've had enough time now probably to be able to pick through those buildings and grab enough loot on board, add it to the coffers. But there is always going to be that question, are they going to be under-looted for this scenario?
Still plenty of loot around that area to grab, though, right? They're down towards apartments. There's fair few buildings to pilfer there. I think a lot of teams realize that they're already ahead. I was surprised that Wolves didn't make a run further in, but maybe they also expected E-Arena to get here quicker than they did originally. So for the Wolves, they opted to sit out a little bit sooner down towards Hospital. Hustler Crew moved up and were quickly rebuffed as Godlike managed to make this long rotate
underneath Yasnaya over towards North George. I think it's a good spot. This could equally head over towards the north side of the map very easily off the back of this one. Alpha 7 back to their stomping grounds. Yesterday looked fairly good. I mean, there was a good start for them. Unfortunately, the capability of transferring that same prowess we saw in the first 3 games, not really there going forward. Again, Alpha 7, for them, it is a little bit scary. They're on the cusp, 37 points down towards 26. That could switch up, but they have a fair few teams as a buffer.
They do, but they've also got a track record of getting eliminated at the group stage at global tournaments, you know. So that's gonna weigh heavily on the mind as this circle is, and that is beautiful for Alpha 7. Up in North George, they were right at the edge of the pack. They're thinking, oh, maybe we can scamper across this bridge, but no, they can hold strong now. Yeah, like I said, I mean, for Godlike, actually, North George wasn't bad. This could easily head towards the northern side, which it does here. And you can see that Alpha 7 do have the center dot right now. They're over towards the western side of North George. Tiamba, you got Eagle, taking a couple of shots through, trying to ward off any players around them. But yeah, this is going to get very hot very quickly. There's a huge amount of water still involved. Can't really see it because of all the players littering over towards Everest. But this is lilting northern.
It does seem to be. I mean, about 50% of the circle is on the north side of the river. And it's going to be teams moving across it. TT Project heading to the water. A lot of conflict now around those bridge crossings. I think it was Dopeness trying to go across. Some conflict between 721 and Wolves. Wolves have swung all the way out east side, despite being in South George so much earlier on. Losing Baton, but they are across now, and one of the few teams to make it through over onto that northern edge. The rest of the bridges, much more treacherous.
I mean, Wolves actually getting through here with 3 players, pretty miraculous, honestly. You're passing through Box Compound as well as Watchtower. That's a lot of capability taking your entire team down. I think a lot more teams are going to struggle to make that crossing and probably will take more casualties than just that. Now, E-Arena, are they going to go for the bridge? That's the question, John.
I think it is a pretty big question. At the moment, it feels like they're trying to hold the bridge to stop teams from the south moving on through, but that is then a trade-off in terms of the time you could maybe spend navigating that bridge yourself or trying to open up an option on that northern side. Being trapped on the bridge, though, is the worst-case scenario. You do not want to be locked in there. A team comes in behind you. You find that it's impossible to move through on the northern side. There's always the water rotate as well as an option, if it comes to it.
Yeah. Unfortunately for them, they've got 2 teams breathing down their necks in Nongshim as well as Vitality. 2 very scary teams, I would say, to go up against here for E-Arena, and they're trying to hold both of them out right now. I think that you can have a good idea that these teams are coming from the south side. So again, E-Arena, like you say, trying to cut out as much of this southern portion of the map as possible for themselves, but a difficult task, a very, very difficult task.
Ooh, Etch crashing onto the northern throws of TT Project, and that leaves TT Project on 1 player alive. 30 points, remember, on the cards for TT Project, which means they are very much in danger of dropping into the danger zone of 14th to 16th at the moment, and with only 1 player, they are looking pretty shaky. The only saving grace for them is that there is another team behind them who have also lost quite a few players. Dopeness playing on us too, but they are much safer in towards the middle of it. Oh, that's a lot of water, Blank.
That's really unenjoyable. There is a world where this goes back south towards the bridge. There is a world where that happens. I think it's much more likely that we end up in North George, but it's very rare that you get these circles towards the mid portion of the game with both North and South George in play. This is a scary one, very, very scary one. Many teams looking for refuge in North George right now. Everyone trying to kick their feet up, but many noisy neighbors.
Looking at Ida and Vitality, as you said, Nongshim as well. Well, we're looking at Nongshim now on the south side, trying to make a punch through. E-Arena took a knock over towards Joker, but that is isolated, and nobody from Nongshim stands beneath them to be able to get that flush. Vitality trying to navigate the area now to the southwest side of it, where the urban environment is littered with danger as XZY steps up for more, sprays down out the window, but doesn't quite get the full kahuna going there. And now is under a huge amount of threat. Nongshim Red Force get obliterated.
I mean, for Nongshim, down to XZY, and then shortly after exiting the lobby, 80 points here opens up things for Godlike, S2G. The Arena, I felt like they were the ones doing most of the holding. It actually turns out to be Vitality, taking shots over towards Nongshim Red Force, getting most of that damage in. But again, that is the benefit of being front of the pack here, front of the queue for E-Arena. Schwebs is going to take high ground, though, looking over towards Vitality. You didn't lose all their players. They're still as a four-man. Now, can E-Arena hold out versus this squad? Struggled to do it in the past. A similar circle like this.
That's a very tricky team to hold out as well. The Ray duo coming in, looking to beam them down whenever they can. It is a nasty opponent to come into contact with. We were reminded by some of the people behind the scenes that Schweppes is technically the only player here who could get a triple title from PMWC. There is an opportunity on the cards for E-Arena to be able to make history on that front, as he was able to win 2 of them, I believe, with Vampire in some of the earlier days of the tournament. So he's looking to try and bring that power to 2026.
Unfortunately, it's been one game. They had one good game, right?
Yeah.
So it's not looking massively hopeful so far. Again, this is one of those games where they could strike out a 15-pointer, see themselves much safer going into map 5 and 6 over on Miramar. But goodness me, urban finishes, never fun. We're going to get our next circle real shortly. S2G finally breaking in to the circle on that eastern side. Our observers do find the map eventually.
This is nice. This is going to transition into a full map shot. There we go. Beautiful. I could see it in their minds. They set that up.
That was pretty.
It did. It actually did. This is a bridge circle. So what do you do here? I mean, E-Arena don't need to move right now. Sure, you might want to get central, but you can get onto the bridge later. You can just sit there and ruin the day for, well, actually, to be fair, very difficult to ruin Vitality's day right now. They're chilling. But for Ida, this is nasty.
Thanks, boys. Appreciate it. John, this is not just a bridge circle. I don't think you can announce it like that. This is an insane circle that teams are going to hate. We're going to be playing underneath the bridge for a long, long time. E-Arena's position became all the more important down towards the south side, but goodness me, this is getting treacherous. Like, where does it go next? It's going to have to hard shift back over towards that northern side, if anything, but it could come back down towards the south. Actually a wild, insane position to be on for all of our squads. Godlike loses 1. Vitality looking to move in. Beautiful bouncer.
Up the staircase, nades now from Vitality, looking to keep the pressure up for E-Arena. They've already taken a knock in this location before. Ida want to get stuck in. A third-party hero could be big. I think that's what came through just there. Darkin able to land the shots over towards Federalis, but Razak is in the building, looks to pop that smoke, keep them in a bit of cover there. The res comes through. Schweppes, oh no, has to move for the Molotov, and the burn is able to take down Joker. Schweppes maybe next for it as the nade goes boom right by his ear, and a drop down from the top will be sealing the deal. Schweppes falls in the arena, now on 2 players.
The nades so far from Vitality have been just disgusting. Like, that's actually criminal. The airburst on the top side, you do not see players hit those very often with such pinpoint precision. Can you imagine that Razy's providing a lot of that information back towards his team? You've got to ignore the minimap here. He isn't out in the water. He's watching from the hilltop that is sitting over towards that western side. Really, really incredible stuff. Ida did rock up as well. The rest of E-Arena playing underneath that bridge now, but wow, what a breach by Vitality.
I imagine that there are going to be plenty of people putting on their swimming goggles for this final circle, Black. A lot of remnants. The saving grace of this circle, if there is one, is the fact that the majority of the buildings in North George are still in. It's going to mean that the next circle is particularly brutal, but there is a lot of area to contain all of these players, whereas in an open zone, that might not be the case. At the moment, Etch, they pushed in from that northwest side. S2G looking to follow in behind on that northwest edge as everybody's crowded around those apartment buildings.
Horaa trying to get rid of Edge over on that western edge. Alpha 7 a little bit further in. Again, good opportunity here for Alpha 7 to try and solidify that position on the middle side of the tables. I think they realize they're not going to hit that top 5 today, but what they can do is ensure they don't drop into the bottom 3. Send home Tiamba, Edge, Hustler Crew, all the ones to go out now. See The Alpha 7 fans currently watching with bated breath here. This is sort of home ground, honestly. That North George drop.
Alpha 7, Godlike, both have been here for a very, very long time in North George. Now the neighbors are noisy. Make sure to keep them under control. Try and find a little sense of decorum in the zone. Tiamba protecting their patch, and there we go. But it's still so much water in this one, Blank. That whole stretch of bridge. And the south side fight between Vitality and Ida is gonna need to pop off, and that is how you want to start it. Vitality open with a knock over towards Rita, their forward position. That's gonna draw the backlines from Ida forwards, because they don't have a lot of time either before this zone starts closing. Less than 30 seconds to get him back up, to get in a position to jet across that bridge, or indeed jet underneath it.
Yeah, Razy's just a good spot here. That's gonna massively slow down Ida, like you say. It's a hard position to be in going forward. The Vitality, how do they want to make this cross? That I think TT Project not really in a position to hold them out on the other side of the bridge. A lot of teams likely not looking that way, trying not to expose themselves, but Vitality still have to make their way in. Where do they crash onto? Are they going to send it first? Looks like they're setting up the smoke train. I don't think they're banking on every single player making it, but right now everyone's on full HP. This is a very efficient cross from them.
They made it through the first break. E-Arena are underneath the bridge, so they do not have a say on this, making it to the middle spot. This is a good hold position against Ida. I think that they're wise to not try and send it all the way across, because they just don't probably have enough information to know where is open on that northern side. It's just not possible for them to have scouted it. So just sitting up here, holding that south edge, they can start to slowly go forwards on that bridge in a future instance, and Ida, they're just going to have to go into the water and try and swim it.
Yeah, Ida going to send that over towards the eastern side here. Vitality probably sees this, but can't quite make the angles happen here, because they are trying to avoid the shots coming through from the northern side, from the buildings, from the windows, in apartments. TonyK dropping down from E-Arena, trying to get some shots himself, providing that information back towards the rest of the team. See Hustler crew here, also Loco trying to work his way in. Final player there from TT Project did go down, 30 points as well. So TT Project in the danger zone. Dopeness tied up with Tiamba, who found 3 elims this match.
Yeah, on that east side, Tiamba actually have a pretty good spot on it. Mortman and TonyK both able to get the angles. TonyK steps up onto the cliffs. He's not out of the zone just yet, but has a little bit more time to play with it. Stage 5, he's full HP, he's got some stims going as well. He can hold it for quite a while and make Ida's life really tricky. Rita goes down. Emre next up on the chopping block. There's the spray and there's the connect. E-Arena doing bits to stay up in the top 5 and take down one of their closest competitors in the run.
Some incredible shots coming through from E-Arena. I mean, TonyK hitting those was nasty. There's a possibility to kind of like eke against this as well. Pull a weapon for a very short amount of time there, you can see. Just try and spam your screen and get the shot off. But you see here, S2G also are looking this way from underneath. Next circle though, where will it go? Will Vitality get thrown a bone here? Will we head out towards the bridge? Have one of the most unbelievable groups of all time over 2 days.
Vitality with the double drop down. They're down into the water here. I mean, they know they're probably not getting across the bridge, so I guess it makes sense. Drawing fire from teams like S2G across the way. See if that's going to pay out for them. They may just stymie everything on the south edge. In the meantime, Godlike trying to hold as much ground as they can. Tiamba behind them. Yangon Galacticos with a little entry there as a duo in one of the puzzle pieces. And the remnants of Plenty team who has fallen before them. Now everyone trying to make their patch in North George.
Aura still, decent spot. Vitality tried to use the vehicles to get good information on where these players were at before attempting to make their move forward, but it's got to be some snaking swims to the coastline. Razak's going to take a quick breather in the meantime. S2G also along the way. Lost, peeks out for a little bit too long. An overzealous nade maybe, but does get quite the distance over towards GS.
Gets pretty close, but yeah, not quite the full distance. Yangon Galacticos with 2 against 3 from Godlike as we tune back into the puzzle puzzle pieces. Godlike now committing to this fight, trying to push past Yangon Galacticos, get away from Tiamba. Smile, Molotov out the door, does manage to burn them back, but doesn't quite tag too much damage. Takes a nade to his feet, but does stay alive, stays standing, can start to heal, and out the window Romeo falls. Over the Balk-like, might try and follow him.
Vitality taking a lot of hefty damage here coming through from GS. Unlikely that that's going to continue any further. Yangon Galacticos, defending champions, currently set to go through to the next stage. But not with glory, not straight to the finals. They'll have to play another stage here prior. Alpha 7 look to regroup. They're just going to daisy chain over towards the rest of the squad. Quiz now as well as Revo.
The main threat for Alpha 7 right now is Horaa on their position. Everybody else from the south side is down the cliff or in the water right now. So in terms of danger to Alpha 7, that northern edge is much more important to keep an eye on, but you do still need to be worried about teams trying to sneak their way up, like S2G from their position, to move in and maybe get a cheeky little shot, make a little opening, and try and force their way into the fight in a much more favorable position. I'm surprised that the teams over on the south side in the water have survived for as long as they did. They are mightily tested right now. You can see, I mean, Mormon is right close to them. They're trying to get their weapons out here, get a shot off, maintain that pillar position, maybe find a shot, maybe find it, Tony K, maybe, no. Can't quite get up high enough. As Federalis, he's on top of Mormon. It's just about getting the DPS out, but it's not happening.
Just holding him under though, trying to stop him from getting the breathe off. Making it difficult. Federalis dipping back down again, but yeah, for Vitality, E-Arena and Ida, this is a tough experience to be in. You see right now S2G trying to see if they can get themselves further up, to peek over towards where Alpha 7's currently playing, but they are having a struggle bus of it. It looks like it's still happening as well.
The circle shifts out west, Blank. It keeps Alpha 7 in, but that eastern cabal of players, Godlike, Yangon Galacticos, the duo, Tiamba as well, that's all going to have to force west now. And I think it's going to get messy. For Godlike, I feel like it may be the best opportunity for them to just go as far forward as they can, as fast as possible, to try and escape the pressure that may find its way further east. But Yangon Galacticos want to try and get ahead of it too. They are just immediately sending straight on in.
You may as well try and get further into this. Again, this is sort of undecided though, because you have the western apartments and the eastern apartments on this one. It is marred by this massive road that goes in between. Crossing that's going to be a bit difficult. We are on that coin toss type of a circle now as well, where teams on that northern side likely will have to move. Question is, how well can Alpha 7 hold them out? Because there's a lot of teams moving in tandem. Tiamba setting up the smokes now to try and get across towards where Godlike are currently playing as a three-man. I like this though from them. They're going to try and take the fight closer to Tiamba. Be prepared for this maneuver.
Elementrix gets mollied by a teammate off in the distance as they combat with Horaa and Etch in the meantime. Godlike, they push back out, as you said, Blank. Now, against 4 players from Tiamba. Tiamba needing a little bit more dynamism than we've seen from them so far in these group stages. Let's see if they've got that in the pocket. Milu with a nade on close, first to step forwards, doesn't get contested on the angle, and now has to back off, but immediately stepped out by Spower and will be able to take it down. Eagle tries to fly around the corner, but it's not working out. Godlike hold well for the first volley.
Great initial knock there from Spower into a second. Will take the knock on himself just to ensure that Godlike can go forward. It's heroic play here from Spower to ensure that they get the 5 elims. They're one off from cresting back into the top 5.
But hey, Blank, they pay the price. Spower, sure, he was able to keep them in this one with some beautiful peaks, but the off angles there, they punished him. It meant that now Godlike has only 2 players to play with, but with 5 elims, they've still got a little chance of getting across here. A lot of teams now getting forced into unfavorable positions, and Etch have to take the top floor against the Wolves on the north side. Horaa are going to have to move as well, Blank. 40 seconds to get out of their building and across a road and into no man's land.
Revo taking a knock here is kind of bad news for Alpha 7, because this is exactly the time that they want to be on a swivel right now. They want to be that moving turret as teams attempt to make their crossings. How many smokes these players have remaining? Edge as well as Wolves know they need to get rid of one another first before they make that cross. As S2G slowly shimmer their way down the coast.
Playing on those cliff sides. There's still players swimming out in the water, but they are going to be so close now to the teams on the coastline. Edge trying to drop down into the Wolves, but they are ready for them. Teeth are bared and snapping at the heels as Edge try and make their way on through. With only 2 players, though, it's being made difficult. Another bounce on the nade there for Elementrix, just causing them to worry. On the north side, Horaa still yet to leave their building. Another knock sent their way. A self-nade from Sleepy. And they are going to get flushed away. Grease out from Alpha 7. NASA from Edge. Everybody stepping into the fight, back into the blue. And they fall down. But Wolves, similarly, will take that tumble too.
Vitality out, as was still in actually with the Arena on the backside. They just lost one more player. The final one up is on very low HP. Can no longer afford to go under. Guizhou now back up, and remember, Revo was knocked, but they get it back up on his feet. These are very, very important points for Alpha 7 going forward. Horaa somehow still alive here up against Edge on that northern edge, but for how long, I don't know. No Fear will get the shots off with the S12K. Get themselves further into this game. 21 players remain and 9 teams still up. Everyone has been cut down to size.
The swimmers have made it to landfall there, and S2G have to fall back to try and deal with it. The north side decimated. No Fear the last to stand for it. And across the road, I don't think that you're going to be able to make that one work. Mormon goes down. Vitality were eliminated. Everybody from the water now not finding their way through. Oh, hang on a minute. Ida, okay. They managed to get Swain all the way across now and actually up onto the high ground with maybe a chance of doing something here. He's going to be able to burn it out. This is the last nade in the pocket coming through from Kamikaze, but there's one for the backlines. And Ida go down.
20K though. See him just underneath, has a nade, looks to send it up over towards Solkay. Revo will catch him as he tries to move away from the roaming nade sent up by E-Arena. And S2G, they need to bolster their ranks, so we have so many teams. We had 7 going into stage 9, and it all closes here now, John.
A lot to play for. Salme, the last player now to stand for Godlike, with Yangon Galacticos inside the building. Puts the nade in. And down they go. Yangon Galacticos will fall. Alpha 7 now descend from their building and look to take the fight straight to S2G. The solo player from Godlike is going to be left to his own devices. Patch himself back up. The stage 9 circle is going to the middle of the road. There is no cover. There is no hope. All you've got is the barrel to back you up.
And all roads lead back to Alpha 7 here in North George. It is their bread and butter. Can they clean things out now, solidify their position in the rankings before we head into the last 2 Miramars? MG3 in the hands of one. Nuth underneath. Nade goes long. Revo on the sidelines. Carrillo starts to move up. Looks over towards Salme, who's making a heroic attempt for the Godlike team.
1v4 would be necessary, but he's in the blue zone and he's going down, and there is nothing he can do about it. Alpha 7 though, find the chicken dinner. They find what they were looking for. They move in with a pretty hefty scoreline too. And the drums, the horns.
Check here, बाजू वाले 7 पहला इनका
Good stuff here coming through from Alpha 7. Happy to see it from this squad. Back to basics here in North George. Get themselves a chicken dinner. It's very unlikely now they drop down towards the bottom 3. They're in a set position going forward. And Revo giving the thumbs up. Honestly, good stuff from them.
Absolutely beautiful to see. They may be in with an outside chance of top 5, but I think Godlike were able to do enough to get into the top 5 there. And it is such a quick moving goalpost to try and score in towards the top 5 that I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. A heroic effort for Ida to be able to make it in that late in the game blank as well. For E-Arena, that was late in the game from that south side. A diabolical circle for them to try and navigate.
Yeah, for everyone. I mean, so far Group B has been really cruel. From the southern plane paths to the circles we've been given, I don't think really anyone has been given an easy EWC here for any squad at PMWC. But for Alpha 7, great game. Really, really good game. Revo was on point this map. In a big, big way. I think he was finding a lot of shots here and there. Yes, he got knocked, but as soon as he got back up on his feet, he was identifying those angles where the threats would be coming from.
It's exactly what you need to be able to do there. To keep your wits about you in that North George position. They were the turrets on the swivel in their buildings, keeping control of the ground around them. Really, really nice stuff. No one really could contest them there. It was pretty unfortunate on that North.
मैं मक्खी को मार रहा था जो कि नहीं मरी यार, पता है, गायब हो गई है, गायब हो गई है मक्खी।
Don't say anything. Don't. What did you
I'm
just try to
very
do,
jealous
Max?
of his hair.
Nothing. What did you just? Ah, hey, the hair is coming back for Max Mouse. We're going to be taking a look here at the overall ranking. Vitality, honestly, I'm just going to skip you at the moment because you're just so far ahead. Nobody's going to be able to reach you. Godlike Esports does end up moving up to second place. E-Arena, I want you to keep in mind, though, how close it is between all these top 7 teams. If we end up removing Team Vitality, Godlike at 89, S2G at 77. It can be changing in just one match, and we have 2 matches left, Neptura.
Oh my god. I mean, Nongshim out of the top 5 as well. I mean, they need these Miramars now to really come in clutch because they are so close. They're just 4 points out of the top 5, but they've been going down. It's been a downward trajectory for them. S2G pulling up really close behind them as well. It's now or never.
Yeah, talking about Nongshim Red Force playing too passive. That game early in the fields didn't push EDAV very passive because I think they just wanted to remain in top 5, but the teams, they're chasing you down. Though on the second page, bottom 3, you got 2 more games, 2 Miramars to make it count. If it plays out like yesterday, only Vitality is going to get points there. So, yeah, be careful.
If Vitality gets the points, that means that it's going to be even more compact. And it might end up coming down, more than likely, it is going to end up coming down to that final match in Miramar. But before we head into the first Miramar here of Day 2, Group B at PMWC at EWC 26, Jukes, Kalaris, and I'm not going to say a pep talk, but are we going to be maybe smacking them again?
It's crazy here! It's crazy here! What's going on? You can't even hear me! It is so loud here. Jukes, I can't believe these fans are all here rooting for Horaa in a big way.
I think we found the Aura fans here, right here, locked and loaded, baby! Because right now, they're in the top 5!
We're going to stay in top 5 here at the moment. You can barely hear us as everything's going on, but these fans are going rapid for Horaa. I think they're going to stay in top 5 here. What do you think?
I think so too. What do you think about it, guys? Are they going to get top 5? Let's go!
Oh my goodness me, how excited are those players, the fans, well, hopefully the players too, but the fans are going to inject that power into our players, hopefully, to be able to take to the last 2 maps on the menu for Group B. 2 rounds of Miramar left for our teams to make their bid for the top spots to try and escape that death zone at the bottom of the tables. We do have to send home 3 teams today. We don't have any choice in the matter. It's just the way the cookie crumbles.
मैं चाहता हूँ A7
That's exactly who those teams are as we head through to match 6 at the end of this. But first of all, we're going to get through match number 5. 2 Miramars coming up. Alpha 7, known for these in the past. Revo's convinced they're winning both. I'm not as convinced, but I would be very happy to see another massively southern playing path.
Wow.
For Miramar, this is actually disgustingly bad. It's really going to test teams' backup drops, how they want to navigate out of these zones into drop spots that are worth it, or however they'll have to go for some trash spots. In the meantime, yeah, this is definitely tough. It's been a tough couple of days, and I really do mean it. There's been some terrible circles, some terrible playing paths. It's all been horrid.
Some really nasty stuff coming through. Hopefully it's going to be a little bit kinder to some of our teams, but right now I think I'm seeing Alpha 7 and Horaa both on this western road. Potential for hot drops there to come on through for 2 of our pretty importantly placed teams when it comes to those tables. So a contest for the vehicles. We'll have to wait and see if they do go for it, and they are dropping very close to one another, Blank. That is nasty out on the west side. Keeping an eye on hot drops. You've also got that Viademar situation. I think that's Etch and I believe Hustler Crew. No, hang on a minute. It's Yangon Galacticos. They are getting stuck straight in, and already Etch have managed to draw first blood against Saycloud.
Saycloud goes down. Yangon Galacticos struggling here, 9th place. But should have done enough. Still 2 more games, though, for having to change. Marnet tries to get a cheeky peek off here. Down to Smile, Romeo. As well, still up here kicking with the rest of the squad. Circle goes over towards the western side. Alpha 7 should have fun time over towards El Pozzo off the back of this one. Wolves in Monte Nuevo. But Horaa are getting stuck in alongside with them. Curious to see how they handle this, because they cannot have that many bits of weaponry just yet. I mean, there is something in the hands. I mean, we were looking at this very early on, that both teams dropping out over that western road, trying to grab those vehicles. Looks like, I think this is the right decision to try and get away from this. The danger is that they know that Alpha 7 are going to have some weapons on side. So, the step out. Are you going to be able to connect it? No, no fear. Able to get the backup angle from Horaa. And that section of the crowd, Kalaris and Jukes, were spurring them on. And now they want a little bit more. They are circling back around. They want to try and seal the deal to finish the job that No Fear started, and they will be able to do it. Revo now on the corner at death's door, and it will be flung open, smash in the face. I am sorry, but they should not be falling for that. That is absolutely the freest bait Horaa's ever had to go for in their entire lives. I'm pretty sure Revo was like, probably shouldn't peek. They'll have another angle. But again, it got the better of them. They should not peek that as a two-man. They didn't have the angles. There's full broadside over on that wall. If another player's already set up early, which Horaa had done, you have to expect these teams will be going for these plays at such a level of PUBG Mobile here. Yeah, it's a strange one from Alpha 7. I was actually about to be really, really kind and say, wow, really love the patience from Noof as well as Revo there. They decide not to peek because they know that Horaa's got an off angle available. And then all of a sudden, it all went wrong.
Yeah, it's not too good. But the good news is that they're going to win the game, right? Right, Revo? Right? Oh, maybe not. Ugh. Much more difficult now. 2 players on the western road, but the circle is out on that west side as well, so a potential for them to get fairly deep into the match and maybe look to more solidify their position in towards this middle pack, which, yeah, I feel like it's already kind of been done with the 55 points that they've earned. The bubble currently sitting at around 30. It would need a 25-point gain from our bubble to surpass them, which would be pretty miraculous, I think, for all of the teams beneath them to be able to do that. But yeah, they would like to be a little bit better, a little bit higher on those tables if they can make it happen. But now they are just too far from 5th. We are going to be trimming the herd of teams looking to make it in. S2G and Nongshim Red Force just behind that bar.
There's a team that does love Miramar. It is S2G. Now, they have been fairly lucky before on it. Okay, we go for the PM. Love to see it. Absolutely panned on. Oh, dear. A bit of revenge coming through for Horaa. But yeah, for S2G, they do love this map. They've had some luck on it before. This time around, I don't think we can call this luck at all. They're sat in El Azahar. They have to move across. But if there's any time for the Turkish squad to do it, it is right now. To be able to send 2 Turkish squads through would be a very, very cool thing to see for the region. And they're not far off.
Okay, Romeo lying in wait, quiet as a mouse, but strikes like a viper as they step up the stairs, a little bit too bold for it, but still in danger. Romeo drops down, Smile goes down the stairs, out wide. Fajita can't quite connect on the shots, and it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade on the angle. Smile still with it, more to do, but he strays across and can't quite get that spray transfer to connect. And it will be the end for Yangon Galacticos in the penultimate Miramar. Going down on 55 points though, Blank, they're very, very likely to be going to the survival stage here.
Yeah, this matters way more for Edge, honestly. Getting 4 elims there is great news. They also didn't lose a singular player. Everyone knows that you really don't want to be losing players too early here on Miramar. It does make a lot of your rotations much, much harder. Some of those holdouts a lot harder as these compounds can get quite large over on Miramar, but we are heading back over towards those crater fields, some of those more open areas of the map. We have a lot of dead ground over towards that western side. We're cutting in over towards the mountaintops.
Vitality with a little bit of a road ahead of them, but they spent some time to take down the truck. They will be profiting from the loot inside. A really nice pickup for them. Obviously, the addition of those, a massive early game speed up on your looting phase. You do want to be getting on the road nice and quickly. Godlike, they're a little bit closer to the circle, the west point of Los Leones right now. going for the ghost roll down the hill. Turns the engine on finally, hits the gas, sends them forwards, careening towards the northern area, just north of Chumacera, to get on into this next circle. The center of it around Monte Nuevo is starting to get quite packed in now. Yeah, the crossroads are going to be a pretty big feature in the future. I mean, E-Arena's already trying to set up early over towards that high ground, but Emre is set up there early on. Might have to dip and head towards the rest of the team at some point, though, because E-Arena might just flow through. The time being, though, it's not a massively priority position, so Emre might just get the chance to sit up here for quite a while, play Lighthouse, and scout out these teams coming through on a full 360. Chumacera is probably the most awkward area of the map right now, and a lot of teams are coming through from there because we had that southern plain path at the start of this match on Miramar. So you have those foothills you're having to navigate through into Monte Nuevo. So we have 1, 2, 3 around Cruz de Valle. That's Nongshim, Edge, as well as TT Project. And then as we head further over towards Monte Nuevo on that south side, we've got GS, we have Hustler Crew, we've got Godlike, we've got half of Wolves, we've got Dopeness too. So this is a very, very packed area of the map for a lot of teams. And even Vitality's coming through from Los Leones now to cover that area. Ooh, Etch lost a player there. We were talking about how important it was that they were able to get the 4 elims to try and jump up out of the bottom 3. But they tried to move someone scouting that northwest edge, and TT Project were able to clip that and send one to the point bank. And they are in direct contest for those spots as well. It's not where you want to be seeing your points going. If you have to go down, you'd prefer it not to be a team in contest for one of those qualification spots to the survival stage. Next circle, displaying itself with a hard south shift. That area that you were talking about being so jam-packed now sits right in the middle of the whole circle.
Yeah, around Ladriera as well, so pretty awkward. There's a bit of high ground over towards the east and the western side. But Ladriera is kind of this dead valley, right? And it's not central either, so going for some of those compounds that sit underneath the ridge side, not ideal at this stage of the game, but some teams might be forced into them just as stop-off points. Pretty much just hostels for them to work off the back up before they make their hike towards the center of the circle. But a hard one, definitely a very hard one, because you still have those foothills down towards the south side too. Vitality is just making their way over towards them now. Godlike playing around some of the compounds in Minas del Valle.
Oh no, Kamikaze calling for support there. Someone help me. Someone turn me back over, and there he goes, Hamzy, with the assistance, and Kamikaze able to get back on the road again for another journey forwards into an area close to the center of the circle, moving in from the east side. Godlike were able to get one of the high ground areas around Chumacera, but Vitality are now looking to try and share that from across the way. So our top 2 teams, in fact, right now, Blank, could potentially come into conflict over this area.
Yeah, we say top 2 teams. I mean, Godlike's done fantastic over the last 2 days. They really, really have. But right now, Vitality is just incomparable to any squad. I mean, 142 points. I think they are closing in on the century in terms of elims over 2 days, by the way, just to make that very clear, which is wild. Very, very wild. Wolves coming against Ida. Emre did pull it off from that high ground on that north side. E-Arena's flowing through some very, very open ground, but still not a position that a lot of players want to be in. We're heading over towards gas stations right now, but that roadside, get a little further in towards the high ground, quite like Godlike's position down towards Chumacera. They're trying to center up on some of these lovely bits that they can get. Some great sightlines looking down towards teams, but is it likely to end up in Chumacera proper? I don't know at this stage of the game. It's very, very hard to tell.
Vitality trying to move on through, and they're taking the fight to Speed, who lobs a nade down in, but doesn't really connect on much. Razak is going to be forced away from the stair push by a Molotov to slow things down, allow Etch to marshal their response, to get into position to respond to this Vitality aggression. Trying to peek out the window, Speed has the confidence of his teammate up the hill to cover up this angle, allowing him to play on the windowsill. Tries to find the lineup down the alley, down the hallway there, but it's not going to connect, and instead it's turned around on him, and now Etch have to get off that high ground too.
It's just disgustingly fast. I mean, Federales is so quick on the uptake. The reaction speeds on this guy is insane. I mean, shown even yesterday with the inhuman flicks we were watching. kind of popularized from PEL region as well. So again, very, very cool stuff coming through from Federales. But overall, these guys are changing the game. They are changing the game. It is hard that you cannot be playing sloppy versus them because they will punish every single mistake that you do make. Godlike again, slow roll. Love to see it. These guys are cheeky. They are very, very cheeky. S-Power getting a lot of information in through this.
Getting some scouting done. Feathering the clutch. Trying to look as stylish as possible. Spend the minimum amount of effort to get the maximum reward. There's plenty of rewards available in-game right now. Blank, of course, with our Naruto partnership. You can check that out in the game. Make sure that you're jumping in whilst it's still all available during the event and draw for the Naruto character set for the Fury AUG. It's looking pretty. It's got a lot of firepower.
Yeah, the Ninetales Fury AUG looks awesome. Really does. So is the Sage skin for Naruto. Oh yeah, want to pick that one up?
Oh boy.
Uh-oh. Vitality do lose Razak. Federales underneath. Might need to start dropping some more smokes, but they're up against Godlike now. Didn't really let up too much. Godlike want to push on towards Federales though. Difficult player to go up against, but instantaneous response coming through from Axel. Razak was re-knocked instantly.
Now Vitality.
Salme will find Federales there. Ooh. Axel on a bare slim amount of HP. Razy just trusting in him.
What a close down there. The third party for the off angle for Godlike, and they are ending their first of 2 Miramars here on 90 points. It is not ideal, but they are still in second place for the time being. And the fact that the points go to Vitality, you're kind of okay with that, right? You just don't want them to go to anyone else. Vitality is just this bottomless pit of points that you can throw things away into and forget about them. They have, I believe, as you've just pointed out to me, crossed the century on Elims alone. 101, taking the rest of the lobby to school.
Man, 101 eliminations over 2 days, and those 2 days are not yet finished. A 50 Elim per day average is just crazy. It is unheard of. Elementrix moves in. Neos will take him out, though. TT Project certainly suffering towards the center. We're going to have next circle coming in soon. Monte Nuevo currently held by Ida right now. But it does head back down towards the southeast side. Pretty barren landscape there. A lot of rocky outcrops, a couple of defilades to play around with. Tiamba down in 14th. It's not a massive jump up they need, but so far Tiamba has been a little bit lackluster on the gunfights.
They do have a pretty good position in this circle, so hopefully they can get value for it. TT Project, though, in this fight, looking to try and trade blows with them at the moment. They're out of danger, but they are so close to it. They are on the precipice, so a win on the fight with Wolves would be great news to try and give them a little bit of runway in this circle. Around the corner now, drops a nade out. Lots of damage pouring on out from the end of that SK-12, and it is just too much for them. Maybe the nerves are getting to them, and he's charging down the stairs, looking for the last player. A final nail to slam into the lid of the coffin for TT Project. Give an opening for the team behind them, but he turns tail up the stairs, and Neos lives on.
Neos does a great job. I mean, Baton really did come out swinging. Not quite finish it off there. Got the sound cue and kind of spooked him on both the pimples. On the nades, Hongshin Red Force moves up over towards Aura. South side of Monte Nuevo. Good shots, though. Very, very good shots coming out from both teams. XZY down, as is Sky. But Hyunbin taking a fair bit of damage from off angles, forced to drop a smoke here.
No fear, moving forwards already with that first knock. Hitting the deck, going for the crouch, rolling forwards, but does finally get shut down on his approach. It was so close to going pear-shaped there, but he kept his nerve. And now Horaa with the one player alive, Nongshim Red Force. Looking to keep themselves under control. Tizzy wants the reses, but Sleepy's out in the blue zone. A fair distance away from this fight, no real chance to get these confirms, to get these flushes. and most likely to get his teammates back. Not to mention, Nongshim Red Force know exactly where this guy is.
Yeah, they're good to go. I mean, Sleepy's not making his way in anytime soon, so easy on the side of Nongshim Red Force. Should be able to pick him back up again, but it's a case of moving across this road. And in the meanwhile, Alpha 7 creeping up behind them. This is an aggressive play coming through from them. Carrillo leading that charge on side. So easy, will finish off, no fear. Where do both these teams go? Alpha 7 on the low ground. Tizzy with the Mini 14. That's dangerous.
Can't ignore it. Or do so at your peril. Ida with a nice central position to try and protect the area, but not only that, their 5th place bubble position in the direct qualification spots. They can leverage a lot of influence over this part of the zone on the western side. And Tiamba, as we highlighted earlier, on that east edge, looking to do the same and get out of 14th place and into the survival stages. One of the only PEL teams, well, the only PEL team with the chance to try and go there.
Excited to see it happen, but again, tough. Very, very tough right now. They still have a little ways to go. Shots raining round. The drums start again inside the arena as we hit the 17-minute mark here. The circle heads over towards the northeast side. S2G, once again, I mean, these boys, they're good at Miramar, and they're also good at qualifying last minute on Miramar too. They currently hold both sides. There's a bit of a greedy split they've got going on, but they also have a lot of vision. They've got a lot of range in this area. Yes, it is greedy, but until they start seeing teams trying to push over towards these points, understanding that the north side is most likely the clearest area of the map, depending on the playing path, they should be okay. Remember, they swung in from El Azahar. This was a long journey for them.
Long road indeed. Hustler Clue finding one from 721 GS. A south edge in the meantime. Vitality are behind them in the queue. They did lose Federalis earlier, obviously. 5 eliminations already. Fine. You'll take that. That's pretty chill. And around that south edge, they'll try and roll through. Hustler Crew right now, probably one of the softest targets for them to try and take on the fight with, but Alpha 7, far from done. And I look for the spray down. Not quite connecting underneath there, but spots him trying to get away from the vehicle. It was going up in flames, and Carrillo secures another point for Alpha 7 to get them one step closer to safety. Hyunbin tries to go for the hop around the edge, but it's going to be shut down. This is the influence that I wanted to see Ida executing on this western side.
Ida's had a fairly safe game as well, so they should have decent utility, decent supplies on board. Razy's got his something on. That's scary. And Vitality, they're looking to push straight over towards Hustler Crew's position. Kamikaze will find Tizzy too. Again, good stuff from S2G, maintaining control of the map on that northern side. Hustler Crew will find Razak. Axel goes down as well, but Razy's still kicking, still making those shots happen. Following the vehicle down, the sideline shots as well. He knows he has to finish up quick.
There is that off-angle potential, as you said there, Blank. Needs to hit the heel, though. The nades are going to start to roll on in, sidestep it, but he doesn't manage it. And it goes boom, and Vitality are out, eliminated with 6 elims, so it's still a really good game for them, and they are totally chill, they are totally fine. In the meantime, though, Hustler Crew fighting for their life. Vinny on a separate fight as Vitality rock up into the other side of his team. Drops a nade out the window, looks for the flush, looks for the knock, but it's not going to come through. Nasser, the last stand for Etch on the bubble, opens the door, doesn't step through it though, and Vinny tries again, has still got ammo in the back, and will be able to shut it down. Etch now down on the bubble.
Goodness me, Edge, like you say, out 13th. Tiamba, I half expected them to have a lot more influence here. I think they just don't want to lose this compound. They like how they're playing off the back of it. They won't even try and send a 2-2 split down there. They know they can probably deal with these teams as they come in later. Dopeness did make their way up from that south side. Vinny could not help with Vitality. He was having his own small battle on the other side of the map.
Dealing with his own demons. And now Vinny has the whole of Tiamba look at his way, as well as Dopeness out on the western side, but he's into the vehicle, trying to make his way through, and it's not going to go well. Milu picks that one up. Tiamba able to eliminate another team, but they have to leave their compound now. They can't commit to staying there. And
very curious to see how S2G plays this time, because they have two spots they can work with. They got the gas station on the northern side of the road. That's likely to come out a little bit sooner. But both areas are quite difficult to play from, actually, on this. I think they might wrap back down.
Yeah. Okay. I think this is good from Tiamba. I like that rollout. It's what I was thinking they needed to try to do to progress. And the fact that S2G didn't have a full hold on it, they read that nicely, and they do regroup, as you said.
Yeah, they're going to play the roadside. I think I was trying to consider which one you wanted to go on towards, because playing across the road is hard. So they do get an anchor center. This is really nice from S2G, actually. Kamikaze just has to live here. I think he has a fairly safe spot to do it, and I think that's a shack towards the center of the circle. So they can play off the back of this ridge side, but they need to support their anchor here in Kamikaze. That's where most of the gunfire needs to be going towards. They know that Tiamba's on their east, so they can keep an eye on that the entire time. But for Tiamba, this is an all-important game. Same goes for S2G, though, trying to get towards the finals.
Lufa does manage to get across somehow. The volley of fire not quite potent enough from Ida to take them down. The smokes are dropping as well, and they can get on the road. Hopping in, not going to go for the hill, not going to commit the time to it. Alpha 7 in the meantime, you do still need to step forward too. Getting suppressed by Ida all the while, and again, Dopeness somehow managed to slither around the sight lines that Ida are laying down.
Yeah, but they're slithering straight back into the blue here. This is not ideal. Southern edge now, GS in front of them, vehicles burning. Peril in play, will shred them as they try and come down the hill, and they're fully silhouetted again against the hillside. S2G might have angles. E-Arena playing it very, very safe over towards the northwest. They know that they're realistically just looking for more placements. Guizao will rock up though alongside with Carrillo, has the MG3. This is a big moment now for Alpha 7 as a two-man.
Tony K with a nade in hand, could connect, could do devastating damage to Alpha 7 as Dopeness descends from the hilltops as well. Tiamba are chiming in on the off angle. Nobody is escaping the bloodshed here. 721 GS will go low, will go down onto just one player. Malik survives it. In the meantime, Alpha 7 were able to get a slice of that warehouse on the northwestern side. Both of them staying alive, and E-Arena will be drawn down to 2 players alive as well. With the placement points guaranteed for Tiamba, they will be out of the danger zone at the end of this game as well.
Great stuff for Tiamba, honestly. They're being really cautious about it though, right? They're trying not to get too aggressive onto these engagements, try and siphon points where they can. Sadly, it's not been a lot of points at all that they've been able to siphon off. Tiamba only with the 2 eliminations on this game, despite being involved in quite a lot of engagement so far. E-Arena had a tough time. By the time that Alpha 7 moved up, they needed to start laying down smokes on Joker as well as Schweppes' side to enable them to cross to help Tony K deal with Alpha 7. That initial nade had to be strong. Now for S2G, that anchor looks mighty good towards the center here in Kamikaze. He's kept things silent, and S2G, again, they play a very, very good Miramar here.
It's their chance to jump up in towards the top 5. The annoying thing for them is, though, Blank, E-Arena and Ida are both still alive. Ida with all 4, E-Arena on 2. They're hoping that Alpha 7 are going to win this fight on this northwestern side. Maybe not so directly, but I think it would be in their best interest if it did happen that way. Alpha 7 with their back to the zone, guarding out E-Arena as they launch a nade forwards to slow them down.
Good initial nade. Chips away at the damage. Schweppes has one of his own, sends it out, only a little bit of damage. He's going to commit to the second one. Joker doesn't take any damage from that whatsoever. Guizao gets backed off. Molotovs go through, stopping Carrillo from peeking too far out here, or in fact retreating back. So now in a 1v1, good shots from Joker. Guizao, all up to him, will go down. Sadly in 6th place, but still a good attempt from Alpha 7 on the 2-man they had.
Did a lot of work against E-Arena, made it hard, but in the end it wasn't quite enough. Tiamba now moving forwards from the southeast side. S2G want to challenge, but a nice little roll down. The smokes are starting to bloom, a lot of invested utility here, but the chokehold from S2G is potent, and the spray down connects with Milo on the back line. Lost looking to lay her down too. The nade doesn't quite go the distance from QZ. And it does not connect, so Tiamba playing on his 3, still looking to push over the top of that bubble position on the bottom of the tables.
Ida sweeps over towards the arena as they try to make their way in here. But for Ida, it feels like a pretty easy cleanup should things start to go a little wrong here for S2G. I do like that S2G gave Kamikaze basically all the bells and whistles as he moved in towards there, almost 400 ammo. They wanted him to be on a swivel the entire time, 4 nades as well, just in case people rocked up on this shack towards him. Good shots from QZ to start things off over towards GS. Once again, another circle shift here. I do think that S2G has played this game very damn well. It's just a question how well they can deal with Ida in the near future, and can they manage Tiamba on this eastern side without having to invest too much into it.
It's a really difficult spot. QZ is burning there down behind the tree. I think the healing is already coming through though, so will be okay for the time being. Hasn't come through yet. Maybe a little bit lacking on that front. As the nades continue to push forwards, Emre trying to make a break. You can see the smoke dropped out. 721 GS still a factor here on the north side for Tiamba. It is just about in nade range and they're taking damage. There it goes over the front bonnet, just keeping them safe, but there's a follow-up. There is still more pouring on down. That looks good. It's on target. They dash away, dart back in. They are back and forth, and S2G have taken casualties. Emre with a big nade over towards S2G on the center point. In the shack, they lose 2.
Again, this is all about managing things right, is why I thought Ida would be a big problem in the near future. For Tiamba, an opportunity opens up here. S2G, they scatter to the wind. They look to try to bolster position alongside Wahamzi G now. But another nade goes in. Solke being very careful, looks to drop the smokes. These are long grenades to head on over, not quite reaching. Rita extremely low, but in his last moments will send a nade in. But the junkyard of vehicles making a nice safe position to play. Emre is down. Rita's gonna try and send some Molotovs over the top, make it uncomfortable, make it hot over there for S2G.
Tiamba are wasting so much time here, Blank. Sure, they find Lost on that off angle, and that is a great pickup for them, but it's taken them so long. They could have moved forwards, tried to dynamically take that position, sideswipe, and third-party S2G on the shack. They can do so now as it has unfolded for them, but I feel like they could have done it a little bit earlier. I want more dynamism from them, but they are still doing well here.
I mean, Tiamba, they still got to deal with GS, right? And pushing down there almost might have been a death sentence for them. They've only got a few grenades left. Still nades sending out over towards Rita right now. He might be able to hit the God nade through the window, potentially. He will send it. Lands on top. But yeah, GS is a big problem. I don't think Tiamba had a lot of nades though. They didn't even have a lot of ammo either. They've been playing this game quiet. But the amount of side steps they've done on these nades has been quite miraculous. We've seen some acrobatics coming through from Tiamba so far. Rita moves up. Nade should do the trick though.
Takes him down. Another team scratched off the card. S2G with a chance to jump up into top 5 off of this game as well. Blank with a chicken dinner. QZ spotted, and 721 GS are making themselves such a nuisance on the flank. Eagle finally able to do one, find the other as well. Potential for the res, but there's not a lot of time. The zone is already closing. I don't think you can commit to this one. It may just be a raw 2v2, and you know where both of them are. They're both inside. How do you navigate this? Eagle sending in.
Moving up towards the tree side here, S2G getting ready for the double peek off the back of it. Nade over the top now, coming through from Aking. He moves up, that might do the trick. Bounces into the window, it's a lovely burst on it. Hamzi G last left alive. This nade has to be immaculate coming through from S2G.
A chance. Aking on the back of the tree, gets pushed out wide, and there's the pick. Hamzi now in a 1 versus 1 for S2G to jump up to the top 5. A direct qualification spot is up for grabs. Tiamba looking to solidify themselves into the survival stage. It is a high-stakes 1v1, Blank.
Eagle playing off a tiny little bit of a ridge side here. Gets a little bit of open ground. He's going for the res, baiting Eagle in. Hamzi G has a tiny angle to work with. He's looking for the flush, looking for the finish. Eagle moves up to the plate with a DPS. The blue pushes Hamzi G now, John.
He has to leave, he has to step out wide, but he can't do it. S2G fall at the final hurdle, and Tiamba take them to the cleaners.
Tiamba, a much-needed win right in the last moments here of Group E. Fantastic stuff for them. A tough win, barely anything to work with. I think you were on the money though. There were some moments where Tiamba was a little bit slow, but you couldn't understand their hesitation. Throughout the entirety of these 2 days, they have been on the back foot, but it must feel very, very good right now to finally get a win underneath their belt. For S2G though, we expected this, right? We called it early on. S2G is a team that does well on these type of maps, but missing out on those points from the eliminations and the extra 4 for the chicken dinner, that might hurt them from getting into top 5 because it's very flexible between the top 7 at the moment.
Yeah, it was very, very close towards the top side of the tables. There were teams that had gone down earlier that ended up on 90 points. I think at some point S2G were 11 points behind a little bit earlier on with the elims that they've earned. They are going to be right in and amongst it, Blank. It is going to be a crucial final map moving forwards. Tiamba, I think with that match though, have accelerated themselves far enough away from that bubble to not be worried moving into this final Miramar.
Yeah, will require some miracles to change things up, but for Tiamba, that is a much needed win. The very best time for it to happen. So again, I think there's probably people around the world that are very pleased with that result. Fans of Tiamba, super relieved maybe, more than happy. But yeah, for S2G, missing out on the chicken dinner there is tough. It's definitely tough. I think that was a good opportunity. But they played that game well. I think they played that game very, very well. There was a lot to manage there. EDA is a tough team to go up against. We know that this squad is a never say never type of deal. So yeah, I think for EDA, this is a tough team for S2G to come across in those final moments.
Absolutely. I mean, there is a lot of power to be scared of in this lobby. Godlike, one of those teams in that bubble fight right now. They are towards the lower end of it on that 90-point tiebreaker. And I think that tiebreakers are important to mention as well, Blank, because S2G didn't get that chicken dinner. That could be a crucial factor for them if they end up drawing with a team that has more wins under their belt than they do. They don't win it on that tiebreaker. That first tiebreaker being the chicken dinner count could really be important for them.
Well, they've got one more Miramar, so again, they could maybe get it done there. I think for S2G, they've proven that they are a good team on the desert. They got their desert boots on most of the time as well, so we'll see what S2G can get done. I think a lot of people would be quite happy to see S2G in the top side, but it's so nice to see it really, really open up. Flexibility in the top 7, so cool, even coming in to the final match today. But we'll be back very shortly for the big conclusion here of Group B.
Play is in our DNA.
One stable check.
Whenever we let it out,
Coming out on top in the last game, it's going to be helping them stay out of those bottom 3. But for everybody currently watching at home, don't forget that the fan experience is now open from August 11th through the 16th. You can join it. There's some giveaways, there's some challenges, and you can check out also the awesome collabs that we've been seeing around. Naruto, Spider-Man, like the brain rot. Steal a brain rot? Might need to try that one out myself.
I do be stealing some brain rots.
I stole some earlier when I booped you guys on the head with a big chicken leg.
Tung 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 saho, am I right, lads?
Oh my God.
I'm sorry.
But S2G was able to get a second place finish there. And honestly, this is going to put him in great contention up to right because this squad is wanting to be in the top 5.
They are, and they're really pushing for it. It's really, really nice to see that. Even coming into that Miramar, right, we were looking at a really big split across the north and the west, eastern side of zone. Big split, 1-2-1. You got had Kamikaze coming in, starting to spread out on P5, go into the middle of zone. The reason why they didn't end up winning the game, the reason why it didn't work, because it should have worked. The reason it didn't is that terrain is just really, really flat and really, really open on a slight downhill trajectory where they were. So actually Tiamba and Ida both had an overwatch on them, so they were just unable to regroup. Lost was isolated completely, and so they kind of ended up just going out one by one, which is a big shame because that split, I liked that split.
Yeah, I mean, I think the terrain could be taken into account, but I think it's more of an issue. A lot of teams are kind of like pushing around them at the same time, and then the shed they had in the middle literally doesn't become playable because you think you're safe. No, a team has an angle on the back of you, they're going to shoot you down. And I think it was quite impressive that Kamikaze was in the center and the only player in the zone for a good old 2 minutes or something, so very impressive. I had no idea how that worked out, but by the way, score for a second there. Eagle was your game MVP. Good on Tiamba to get a win, which they needed, but I'm gonna say here, Hodrux, it's still not an impressive win that I was hoping for, but it would be enough to escape the bottom three.
I don't care, dude. I mean, a win's a win. Thank goodness. Oh, I was sweating bullets. I was getting a lot of flashbacks of Alpha 7 not making it to the finals. I was like, there's no way Tiamba doesn't. Yeah, 17 points, that's going to be good enough, right? For sure, to at least put them in the survival stage. And at the last second, I mean, we only got one game left to go, and this last game is always so chaotic. Because so many teams are desperate, right? So for Tiamba to get it done in the second to last game, clutch.
I mean, really, as you said, teams are getting very desperate. ETSH got a lot of eliminations early games. Yeah. On the side of TT Project, they're all farming it. And I was like, Tiamba, it's your time to really step up and get something done, which they did. Again, I think gameplay-wise is not the most impressive, but a win is a win, Hodrux. I cannot argue with that logic. But here you can look at the terrain. SGG was struggling, losing a lot of their forces in the process, down to just HamCG, and he almost got it, right? That jump shot trying to escape from the blue zone, but unfortunately, Eagle went caca and got it done.
Can't wait to see what those bottom three are going to be looking like. And for some reason, you have been missing out when we talked about the format. Let me give you a quick little format reminder as we are going to be heading into the final game of Group B for PMWC at EWC 26. Top 5 will go directly to the finals. Bottom 3, Krish, Keith, Crush. And in between, everybody gets a chance to go to survival, which it's not going to be tomorrow. It's going to be the day after that. So make sure you guys put that on your calendar. And for some of those squads, what are we expecting to see, Hodrux, out of this squads? You're saying we're pretty much expecting no pressure on them because they have to go take it.
Yeah, I mean, this is the last game, right? One game left to put yourself in the finals. You really have to do so because there are some serious squads going to that survival stage. I mean, yeah, Tiamba, rough day or rough 2 days, right? But we know what they can do. Come survival stage, they could look like an entire new monster. So S2G, it's so good to see them right there. I think there's a lot of weight on their shoulders, but you got to be able to get the clutch done. That's what it's all about. You got to adapt.
Yeah, for S2G, we need to see them possibly end up coming out with a win. I would love to take a look at the overall just to see how close everything is, because today we have seen everything between these teams. I mean, it's been crazy how much the leaderboard has been changing. This bunch of points has been going all over the place, and there you go. Now we actually get a chance to see the overall, and you can tell from 7th place all the way to 2nd place, it's just 10 points that separate the squads.
Oh my goodness, 1 point difference between Godlike Esports and just below them S2G that's been having the comeback of the years so far, without a single chicken dinner, pulling kind of a 4 thrives at this point. But they got so many strong finishes, right? Rondo, 2nd place, going into a wrangle. They got a 2nd place, they got a podium. And right here in this game, they get himself another 2nd place. But I do agree. I feel like we need to see a win if they want to comfortably make it in, because do keep in mind, they got no chicken dinners. If it ends in a tie, Godlike or Horaa Esports would end up overtaking S2G's spot.
No, it's true. And we have seen multiple ties like this all day long. I think we had one between Arena and Horaa. We had it between now Godlike and Horaa as well. There's been so many ties in the top 5. You absolutely need to get that win under your belt. And S2G, luckily for them, they are a Miramar squad typically. So this last game being a Miramar is exactly what they need.
And here on the bottom 3, you can tell TT Project, ETSH only being separated by just 1 point. Dopeness, Hustler Crew. I mean, Hustler Crew, I'm sorry that I'm going going to be saying this, but we just haven't seen a single damn thing about you today. I think they ended up maybe getting a total of 14 points, if I'm not mistaken, after this 4 matches. So I don't expect them to do much. But for dopeness, for ETSH Esports, they are within that striking distance to TT Project Hot Jukes. Just 1 point can push them outside of just going home and staying a little bit longer here at PMWC at EWC 26.
And that little bit longer is so critical, right? Because you're going to have a whole fresh start to just make it into that top 6. But right now, this is the time, guys. You got to be able to lock it down. The one thing I really worry about when it comes to these kind of situations is a lot of teams get into their own head. They're thinking, man, I just got to get 1 point. Maybe we just play super passive, do something different here. And that's not what got them here in the first place. So you have to just wipe off that anxiety, stay calm, stay collected, play the game you know that you could do, and make the best plays possible and make it to that next stage.
And if any team's going to do it, honestly, you know, talking about that mentality, talking about that pressure, it's going to be Nongshim. They've fallen out of the top 5. But I will tell you what, they are the one team in all of this lobby that I really feel will not crack under pressure. Hello.
While you guys were talking, I had that graphic up. I was able to find none other than Killer Joe from Go Gaming, a team that was able to get 8th place in Group A. Killer Joe, you're currently getting a chance to watch all the teams here at Group B. You're going to be going to Survival. What has surprised you besides Vitality?
Vitality, give him a trophy now.
No, not yet. You still have a fighting chance. Come on. Last year at PMWC, we actually got a chance to see the winning team come out of Survival. It could end up happening again here. What are you guys going to be looking to change, if anything, going into Survival? Because it is going to be top 6. Moving on.
We will change maybe more practice, more changing like positions of the game. Obviously, we have big problems in the first group because we just no focus, but trying to fight to get consistent. See you guys at the finals, I hope.
You got a chance to play Group A. You're getting a chance to see here Group B. There's been a lot of questions between everybody saying, which one is the group of death, okay? I want you to look at that camera and tell me which one is the group of death. Group A and Group B, and why?
Only Group A, because Vitality is crash everyone. At least like above by one head of different team. I don't know, maybe it's I don't know how to explain this this game. Maybe they play by fun.
They're just playing on a completely different level. That's what's currently going on with Vitality. Even when they're slowing down here in the second day, they're still out fragging everybody else. Thank you, Killer Joe from GOAT Team. I can't wait to see what you guys are going to be doing in Survival. Hopefully there's going to be a lot of changes. Top 6, I think it's doable. But let's see what Barney and Luti are currently up to.
So. This is the thing, right? For those of you at home who are watching this incredible event, you may not be feeling the atmosphere here at PMWC, but we do have quite a bit of crowd presence. And before we go into our final match of Group B, let's test it out, shall we? Alpha 7, Fasan Barulho!
Not like it, I prepare here, bro. Horaa Esports, one more game. It's now for Nepal. It is now.
We saved the best till last. Good luck. Let me hear you roar.
Absolutely across the board. However, there are some teams that we do need to focus in on. We've got Wolves, Dopeners, TT Project. We've got a lot of squads that are on the cusp of getting through and into the survival stage right now, or losing it all and going home right here in Group B. TT Project filled with some fantastic players, some fantastic veterans as well of the game. But still have a little bit further to go now.
they close it down now, they would be in, but it's just so... I got that right? TT Project, they're in, I believe. I'll have to double check on the tables when they pop up. But yeah, it's very, very close around that bubble. A lot of teams could change things around. For Etch, it feels like they have been sort of in and out, but not really showing us anything. And I think it's the same for TT Project, right? It's been these sort of always a team that's like, well, they could do quite well, but they're just not. They're just not quite there yet. So they got one more chance to get there. Oh, there is no other opportunity to make your mark here in the group stages. Over Miramar for the last time, and maybe for once, Blank, we are on for a kinder plain path than we've seen before. It looks like it's going fairly close from the southwest side. Oh, okay, yeah. So actually, a lot kinder than the most we have seen from the Middle West over towards Campo Militar and send.
यार पता नहीं क्या मसला हो रहा है इस
across the north side a little bit on this one, but very accessible to the majority of this map. Yeah, it's actually quite a nice playing path here because you're going to be able to get all things you can do with this one. So I think a lot of teams are going to have a bit of an easier time going forward. We still haven't changed our top players. They're all in Team Vitality. That's never going to change at all. Neither is the damage numbers. Okay.
It might go up.
It might go up, but yeah, it's the players are not changing. Vitality has just had an absolute field day here in Group B, and we do have to congratulate them again. This has been a wonderful performance. We are going back to the past once again. BTR, when they were just so strong, but we're bringing the modern era of Indonesia. It's good to see, and that Indo pride is back in full force. We are heading over towards El Azhar right now. S2G get themselves a central position. Last time they fought out from El Azhar to get a better spot down towards the circle in Chumasera. We're able to get a second place off the back of this one. This time around, they don't have to move half as far at all. So let's see what S2G can do. Can they get back up into that top 5? Because right now, Godlike are beating them by 1 point.
And they are also right next door to them as well, in that central location in the map. Godlike, west of El Azhar right now, looking to try and keep themselves in the top 5. They are our bubble team right now, tied with Horaa, losing that tiebreaker as it stands. On placement points alone, I believe, is the tiebreaker between these two rosters, both with a chicken dinner under their belt. And Horaa have to move from La Cobraria. It's a fairly accessible rotate, but still pretty fraught with danger. Especially given that there's actually 2 teams up on the northeast side near Torre Hamada, near Campo Militar. So maybe they're going to need to try and find a lucky spin over towards the circle, just like you guys can find a lucky spin in game right now. Make sure you're heading into the game to draw for an exclusive set.
क्या बकवास है यार इनका सिस्टम ही इतना
खराब है. The PMWC making sure you're looking fine, fresh and ready for battle, as many of our players are today and for the rest of this tournament.
It's a very, very fun final map. Here we have 1 point sits between 6th and 5th, and 1 point sits between 13th and 14th. One of those is a little bit more consequential than the others, because one means you go to the finals or survival stage. One means you go to survival stage or you go home. And I think right now, if I was TT Project, I'd be looking to try and get some more consistent points on the board. It's a difficult thing to try and figure out at the end of the day of whether to try and play aggressive, try and get a lot of points early and risk going out and opening up that door for other teams underneath you. But I think the best you can do is just try and play with consistency going into these final games. Very, very difficult to do. And honestly, with some of the strong teams that are going to be in your path over towards that northeast side for TT Project, I think playing a slow game is maybe the better decision.
A couple of points can be make or break, but
there is always that flip side of like, well, what if Dopeness just pull out a 20 Elim chicken dinner out of nowhere, right? Maybe we should have done a little bit more to try and stop them, but I don't think you can trade on that. When you have so many teams in the mix, I think you're definitely right. That's a nice little pickup for Godlike, though. Not so nice for Hustler Crew, but like the Des said, we really haven't seen anything from them during these group stages. But it's brilliant news for Godlike to just get a little bit further ahead of Horaa and break that tie, put themselves up in 4th now. Yeah, I'm putting Horaa in the hot seat versus S2G. Like I say, Horaa moving across from La Cobreria, they can get a pretty early rotate over. They may have to contend with Vitality in the near future, though, and that is a terrifying prospect. But for Godlike, actually, I don't mind what they're going for. If they swung back in towards Impala and tried to finish off Hustler Crew, I mean, it's cheeky, but it does work. And it would be a way to guarantee some elimination points. I mean, like you say, Hustler Crew, since those finals, the first 2 days of finals of Western Europe, we just have not really seen anything else from this team. I mean, I'm just slightly perplexed as to why Godlike did leave right in the middle of the circle and go to Los Leones, given where the circle did pop. Because if you remember, they dropped next to S2G.
गेम में इनकी इतनी फंस रही है तो मुझे तो गिला ही नहीं करना चाहिए.
So it is a big flex out. It's Luton time. Luton up on the northern side. Horaa are making their way in past water treatment. Well, for Godlike, they've already cleared out one player from Hustler Crew. They know the team they're going up against as well, so honestly, they could just swing back over towards the eastern coast, know that they might run back into Hustler Crew at some point in the future. Feel fairly confident about winning that fight versus them, which is an extra 3 points in their bag, but also Spot one. QZ with the shots, but not quite connecting there. That high ground is available. He's got the Mini 14 as well. Tiamba with the chicken dinner that they were able to find in the match just previous are now a lot safer ahead of that bubble, currently 13 points ahead of 13th place. And for multiple teams to be able to jump that gap, it's going to take something quite big to make that one happen. So for Tiamba, I think they certainly are going to want to play this one slow. Terrible spot to play with right now. Eagle, oh, it's just too easy. Couple of shots. Ring out. The same angles you wanted before. For Dopeness, they're sat out in the open. Even though going against Godlike, they lose one. A piece, really. Nobody is close enough to really go for this fight. Both teams now are going to have to send in, and TT Project are pushing in from the southwest side past Los Leones. An immediate response coming through, and Godlike will be first on the scene. That you can get the res here, and it looks like a no commitment from Ida. They're going to give up on that one. They know what is at stake, and another point for Godlike sees them one step closer and taking a player away from Ida is a great result for them. It's a target team. They can push past very easily.
He's having a good time in these games. I mean, for Godlike, they have a great opportunity right now to sit themselves up towards that top 5, go straight towards the finals. I mean, it is quite an awesome turnaround, seeing OG as well as Godlike up there, representing. It took 1 year to do as well.
Red zone, so every other elimination point counts. S-bar क्रेडिट जाएगा उन्हें, ऑब्वियसली जाएगा. वहाँ अपना प्लेयर गवाया जाता तो बहुत दिक्कतें आ सकती थी, लेकिन जोन का शिफ्ट देखें आप एंड लुक एट द टीम सर्वाइविंग. सभी टीमों की तरफ से कोशिश की जा रही है कि बस सर्वाइवल स्ट्रैट जो है वो उनको पुल ऑफ किया जाए. ऑल्दो पॉइंट ऑफ कंटेंशन की बात करें, वो एल हज़ार के आसपास का एरिया बनेगा. गॉडल को बड़े आराम से जगह मिल सकती है, बिकॉज ईडा इज डेफिनेटली दे विल एग्जेजरेट अ लिटिल बिट। जब वो रोटेशन का सोचेंगे तो वो थोड़ा ज़्यादा आगे जाएंगे, बिकॉज जोन की बैक फ्लिप उन्हें मजबूर कर रही है कि वो आगे जाकर मैप कंट्रोल हासिल करें। दूसरी तरफ देखा जाए गॉडल के पास यहाँ पर अब एक ही ऑप्शन बचा है, थोड़ा सा इंतज़ार करके रोटेट किया जाए और एजिस के ऊपर ही रहकर अपने लिए जगह हासिल की जाए। ओवर रोटेशन किया, ज़्यादा बेहतर जगह हासिल करने की कोशिश की तो मुश्किल आ सकती है। ऑलरेडी इनके मुकाबले में जो टीमें थी वो जोन में जा चुकी हैं, सो गॉडल उनको एजिस पर ही खेलना पड़ेगा।
बिल्कुल आप दुरुस्त कह रहे हैं अलादीन, एंड सर्कल का जो ये एक डाउन ट्रेंड आपको चलता देखने को मिल रहा है। अब गॉड लाइक के आपने जिक्र भी किया, एंड गॉड लाइक आई वुड से कि एक डिलेड रोटेशन का शिकार होते हमें दिखाई दे रहे हैं, लेकिन वहीं पर एक फाइट टीम S2G का भी लेना, कहीं ना कहीं दिल उनका भी ज़ोर से धड़कता ज़रूर है किसी फाइट में जाने से पहले कि क्या होगा इसका अंजाम, लेकिन अंजाम आपको बेहतर खुद ही करना है अपनी स्ट्रैटेजीज़ बनाकर। एंड टीम S2G स्पोर्ट्स कामेकाजी अभी फ़िलहाल के लिए आगे बढ़कर कुछ मज़ीद एलिमिनेशंस निकालना चाह रहे हैं। एलेक्सो उनका पोजीशन काफ़ी ख़तरनाक है, अपने ही लिए ख़तरनाक इसलिए है क्योंकि S2G के प्लेयर्स अगर आगे गए, उनको स्पॉट डाउन कर लिया गया तो फिर काफ़ी नुकसान उठाना पड़ जाएगा टीम 721 के खिलाड़ियों को। लेकिन वहीं पर एलेक्सो का पोजीशन अगर कॉम्प्रोमाइज़ ना हुआ तो शायद टीम S2G आपको हार मानती दिखाई दे सकती है, लेकिन एलेक्सो गलती करते हैं, इनफैक्ट कॉम्प्रोमाइज हो गए और अनफॉर्चुनेटली अपना एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट गवा देंगे। लेकिन S2G उनके इम्तिहान खत्म ही होने को नहीं है, जहां पर एक टीम से फाइट मुकम्मल करने को वो हैं ब्रीदिंग स्पेस लिए बगैर, अगला शिकार भी उनको करना पड़ेगा टीम डोपनेस के प्लेयर्स का। लेकिन एक अच्छी चीज ये है कि दोनों टीमें कहीं ना कहीं थोड़ी बहुत स्ट्रगलिंग जरूर थी। 7-1 भी कुछ आप कह लें कि अच्छे पॉइंट्स निकाले जरूर आज के दिन, लेकिन उतना ज्यादा बेहतर परफॉर्मेंस उनकी नहीं रही। लेकिन अब जाकर पोजीशन कॉम्प्रोमाइज्ड होगा, नुकसान पहुंचाते हैं, अब कहानी खत्म हो जाएगी थोड़ी देर में। शायद सोल्के का ग्रेनेड ही फाइनल ग्रेनेड इन द कॉफिन में इसको जरूर कहना चाहूंगा, काफी हद तक नुकसान पहुंचाएगा। एंड टीम S2G आपको यहां से तीसरा एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट फिलहाल के लिए उठाते दिखाई देंगे। लेकिन S2G अलादीन, उनको अंदाजा ये नहीं है कि पीछे डोपनेस भी उनका इंतजार कर रही है।
इस सारी फाइट में ओवर कमिट नहीं करना है S2G को। यस, उन्होंने 3 एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स निकाल रखे हैं। यस, उनके सामने एक सोलो प्लेयर सर्वाइव करता हुआ 721 का दिखाई देता है। यस, दे हैव द जोन, बट देयर इज वन थिंग, एक चीज़ ऐसी है जो कि वो नहीं करना चाहेंगे, उनको नहीं करनी चाहिए, एंड दैट इज ओवर एग्रेशन। लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि उन्हें अंदाज़ा तो हो ही जाएगा कि डॉपनेस के प्लेयर यहाँ हैं। अगर तो इस सोलो प्लेयर को जो कि डॉपनेस का गया इनके सामने से, उसे इन्होंने 721 का प्लेयर समझा तो इनको सरप्राइज मिलने वाला है, फिर इनको सरप्राइज मिलने वाला है, बिकॉज अब ये रैप अराउंड करेंगे ईस्टर्न साइड से। इन्होंने कहना कि हाँ ये जिंदा कैसे हो गए भाई, ये जिंदा कैसे हो गए। बट चलें, आई थिंक इन्फॉर्मेशन S2G को होगी, इतने भी बच्चे नहीं हैं वो, उनको इन्फॉर्मेशन थोड़ी बहुत होगी दैट देयर इज, ये देखें आप स्काउट वो कर रहे हैं, दे प्रॉब्ली हैव द इन्फॉर्मेशन दैट देयर इज अनदर टीम, लेकिन लूट की जा रही है, क्रेट्स लूटे जा रहे हैं। ध्यान देना है, गलती नहीं करनी, बिल्कुल भी गलती नहीं करनी, भनक कर भाप कर सिचुएशन को आगे बढ़े,
ग्रेनेड्स फेंक करें
मास्क को सामने, पीछे डॉपनेस। S2G, this is your fight, आपको जीतनी है ये फाइट, आपको एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स निकालने हैं। इन द मीन टाइम किल फीड में अल्फा 7 थोड़ा सा चार्ज करती हुई नजर आती है ATSH के ऊपर, लेकिन संभल कर जा रही है S2G। ऐसे भी नहीं, इतना भी नहीं, ऐसे नहीं ये टीम हमें प्रीवियस PMGO जो हुआ है उसमें #2 पर दिखाई दे रही थी। देयर वाज अ रीजन कि टीम इतना अच्छा खेल रही थी।
जी हाँ, लेकिन अलादीन वहीं पर भी इतना ज़्यादा अगर फाइट को इन्होंने डिले किया तो शायद मजीद भी टीमें यहाँ पर आ सकती हैं। S2G अब नहीं उनको जाना, अब उनको ज़्यादा मूवमेंट्स नहीं करनी है, क्योंकि ईडा स्पोर्ट्स भी यहाँ पर है। एक गलत फाइट के अंदर, एक हेड ऑन फाइट के अंदर अगर टीम S2G फंस गई डोपनेस के साथ, तो शायद ईडा स्पोर्ट्स बहुत आराम से थर्ड पार्टी कर सकती है। नाउ दिस इज़ गोइंग टू बी आई वुड से अ टेस्ट फॉर टीम S2G कि क्या करते हैं वो, किल हंग्री होकर आगे बढ़कर फाइट शुरू करते हैं गलत टाइम पर, या इंतज़ार करेंगे सही मौके का। लेकिन वहीं पर आप देखें कि होरा स्पोर्ट्स आपको सर्वाइवल स्टेज के उस सारे कैटेगरी में आती दिखाई दे रही है। 6ठे नंबर पर होरा स्पोर्ट्स आ चुकी है। हाँ, एक ही पॉइंट का डिफरेंस है उनका टीम S2G के साथ, लेकिन ये एक पॉइंट इतना प्रेशर डालेगा होरा स्पोर्ट्स के ऊपर। एंड होरा स्पोर्ट्स को तो अंदाज़ा भी नहीं होगा कि वो 6ठे नंबर पर आ गए हैं, बिकॉज वो अपना गेम खेल रहे हैं। उनको बस अपने तरीके से खेलना है, अच्छे पॉइंट्स निकालने हैं, दैट शुड बी सफिशेंट। कोशिश कर आपको अच्छे तरीके से जाना है। लेकिन खैर टीटी प्रोजेक्ट वहीं पर 13वें नंबर पर पहला एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट इस मैच का कंफर्म करने में कामयाबी हासिल करते हैं। वहीं पर रोटेशंस की जहां पर बात है, गॉडल अभी भी सर्कल के अंदर नहीं आ पहुंची है। इनफैक्ट ये सर्कल खत्म होकर अगला सर्कल भी आने को है तकरीबन 30 से 35 सेकंड में, और गॉडल अभी तक के लिए उनको जायपना नहीं मिली इस सर्कल के अंदर।
मिरामर अलाउ करता है आपको आदि कि आप ज़रा सर्कल के साथ थोड़ी छेड़छाड़ करें। मिरामर में आपको रोटेशन के लिए इतना ज़्यादा कह सकते हैं कि परेशान होना नहीं पड़ता। अब मिल ही जाती है आपको सर्कल में जगह, अनलेस अनटिल वो छठा सर्कल है या 5वां सर्कल है, तब जाकर थोड़ा सा परेशान होना पड़ता है। इट्स जस्ट थर्ड फेज, तो बड़े आराम से आप जो वो सर्कल में रोटेट कर जाएंगे, नॉट अ बिग डील फॉर दिस टाइम। लेकिन रोटेशन के टाइम पर पकड़े नहीं जाना, बस पकड़े गए तो दिक्कतें हैं, पकड़े गए तो प्रॉब्लम्स हैं, पकड़े गए तो फिर हाथ से जा सकता है ये मैच क्वालिफिकेशन। लेकिन चले गॉडल को देखा जाए, एक्सट्रीमली ईस्टर्न साइड से रोटेट करना चाहते हैं, नॉट अ गुड मूव आदि, नॉट अ गुड मूव। ये समहाउ अगर वो YG के पास से सर्कल में चले गए, समहाउ अगर YG के बीच में सर्कल में चले गए, लगी रहे तो ठीक है, यहाँ गए तो फाइट लेना पड़ेगी। और अगर HC से फाइट हुई तो YG थर्ड पार्टी करेगी, YG से फाइट हुई तो HC थर्ड पार्टी करेगी। दिस इज द लास्ट मैच और ऑलरेडी HC वर्सेस YG की फाइट चल रही है। गॉडल इज गोइंग फॉर अ स्लैम इन।
ये गलत है।
गॉडल इज गोइंग फॉर अ स्लैम इन।
उनको रुकना चाहिए पीछे।
वो नहीं देख पा रहे जो हम देख पा रहे हैं, वो बिल्कुल भी नहीं देख पा रहे।
हो रही है ऑलरेडी, आप देखें कि
गॉडल की HP देखिए
ऑलरेडी हो रही है। एंड जी हाँ बिल्कुल, गॉडल अब यहाँ पर ये इन्होंने जो गलती की, ऑलरेडी फाइट हुई है, हिट मार्कर्स मैप पर आए हैं, दो टीमें आपस में लड़ रही हैं, आपको पीछे रुकना चाहिए थर्ड पार्टी के लिए, ना कि आप सीधा जाकर दोनों के बीच में स्लैम इन दे दें। बट मैं देखना चाहता हूँ एग्जैक्टली गॉडल का पोजीशन क्या है, क्योंकि अभी मैप से देखकर उस तरह से अंदाज़ा शायद नहीं हो रहा है। मे बी दे हैव सम रिज, मे बी दे हैव सम हार्ड कवर जिसका वो इस्तेमाल शायद वो कर पा रहे हों। लेकिन हाँ, अभी भी डायरेक्ट वो स्लैम इन नहीं है, जिसको हम स्लैम इन कहते हैं। यांगोन गैलेक्टिकॉस के प्लेयर बिल्कुल सामने हैं, टीम HC और यांगोन गैलेक्टिकॉस। एंड लीजिए गॉडल अब जा करके शायद फाइट के अंदर चले गए हैं। टीम HC हसलर्स क्रू, उनके प्लेयर को कुछ थोड़ा बहुत नुकसान पहुंचा जरूर इस सारी फाइट में। 2 अदद खिलाड़ी अब बाकी रह चुके हैं। गॉडल तीसरा एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट उठाएंगे, लेकिन वहीं पर चौथा भी शायद एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट कंफर्म कर लिया जाएगा गॉडल की जानिब से। 4 मजीद एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स इस मैच से कंफर्म कर लिए हैं। 94 पॉइंट्स के ऊपर ये टीम अपने आप को लेकर के जा चुकी है, लेकिन पॉइंट्स में डिफरेंस अभी भी बहुत ज्यादा कम है। होरा ई-स्पोर्ट्स का भी परफॉर्म करना बाकी है। नोंगचिम रेड फोर्स अपने चारों के चारों खिलाड़ियों के साथ है। S2G को आप देखें, 2 एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स और चारों के चारों प्लेयर्स उनकी साइड पर भी इंटैक्ट हैं। लेकिन गॉडल वो 5वां एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट उठाते हैं अपने लिए सक्सेसफुली, और टीम हसलर्स क्रू इस मैच से बाहर हो जाती है। पहला नाम खवातीनो हजरात, 16वां पायदान इस मैच से बाहर हो चुका है, एंड हसलर्स क्रू का सफर यहीं पर खत्म होता है।
जी हाँ बिल्कुल, हसलर्स क्रू की जो हसल है वो यहीं पर ही बसल होती हुई दिखाई देती है, ख़त्म होती हुई नजर आती है। एंड दैट वाज क्वाइट एन अनफॉर्चुनेट रन, बिकॉज ये टीम हमें 25 पॉइंट से लेकर जाती हुई नजर आई 12 मैचेस में, जो कि बिल्कुल भी अच्छा नंबर नहीं है। एंड दे नीड a lot of preparation। लेकिन दूसरी तरफ देखा जाए, होरा स्पोर्ट्स को एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स मिल रहे हैं। ईडा थर्ड पार्टी कर रही है, वापस से क्लाइंब अप करती हुई टीमें नजर आएंगी, शफल होता हुआ दिखाई देगा ये सारा पॉइंट्स टेबल। फिर से S2G जो कि थर्ड पर फोर्थ पर आए थे, वापस से चले जाएंगे 6 के ऊपर। अभी तो नोंगचिम रेड फोर्स के चारों प्लेयर जिंदा, आदि कुछ भी हो सकता है, एनीथिंग कैन हैपन। S2G इज इन द डेड सेंटर, जहां पर उनके आसपास ईडा तो है, लेकिन ईडा के पास अपने कॉम्पाउंड्स हैं, S2G के पास अपनी जगह है। गॉडल के सामने दूर दराज तक कोई नहीं है। ईस्टर्न साइड पे देयर इज YG, जिनसे वो कई बार फाइट जीते हैं। यहाँ देखा जाए वुल्व्स वर्सेस टीम त्यांबा चल रहा है, जहां पर वुल्व्स पहला नॉकआउट निकालने के बाद आगे जाएंगे, लेकिन ध्यान से खेलना है। त्यांबा लेटली अच्छा खेलती हुई दिखाई दी है हमें, लेकिन जिस सिचुएशन में वो आए हैं, 2 प्लेयर्स बचे हैं, दिक्कतें उन पर बनती हुई नजर आ सकती हैं। ऑन द बैक साइड देयर इज अरीना, जो कि थर्ड पार्टी करना चाहेंगे, एंड अरीना उनको यहाँ काफ़ी एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स मिलने के चांसेस दिखाई देंगे। लेकिन ये सर्कल आदि, दिस जोन इज गोइंग टू बी द डिसाइसिव जोन। ये जोन बहुत क्योस बना सकता है। सर्कल का शिफ्ट आएगा, TT विल बी फोर्स के उनको लड़ाई में आना पड़ेगा। टीम ई अरीना, उनको भी ज़बरदस्ती लड़ाई में आना पड़ेगा ई अरीना के साथ, एंड वुल्व्स भी यहाँ पर टीम ई अरीना से फाइट लेते हुए दिखाई दे सकते हैं। बट गॉडल एंड YG मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली दोनों ही टीमें बड़े आराम से जोन में आ जाएंगी।
जी हाँ बिल्कुल, एंड वहीं पर टीम वुल्व्स ई स्पोर्ट्स वो भी जान मार रहे हैं जैसे तैसे मज़ीद अच्छे पायदान निकाल कर एक अच्छा प्राइस पूल निकाल कर लेकर जाएं। सारे कंपटीशन से 12वें नंबर पर है। एक एक पायदान भी अगर आप ऊपर आते हैं तो आपको अच्छा फ़ायदा पहुंचेगा। अब यहाँ पर स्टेज में आकर एटलीस्ट ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में तो डायरेक्टली वुल्व्स नहीं जा सकती है, लेकिन हाँ कुछ ज़्यादा प्राइस पूल शायद अखज़ कर पाएँ सारे मैच इख्तिताम तक आते आते। लेकिन वहीं पर त्याम्बा और ये एरिना आपस में लड़ते देखने को मिलते हैं, जहाँ पर मीलू टर्नी के एक एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट कंफर्म कर लेकर जाएंगे एंड मीलू को रिटालिएशन में आकर टीम ई एरिना के प्लेयर एलिमिनेट करते हैं एंड दिस वाज द एंड फॉर टीम त्याम्बा। ख़वातीन हज़रात 36 पॉइंट सॉरी नॉट 36 पॉइंट्स बल्कि त्याम्बा आपको 49 पॉइंट्स के ऊपर इस मैच को ख़त्म करती दिखाई देती है। दे वुड बी सेफ। अगर नीचे से आप देख लें डोपनेस भी कम बैक कर ले तो इतना कुछ फ़र्क त्याम्बा को नहीं पहुंचेगा। हाँ ख़तरा अभी भी टीटी प्रोजेक्ट को है क्योंकि टीटी प्रोजेक्ट अपने प्लेयर्स गंवाने को जा रही है एंड डोपनेस अभी के लिए अपने 3 अदद खिलाड़ियों के साथ सर्वाइव कर रही है। लेकिन वहीं पर ही एरिना के जोकर आगे बढ़ कर के अकेले ही प्लेयर सामना करना चाहते हैं वुल्व्स के खिलाड़ियों का। बैकयार्ड्स के ऊपर ही एरिना के खिलाड़ी मॉर्मन वो फॉल बैक कर चुके हैं, लेकिन अनफॉर्चुनेटली ज्यादा कुछ वो एक अकेला प्लेयर नहीं कर पाता ही एरिना का और अपना एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट उनको गंवाना पड़ जाएगा। लेकिन मॉर्मन अपनी जान तो वहां से बचा ली है, लेकिन आगे जाकर शायद किसी और के हाथों अपना एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट आपको गंवाते दिखाई देंगे अभी थोड़ी देर में।
जी हाँ बिल्कुल, एरिना के आखिरी प्लेयर हैं मॉर्मन। बचते बचाते गॉडलाइक के सामने आ जाएंगे, कोशिश है बचने की। सामने गॉडल के प्लेयर हैं, वाईजी से वो लड़ते हुए शायद दिखाई दें, लेकिन एरिना अगर किसी तरह से टॉप 3 के अंदर जगह बना ली गई, अगर किसी तरह से अपने आप को बचा लिया गया तो फिर ही शायद बेसन पॉइंट्स की सूरत में सर्वाइवल पॉइंट्स निकाले जा सकते हैं। लेकिन यहाँ पर वाईजी वर्सेस गॉडल अभी तक 3 बार ऐसा हुआ कि वाईजी और गॉडल की लड़ाई हुई। तीनों बार वाईजी ने इनफैक्ट वाईजी को नाकों चने चबाए जाते हैं गॉडल की जानिब से, लेकिन इस बार पीछे से थर्ड पार्टी करती हुई एस2जी दिखाई देती है। अभी इमदाद आएगी टीम गॉडल के प्लेयर्स को जो कि एस2जी की सूरत में मिलती है। लेकिन क्या गॉडल को रियलाइज हुआ है कि सामने जो प्लेयर नॉक हुआ है, सामने जो टीम नंबर लिखा आया है उनके लेफ्ट साइड पे स्क्रीन पर, वो टीम नंबर इसी टीम का है जिससे वो लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं। यंग गैलेक्टिकोस रिवाइवल के लिए आगे बढ़ते हुए प्लेयर दिखाई देंगे। इन द मीन टाइम इसी ETSH की स्पीड सर्वाइव कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उनको पता होना चाहिए कि वुल्फ के पास तो ऑलरेडी अच्छे पॉइंट्स है, टीटी भी सर्वाइव कर रही है, सो ही नीड्स टू गिव अप। लेकिन दूसरी तरफ देखा जाए गॉडल इज फॉलिंग बैक। जोन में जगह मिली, ठीक है, ओवर एग्रेसिव नहीं होना, बहुत ही संभल कर खेल रहे हैं प्लेयर्स।
अच्छा डिसीजन है, बहुत अच्छा डिसीजन है। ज़रूरी नहीं है कि हर फाइट आपको लेनी ही लेनी है। कभी फॉल बैक करना एक लॉन्गर स्ट्रैटेजी, एक लॉन्ग टर्म स्ट्रैटेजी के लिए अच्छा साबित होता है। मुझे कोई रेस्टोरेंट का शायद ये नाम था, आई डोंट नो, ये स्पेनिश में शायद लिखा हुआ है, आप लोग बता सकते हैं कि ये क्या है, आप लोग बता सकते हैं, खैर गूगल ट्रांसलेट ज़रूर बता सकता है। लेकिन वहीं पर गॉडल और सर्कल की जो एक दौड़ है वो चलती आपको वापस से देखने को मिलेगी। लेकिन इस बारी गॉडल आई थिंक जो कि थोड़ा ऐसे ही संभल कर खेलें तो ज़्यादा दिक्कत नहीं होगी उनको यहाँ से फाइनल जाने की। लेकिन वहीं पर नीचे रहती टीमों को भी बिल्कुल भी नज़रअंदाज नहीं किया जा सकता। ऊपर रहते ई एरिना एलिमिनेट हो चुके हैं, लेकिन गॉडल से नीचे ईडा ई स्पोर्ट्स, S2G, होरा ई स्पोर्ट्स, नॉन्गशिम रेड फोर्स, इवन कि अल्फा 7 भी सर्वाइव कर रही है। लेकिन अल्फा 7 अगर उनको कुछ करना ही था तो पिछले मैच में करना था। इस मैच के अंदर अनफॉर्चुनेटली वो 30-35 पॉइंट्स का डिफरेंस नैरो डाउन करना क्वालिफिकेशन के लिए ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में वो इम्पॉसिबल है, क्लोज टू इम्पॉसिबल है, नामुमकिन ही है आप समझ लें। लेकिन खैर वहीं पर टीम S2G ई स्पोर्ट्स दे आर ट्राइंग, जितना संभल कर टीम गॉडल खेल रही है उतना ही संभल कर आपको S2G भी खेलती दिखाई दे रही है।
जी हाँ बिल्कुल ठीक है आपने। फिलहाल के लिए S2G बहुत संभल कर खेलती हुई नजर तो आएगी, लेकिन एक टीम जिनके चांसेस काफ़ी अच्छे थे क्वालिफाई करने के, वो शायद क्वालिफाई ना कर पाए। एंड आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट ई एरिना दी। इमेजिन आपने 29 पॉइंट्स निकाले एलिमिनेशंस के पहले मैच में, 39 पॉइंट्स निकाले, एंड समहाउ आप बाकी मैचेस में इतना बड़ा स्ट्रगल करते हैं कि आप क्वालिफाई ही नहीं कर पाते फॉर द ग्रैंड फाइनल्स डायरेक्टली। लेकिन यहाँ देखा जाए S2G नॉन्गशिम रेड फोर्स मिलाकर चंद एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स निकालते हैं। टीटी के प्लेयर्स को गिरा दिया जाएगा, पीछे से अल्फा 7 आएगी, दिक्कत में बढ़ती हुई नजर आती है टीटी के ऊपर। कहीं से यूटिलिटीज, कहीं से स्प्रेज, कहीं से उनके ऊपर वो स्नाइपर के बुलेट्स आते तो है। टीटी के इफेक्ट आखिरी प्लेयर बच जाएंगे, कामिकाज़े वो एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट कंफर्म करेंगे, लेकिन साथ ही साथ चंद एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स उनके स्टील ऑफ होते हुए दिखाई देते हैं। वुल्व्स कम्स इन, इनटू दिस, वो इस पार्टी को ज्वाइन करना चाहते हैं, थर्ड पार्टी करते हुए नजर आएंगे सिचुएशन के अंदर, लेकिन नॉन्गचिम रेड फोर्स उनको भी आगे आना है। चारों प्लेयर्स इंटैक्ट हैं, ग्रेनेड आएगा, कारियो बहुत करीब गिरेगा उनके ग्रेनेड, टिजी कितना करीब आ चुके हैं, पीछे से अल्फा 7 के प्लेयर उन्हें स्पॉट करते हुए दिखाई देते हैं, नॉक होने से पहले ही उठकर फॉल बैक करते हुए टीसी नजर आएंगे, लेकिन सामना नहीं कर पाएंगे वाईजी के प्लेयर्स का। थर्ड पार्टी पीछे से वाईजी के प्लेयर करते हुए दिखाई देते हैं। नॉन्गचिम रेड फोर्स जहां एक प्लेयर उनकी तरफ गिरेगा, वहीं पे अल्फा 7 उनका भी एक प्लेयर गिरता है। आदि बिल्कुल नेक टू नेक कंपटीशन देखने को मिल रहा है। अल्फा 7 ऑल्दो क्वालिफाई तो नहीं कर सकते, लेकिन बाकी टीमों की क्वालिफिकेशन खराब तो कर सकते हैं।
बिल्कुल आपने दुरुस्त कहा अलादीन। एंड अल्फा 7 अनफॉर्चुनेटली अभी फिलहाल के लिए वो पिंच्ड आउट हो चुके हैं मुख्तलिफ टीमों के दरमियान में, लेकिन अल्फा 7 अभी भी फिलहाल के लिए जैसे तैसे कर उन सारी यूटिलिटी से अपनी जान बचाते जरूर ही हैं, लेकिन रीवो अभी फिलहाल के लिए टीम टीटी प्रोजेक्ट के आखिरी प्लेयर को इस मैच से बाहर करने में रहेंगे कामयाब। वहीं पर टीम नॉन्गचिम रेड फोर्स आगे बढ़ करके अल्फा 7 को बिलाखिर इस मैच से बाहर करना चाहते हैं, लेकिन नॉन्गचिम रेड फोर्स को अंदाजा ये नहीं है कि अगर वो एलिमिनेट हुए तो वो यहां से सर्वाइवल स्टेज जाएंगे, ना कि ग्रैंड फाइनल्स तक अपनी कामयाबी हासिल कर पाएंगे। लेकिन वहीं पर टीम अल्फा 7 के प्लेयर्स एक ही तीर से दो शिकार, तीसरा प्लेयर हुए बिन गिराते हैं। जस्ट लुक एट हिज फ्रीकिंग एचपी, कितने कम एचपी पर उन्होंने ये 3 अदद नॉकआउट्स निकालने में कामयाबी हासिल की ही है। लेकिन वहीं पर होरा ईस्पोर्ट्स वो बैकयार्ड से आ जाएंगे और नॉन्गचिम रेड फोर्स की भी कहानी इस मैच से खत्म होने को है। लीजिए खवातीनो हजरात, अल्फा 7 इस मैच से तो हुई बाहर, लेकिन नॉन्गचिम रेड फोर्स जिन्होंने अल्फा 7 को इस मैच से बाहर करने में कामयाबी हासिल की, उन्हीं को इस मैच से बाहर कर दिया गया है होरा स्पोर्ट्स की जानिब से। लेकिन अब बात आ चुकी है, या तो S2G क्वालिफाई करेगी या ऊपर रहती दो टीमों में से कोई एक टीम आपको बाहर होती इस सारे ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के सफर से दिखाई देगी। लेकिन वहीं पर होरा स्पोर्ट्स आगे बढ़ेंगे, टीम S2G के साथ फाइट ली जाती है, नो फेयर गिराएंगे, सोल के का एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट कंफर्म करते आपको दिखाई देंगे थोड़ी ही देर में। लेकिन होरा स्पोर्ट्स भी डोमिनेशन पर है एंड होरा स्पोर्ट्स अपने 3 प्लेयर्स पर इस मैच का चिकन डिनर कंफर्म करना चाहती है। लेकिन S2G एक प्लेयर गवाया है, अब मजीद गलती करना उनको नहीं है, लेकिन दिक्कत सबसे बड़ी ये है कि S2G के प्लेयर्स बिखरे हुए हैं। एंड लीजिए, जो गलती नहीं करनी थी S2G को वो गलती कर दी जाती है एंड हमसी जी अब शायद रिवाइवल लेना तो नामुमकिन है उनका।
जी हाँ बिल्कुल, हम सीजी रिवाइव नहीं हो पाएंगे, उनको फिनिश कर दिया जाएगा। टीम S2G अपने आखिरी 2 प्लेयर्स पर आ जाती है। सर्कल की बात करें, दैट गोज टुवर्ड्स गॉडल साइड, और वहीं पर YG के प्लेयर के पास भी जोन मौजूद है, बट YG कैन नॉट क्वालिफाई, बट ईडा कैन। ईडा कोशिश कर सकती है, वोल्व्स वर्सेस गॉडल की फाइट बनती हुई नजर आएगी। सौमे को गिरा दिया जाएगा, लेकिन सौमे उन्हें रिवाइव दिया जा सकता है। दे आर ऑन द सेफर साइड, सेफर एंड। वोल्व के 3 प्लेयर उस साइड पर दिखाई देते हैं, लेकिन इस बार होरा स्पोर्ट्स के प्लेयर से फाइट लेने के लिए YG के प्लेयर्स आगे आते हैं। यूटिलिटी डाउन की जाती है, स्काई पकड़े जाएंगे, यूटिलिटी से उन्हें बीट आउट कराया जाता है और आगे आकर स्प्रे डाउन करेंगे मॉनेट। लेकिन क्या गॉडल के प्लेयर्स को फिनिश किया जाएगा? सौमे गेट्स एलिमिनेटेड बाय वोल्स, वहां पर जाकर माने को गिराते हुए नजर आएंगे। वोल्स के एनसीएस क्राई, व्हाट इज गोइंग ऑन? गॉडल आखिरी 2 प्लेयर पर आ जाती है, लेकिन यहां देखा जाए जिगल के सामने फुल ऑन पुश देखने को मिलता है। होरा के प्लेयर्स गिरेंगे, डाउन टू द लास्ट मैन स्टैंडिंग। होरा आ जाती है, पीछे गॉडल के आखिरी प्लेयर है। व्हाट इज गोइंग ऑन? गॉडल के एडमिनो क्लच पुल ऑफ करते हुए दिखाई देंगे, एक ग्रेनेड के साथ एडमिनो गिराएंगे, पूरे स्क्वाड को वुल्व्स को खदेड़ दिया जाएगा। गॉडल वापस से ऊपर आ जाती है, होरा गेट्स एलिमिनेटेड इन द मीन टाइम एंड गॉडल अब यहां से क्वालिफाई करती हुई दिखाई देती है फॉर द नेक्स्ट स्टेज। बट ईडा उनकी क्वालिफिकेशन अभी भी स्टेक पर दिखाई देती है। S2G के प्लेयर्स अभी भी जिंदा हैं, ईडा कोशिश करेंगे, फाइट्स में आएंगे, लेकिन ज्यादा एग्रेसिव नहीं होते। इन द मीन टाइम एडमिनो YG के ऊपर भी एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स निकाल रहे हैं। एडमिनो किसी को छोड़ ही नहीं रहे।
जी हाँ बिल्कुल, लेकिन ईडा स्पोर्ट्स, इट्स नाउ बिटवीन ईडा स्पोर्ट्स एंड टीम S2G। कोई एक टीम इन दोनों में से अपनी जगह ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के अंदर बना पाएगी ख़वातीन हज़रात। लेकिन गॉडल के एडमिनो जिस तरह से उन्होंने अपनी टीम की कमान संभाली है, जिस तरह से वो सुपरमैन बन पाए अपनी टीम के लिए और जिस तरह से वो सेवियर बन पाए अपनी टीम के लिए, ये उन्हीं की बदौलत है कि गॉडल बिल्कुल बाहर होते होते इस मैच में वापसी उन्होंने इख्तियार की है। सेकंड स्पॉट पे अब वापस आ चुके हैं टीम गॉडल, लेकिन S2G उनके प्लेयर को एलिमिनेट किया जाएगा। टीम S2G स्पोर्ट्स खवातीनो हजरात इस मैच से बाहर कर दी जाती है। ईडा स्पोर्ट्स, लेकिन S2G जाते जाते उन्होंने प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट्स निकालकर शायद ई अरीना के प्लेयर्स को छठे 5वें पायदान तक लेकर आ चुके हैं, लेकिन वहीं पर ईडा स्पोर्ट्स चंद एक एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट, इनफैक्ट 2 एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स और उनको निकालना बाकी रहेंगे और आपको वो ई अरीना को नीचे गिराते देखने को मिलेंगे। लेकिन मेरे ख्याल से ईडा स्पोर्ट्स उन्होंने ऑलरेडी ई अरीना को शायद डीथ्रोन कर दिया है, क्योंकि ये प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट जब ऐड ऑन होंगे तो ईडा स्पोर्ट्स ऑटोमेटिकली आपको क्वालिफाई करती दिखाई देगी। लेकिन गॉडल उन्होंने बड़ा शानदार रन किया है इस मैच में, 10 एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स की डोमिनेशन के ऊपर टीम गॉडल अपने आप को लेकर के जा चुकी है, लेकिन ईडा स्पोर्ट्स अपने लिए एक और मजीद एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट निकालेंगे। एंड लीजिए खवातीनो हजरात, हमारे टॉप 5 फाइनलिस्ट मंजर आम पर आ जाएंगे और अब इस सारी फहरिस्त में कोई और मजीद छेड़छाड़ होने को बिल्कुल भी बाकी नहीं है। लेकिन सवाल है चिकन डिनर का, और आखिरी मैच में एक हायर नोट पर इस सारे ग्रुप स्टेज को ख़त्म करने का, जहां पर ईडा स्पोर्ट्स के 3 प्लेयर्स इंटैक्ट हैं, गॉडल डोमिनेशन पर है, 2 अदद खिलाड़ी उनके हैं, 1 ई स्पोर्ट्स इनफैक्ट डोपनेस, उनको अगर आप देखें तो 3 प्लेयर्स उनके भी इंटैक्ट हैं। एंड डोपनेस को दाद देना पड़ेगी अलादीन कि कहां से निकल कर जैसे तैसे कर कर वो 5 एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स निकाले, टॉप 4 में अपनी जगह बनाई और डेंजर जोन से सीधा बाहर निकल कर अब सर्वाइवल स्टेज जाने को है।
टॉपनेस ने बहुत ही अच्छा लास्ट मैच खेला है, बहुत ही अच्छा जाम देखने को मिलेगा इस साइड के ऊपर। लेकिन अब बात करेंगे इस फाइट की जहाँ पर YG के आखिरी प्लेयर हैं, काफ़ी ज़्यादा डैमेज पड़ेगा यहाँ पर मानेट को, लेकिन लूफा क्या उस साइड पे नॉकआउट निकालेंगे? लोग कहते हैं प्लेयर्स वो गाड़ी लेकर जंप करते हैं, लूफा के हिट लगाने का इंतजार ही नहीं किया जाता। इन द मीन टाइम चिकन डिनर निकालने की पॉसिबिलिटी अभी पीछे मौजूद गॉडल की बाकी है। ईडा ऑन द अदर साइड वो सर्वाइव करते हुए नजर आते हैं, वो क्वालिफाई करते हुए नजर आते हैं। इट इज ई अरीना दैट इज नॉट गोना क्वालिफाई फॉर द ग्रैंड फाइनल्स, उनको सर्वाइवल स्टेज आना पड़ेगा। लेकिन चिकन डिनर कौन हासिल करेगा? हु इज गोना फिनिश देयर ग्रुप स्टेज ऑन द हायर नॉट? इज इट गोना बी गॉडलाइक जो कि 2 प्लेयर्स के साथ हैं, वहीं पर देखा जाए डॉपनेस के 3 प्लेयर्स हैं, ईडा के 3 प्लेयर्स हैं। ईडा जितना अच्छा आज के दिन खेला आदि, ये इन्हीं 3 मैचेस की वजह से क्वालिफाई कर रहे हैं, जहां पर 2 चिकन डिनर्स निकाले और इस मैच में भी टॉप 3 में आ चुके हैं।
जी हाँ बिल्कुल। एंड वहीं पर ईडा स्पोर्ट्स क्वालिफाई उन्होंने कर लिया है, अंदाज़ा उनको अभी नहीं होगा, इसीलिए वो इतनी जी जान से खेल रहे हैं। लेकिन 100 में डोपनेस के प्लेयर, जस्ट इमेजिन डोपनेस आखिरी मैच में अपना पहला चिकन डिनर निकाल कर लेकर चली जाए, लेकिन ऐसा शायद कहना ही था। और ईडा स्पोर्ट्स के रीता उनको उनके प्लेयर को नॉकआउट करते हैं। दिस इज़ क्लियरली गोइंग टुवर्ड्स ईडा स्पोर्ट्स, जहां पर डोपनेस के आखिरी प्लेयर अब स्पीको रह चुके हैं, सिर्फ और सिर्फ एक प्लेयर को गिराएंगे, दूसरे प्लेयर पर अपने क्रॉसेस जमाना चाहते हैं, अपने एंगल्स चेंज करेंगे, ब्लू जोन से बाहर निकलते हैं लेकिन चूक जाते हैं रीता के अगेंस्ट। और वहीं पर आखिरी प्लेयर का भी एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट कंफर्म कर ईडा स्पोर्ट्स आज के दिन का सबसे बड़ा कमबैक अगर खवातीन हजरात इस पूरे दिन में निकल कर आया है तो वो इस टीम की जानिब से आया है, तुर्की से आया ये नाम। आज के दिन के आगाज पर आपको बिल्कुल नीचे दिखाई दे रहा था ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग्स के, आज 13 से भी पार ये शायद मौजूद थे, वहां से उठे हैं और अब सीधा आपको ये ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में नजर आएंगे खेलते हुए।
जी हाँ बिल्कुल ठीक है आपने, सीधा ये टीम अब ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में जाएगी ज़रूर। ईडा स्पोर्ट्स दाद जितनी दी जाए उतना कम है, आज के दिन के डोमिनेटर्स हैं, आज के दिन के कह सकते हैं आपके चैंपियंस हैं आज के दिन के। जिस तरह से उन्होंने खेला, 3 चिकन डिनर्स निकालना कोई आसान बात नहीं है, 6 मैचेस में से 3 चिकन डिनर्स निकाले गए ईडा स्पोर्ट्स की जानिब से। और ना सिर्फ चिकन डिनर्स आदि अच्छी फाइट्स भी ली जाती हैं, नो डाउट। लास्ट मैच में जब इनको लगा कि डिफेंसिव खेलना ही एक आखिरी हल है, तब ज़्यादा ही डिफेंसिव खेला, ओवर डिफेंसिव खेला, लेकिन जो चीज़ काम करती है वो चीज़ अच्छी है। व्हाटएवर वर्क्स आउट इज गुड, जो भी काम कर रहा है वो अच्छा है। ये चीज़ हमने जब ओजी की बात कर रहे थे लोग कि वो डिफेंसिव खेल रहे हैं, हमने तब भी ये कहा था कि भाई इस लॉबी में डिफेंसिव खेलना भी आसान नहीं है, इस लॉबी में खेलना ही आसान नहीं है। सो इवन इफ समबडी इज प्लेइंग डिफेंसिव एंड गेटिंग पॉइंट्स, इट इज़ गुड। हाँ, ग्रैंड फाइनल में जाके उस स्ट्रेटेजी के साथ आप खेल नहीं सकते, वहाँ आपको डिफरेंट प्लान के साथ आना पड़ता है। लेकिन यहाँ देखा जाए लास्ट मोमेंट थी, मिनट एडवांटेज उनके पास था, लेकिन हाँ कुछ फाइट्स जो ली गई अच्छी ली गई, बिल्कुल अच्छी ली गई और ईडा स्पोर्ट्स चिकन निकाल जाती है। हालांकि कई बार हमने देखा इनको कि जब फाइट में अपने प्लेयर्स नॉक करा रहे थे ये, तो वहाँ पर फिर फॉल बैक भी बड़े अच्छे से कर रहे थे। सो चलें, फिलहाल के लिए दे आर द विनर्स ऑफ दिस मैच, दे क्वालिफाइड। दाद देना पड़ेगी इस टीम को, बट इस लॉबी के अंदर, इस ग्रुप के अंदर जिन टीमों ने अच्छा खेला है, नो डाउट विदाउट डाउट उसमें होरा स्पोर्ट्स का नाम भी आता है, उसमें नॉन्गशिप फोर्स का नाम भी आएगा, गॉडल का नाम भी आएगा। लेकिन नॉक्शम रेड फोर्स या ज़्यादा जो जिक्र मैं करना चाहूँगा आदि वो ई अरीना का करना चाहूँगा। एक मैच में 40 पॉइंट्स निकाले आपने और बाकी 11 मैचेस में आप सिर्फ 50 पॉइंट्स निकालते हैं।
हाँ जी हाँ बिल्कुल। एंड ई अरीना आई वुड से कि वो इतना भी क्या ही चोक कर गए वो कि वो खेल ही ना पाए और अब सर्वाइवल स्टेज से क्वालिफाई उनको करना पड़ेगा ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में। लेकिन वहीं पर विटालिटी का भी जिक्र हमें करना चाहिए अलादीन के, जिन्होंने ये कंपटीशन पहले नंबर के लिए तो ख़त्म ही कर दिया, पहले दिन ही ख़त्म कर दिया था। पहले 6 मैचेस में ही जो उन्होंने कारनामा कर दिखाया वो इतना बड़ा कारनामा था कि शायद आज के पूरे दिन में 107 पॉइंट्स के ऊपर ख़त्म किया था कल का दिन विटालिटी ने। और आज 12 मैचेस के बाद भी कोई टीम और 107 पॉइंट्स नहीं निकाल पाई अभी तक।
जी हाँ बिल्कुल ठीक कहा आपने। बट खैर बढ़ेंगे आगे और क्वालिफाइड टीम्स का जिक्र करेंगे। जिन टीमों ने यहाँ से क्वालिफाई किया है ऑब्वियसली उनको एक अच्छा मौका मिलेगा।
Our champions of the last 2 days of the group stage. Here in Group B, it is of course Team Vitality. Guys, what an impressive 2 days. Federales, let's have a chat, okay? Now, I wanted to ask, with yesterday being so impressive, such a great day for you guys, was today an opportunity to just try some new things and try out some new strats? Like, what was today like for you guys?
Yeah, that's definitely what we do right now today. We try new rotation, we try new gameplay, the way we try to fight more. Yeah, that's it.
That was it. Now, waiting for you guys in the finals next week, we obviously have some pretty heavy hitters, the likes of Four Thrives, Orangutan, Aurora Gaming. What are your thoughts going into next week? Who do you think is going to give you the toughest time?
I think that question is for Axel Zargel. So,
okay.
Untuk tim yang ada di final tentunya kan ada Orangutan, ada juga Four Tribes dan juga tim-tim yang lain sudah lolos dari grup A dan juga grup B. Menurut kamu tim paling susah untuk dilawan di final kira-kira siapa sih? Apakah ada?
Ngomong Indonesia.
Ya.
Sekarang kita masih belum kebayang sih kayak lobby yang ada di final nanti. Cuma pasti bakal lebih keras daripada grup stage ini karena tim-tim yang masuk kan tim-tim yang terbaik kan.
For now I have no idea because the final stage is not set yet. There's still like another teams that are gonna join them, but it's definitely gonna be harder for us to win because it's definitely gonna be the best of the best. Yeah.
We'll be the best of the best in that lobby. Federales, good dodging for that question. That was good. Right, okay, gentlemen, it's time to do the fun bit, the bit that everyone loves. Let's walk to the Crusher. And we've got a little bit of a ways to walk, so while we walk, let's have a quick chat. Federales, I'll continue to chat with you. Dude, earlier on today, while the desk were having a chat, some of the other pro players stopped by, namely Killer Joe from GOAT Team. He said, if they're going to play like this, Vitality may as well just be given the trophy at this point. How does it feel to hear something like that?
it feels good, but I hope we can do it in the finals too, so yeah.
Yeah, of course, you got to do it in the finals, guys. Right, I want you to go around to the back of this Crusher. I want you guys to line up for me, so everyone step up onto the step, please. This is the fun bit. Right, now we got to do a little bit of explaining. Let's set the scene here. 3 teams are being eliminated from the entire of PMWC right here, right now, by you guys, okay? We've got Hustler Crew, we've got TT Project, and we've got ETSH Esports. Look, this is the nature of the competition, but, you know, is there anything that you would like to say to those eliminated teams before we have to send their keys down?
Me?
Yes, you.
Nice try and better luck next time, I think.
Nice try, better luck next time. Okay.
तो
Would you like to press the
इस
button
तरह
and
के बस ये
open up the
3 टीमें
iris of
बाहर
the
हो गई
Crusher?
हैं
3, 2, 1. Nice and smooth.
5
I
टीमें
like
फाइनल
it.
के लिए
Okay.
क्वालिफाई कर
Gentlemen,
गई है।
this is how the
Vitality,
cookie
Aida,
crumbles.
Gordel,
We're going to pull on this
Horaa
level,
और S2
and it's going to crush the
बाकी
remaining
जो teams
keys.
हैं 6 to 13
Would you like to give it a go? Who would
ये
like to do
सारी
it?
teams
In 3, 2, 1.
लास्ट चांस खेलेंगी सर्वाइवल चांस ठीक है
And there they go. Was that satisfying? Was that good?
बस आज के लिए
That was good. Satisfying?
11 को I think survival शुरू होंगे.
Yeah, kind of. Okay, you gotta stop doing it, man. Come on.
और
It's all fun
finals
and
जो हैं
games
वो 14
until someone gets hurt. Now we're gonna have to do that obviously again next week, and of course in the survival stage. Plenty of PMWC action to come your way. Congratulations one more time to Team Vitality. What an incredible performance over the last 2 days. But we've got to break down everything we saw today on day 2 of Group B. Let's head back to the studio to do that.
लगाएंगे, ठीक है? तो भाइयों अभी के लिए इतना ही और मिलते हैं 7:10 बजे.